5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Afternoon all, how are we feeling? I'm going to start with what we normally end the show with, because we normally end the show with Jim's 3 things we have learnt about today. I'm going to start off with one thing I have learnt about today, and that's fucking Andy King has not got the balls that he was born with. What is the point of sacking a manager, paying a manager off, when the arsehole, which obviously Andy King is, comes up and picks the same fucking formation and the same fucking 11 wankers that go out on that pitch? I'm just absolutely fucking fed up with this club. And I'll tell you something, Tom, I'm really, really pleased you're doing the commentary, because I cannot be arsed.
Well, mate, yeah, it's a bit frustrating to see the same names, isn't it, pummed in there in the 4-2-3-1 again, absolutely. But the only thing I'm going to say as a positive spin on it is, at least if there is a difference between what was going on under Marti Cifuentes and what's going on with Andy King, at least we can show some sort of improvement, right? He was saying in the press conference, he was saying there's very little you could do. 4 days he's had with the players? So I think for him, it's about...
No, that's balls. Absolutely balls. And I'm sorry... And you know, Wayne said in our chat afterwards, you know, oh, it's nice to hear somebody talking positive. And I said, well, talk's cheap. Actions speak louder than words, and there's no fucking actions from this. Why? We've brought back a guy who did exactly the same in Adam Sadler when we sacked Brendan Rodgers, and he took over for the one game. He did absolutely fuck all differently. I tell you what, in 4 days, he's not going to change the attitude of this team. Fucking hell, Kingy. Just go off and wank off with bloody Cifuentes somewhere. We thought you might actually have the balls to do something, and we're actually saying to him, hey, do you know what, Marty? This isn't fucking working. But no, you haven't got the fucking balls you were born with. All that time with Nigel Pearson, you've learnt fuck all.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because there is an underwhelming nature to this season whenever we see the team sheet go up, Chris. And I think you could even move a few other names about in the team sheet today. We still feel completely underwhelmed by it, because that's what the state of the football club is right now. Look, you know, I think at full time we can rant away if it's ended up being a broken cycle that we have seen before. I think to see today, hopefully the running hit the right marks, the sprinting distances, the things which Kingy talked about in the pre-match as being non-negotiables that you've got to hit as footballers. If we can at least do that today, irrelevant of how we're lining up and the personnel we got out there, that is a step forward. That is a step to a more solid foundation. But I agree with you. The frustrating nature of Leicester City Football Club is right present today with that team selection.
But look, I mean, everybody's saying the same. Great afternoon, chaps. What the fuck is Kingy doing? Let's go with the same shit that hasn't worked all season. Gray says we've learned Jack. Michael, morning, Chris and Tom, same shit, different manager. Exactly. Hi, Andreas, how are you? Gray's already got in there with the 2-0 win for Charlton. Kingy, no balls. And then he says, hi, Tom, says Andreas. AU Reed Thomas. Morning all, morning Jim. Spot on, Chris. Well, it is. Hang on, I've lost, where was I? They're all coming in quick. There is a positive. Chris, you've gone on holiday. I wish I was fucking leaving today and I didn't have to watch this load of fucking shit.
Oh, who knows? It hasn't happened yet, but I do agree with you. The markings on the wall don't look particularly good right now, do they?
Well, no. I mean, you're a new manager. You come in, you make a statement, you make changes, you put your marker down.
Yeah, and the only change we got is seeing Brandon Cover involved in the bench, which is probably not really that much of a surprise when you need another number in there. But it's interesting, Chris, we did the preview show yesterday, didn't we? We both came up with two different team selections ourselves, and you could argue that the team selections we've picked are quite far away from what Andy King's gone with.
I just think it's a fucking joke. Really, really is.
I'm intrigued by the lack of Vestergaard. I'm trying to work out what's happened there because there was no mention of Vestergaard not being, fit enough to play, and you think that's a bit of a ballsy move because he has probably been our best defender. Although you'd argue he doesn't necessarily fit the system we're trying to play, but not on the bench.
Maybe he's had enough and said, I can't fucking work with this load of tossers anymore, and I'm off. And cancel my contract. I'll tell you something, I wouldn't fucking blame him.
I think the worry we've got is that we're looking at players that we know have hit a certain track record this year in their performance. We're looking for them to find that raise, right? And Andy King talked about how he's looking for the players to do that, to lead that example within the group. When they've tried to do that previously, we've seen frustration coming out from Ayew, from Mavididi, from Fataru, people pointing fingers at each other. And you think, is that maybe the most successful way to do it? Or is it like we believe we need to see? And that is a manager going in there, reading them the right act, saying this is the way it's going to be, lads. So it's going to be interesting to see how this effort and this approach to management of this group works. I'm a bit concerned they need a bit more of a ruler over the backside, Chris, and they need a bit of a cuddle. Do you know what I mean?
He hasn't got the ball. He's too nice. He's like, oh, come on, guys, please play better for me, will you? Go on, kiss, hug. That's King's approach. That's King's approach.
As whatever works, Chris. I mean, if it works, then we'll say what a genius job he's done, But I mean, today all we can do is just get behind them and just hope that we see a bit of progress.
Why should I get behind a load of fucking tossers that haven't won all season and a manager that's shown me nothing, absolutely nothing, in the one chance he had to come out and make a statement and get the crowd behind him? I fuck all this. Well, it's Andy King. Oh, he's been a good servant. Fuck off.
Well, Chris, I mean, he's the closest thing we got to someone who has the qualities of Leicester City that we love about our football club from the good days. I know we're leaning into that nostalgia over maybe tactical quality because as a coach, he's very limited around what he can coach. He can coach 4-2-3-1. It's what he's played with the under-21s. Can he come in here and pout a 4-4-2 overnight? I'm not so sure he can, especially with 4 days' notice. So, and there's a great comment there from Michael. If there's a bad cop, good cop going on, I'm remaining good cop right now. But obviously, as I'm doing the game, I might turn into bad cop because I'm still holding on to that little bit of hope that if we can just install a few basic principles today, like number one, a clean sheet, number two, working harder. I mean, we've seen teams like Norwich be able to stick to the same system, just apply it in a slightly better way, and they've seen massive progress. We need to be in that category today because that's the angle we've gone with Kingy and his team selection today.
I've just had enough, to be totally honest with you. The way I feel at the moment, when I go away next week, this channel ends. I don't know why I should come back and put myself through this load of shit. I can't be arsed, Tom. I literally can't be arsed. Why should I give up all of my time and effort and money to do this when Andy King, I mean, he could have stuck with the system and he could have brought some of the youngsters through and we'd have gone, well done, Andy, well done. But no. He sits there. He goes, all right, anybody want me to wank them off? I'm here to wank you off. Come on, guys. I'm going to be your best friend here. Get your dicks out. I'll finish you off. That's all we've got.
Yeah, you've had your hope raised by the managerial change, no doubt about it, as all of us had, but ultimately the team is still the same, isn't it? That is the problem with this football club. We've got a group of players right now who are overpaid, who don't put the work in. The amount of money they're paid some of these players, Chris, and you think we've got probably 3 players in the top 5 in the league for salary, and what we've got out of them, one of them's been not even on the bench all season because he's had a strop and he's back involved today, right? So that is the frustrating thing, and that's the thing we need to see them change. But it's such a long-term narrative we've been dealing with now with this group. That it's not something you can turn over overnight. All they can do today is go out there and make sure that energy is right for the first time, is better than Marti Cifuentes, because that's how you start rebuilding the trust in the fans, like we're seeing with all of us and our frustrations right now.
No, Mark, he says there, if Chris wins 3-0, if we win 3-0, will Chris eat his hat? No, because even if we were to go out and win 7-0 today, I'd still be looking at it and going, oh yeah, okay, it's a blip. Because this team can't keep a fucking hard-on up, let alone performances up.
Well, you'd argue the game of the first part of this season was a smash and grab, wasn't it? We went away to Charlton, and actually they were probably the better team, created more better opportunities than us, and we smashed and grabbed them with a counter-attacking goal and a bit of a worldie from Fatui. I mean, that's the thing we're going to face today, because the thing we've learned so far this season is teams turn up with a plan against us. We've got a bit of that Man City vibe about us in this league. People look at Leicester and go, how are we going to take on Leicester City, right? So we're always facing managers who are trying to think outside the box tactically and trying to do things. We turn up playing the same way and fail week on week on week. Today, it's about knowing we're going to face this challenge and rising to it. That's the thing we've not got right at all this year, is knowing we're facing a challenge, knowing a team's coming after us, and having the willpower, attitude, the work rate to be able to fight back against that. And that's today what the biggest thing for me is coming into this, Chris.
Michael, really, Chris, I would be Mert. Is that? But as I said, it's costing us to sack Marti. Why haven't we sacked? Why don't we just keep Marti? Why? What is the difference? I mean, in 4 days he's going to say, "Come on, guys!" Can you imagine Andy King going in there and really giving them a Nigel Pearson or a Martin O'Neill rant and a big, come on. Here we go. Look, come on, guys. This is Leicester. We're all paying you wages. Well, come on, see if you can do a bit better for me.
Well, this leads into the argument we've been saying about needing an experienced head next into the football club, because we all have doubts about the ownership actually taking accountability. There seems to be a desire from people like John Rudkin to make the big decisions, right? When Vichai was in charge, the reason why we were so successful was he was a man who understood you're only as good as the people around you making decisions, right? And you put your faith in them. He put a lot of faith in Nigel Pearson, a lot of faith in other managers. We don't have that anymore. The faith has gone from the managerial side of it. They want a head coach. They want to bring in players that they want to bring in. And that is a big part of it as well, Chris. I think we really need an experienced manager to come in like a Martin O'Neill at Celtic, just to be able just to make this a lot easier for everyone, just to get those attitudes right. And like you say, that is the downside with going with an Andy King, because his relationship previously to other players as well, being teammates with them, playing with them. This is why Sadler's been brought back in, isn't it, to try and add that little bit of voice as well. But like you say, from a time the club wasn't particularly successful as well, we are literally putting together right now a soup with a bunch of ingredients that might not work. So we're going to have to hope we can at least get these basics right, like I say again, because if we don't get this work rate right, there is no hope for the rest of the season.
There's no hope for today. I just think this was a chance when, we've talked about this, and I get, everybody, all the youth at the club's so good. Yeah, the youth, we fucking send them out to other teams for them to get the best out of them. I'll tell you what, if Young is not introducing the youngsters, then what the fuck's the point of having let's sell Seagrave and go back to Beaver. That'll solve all our PSR problems. Why the fuck have we got that? Because the players we're bringing through can't even get on the fucking pitch. And then we'll come on the first game of next season and they won't be ready to play because they've not had any minutes this season.
Well, I'd agree with that. I mean, this has been one of the main downfalls of our entire season, isn't it? I said when Marti came in, it's about who does he trust in this group? Who are going to be the players you trust? We see managers in the past like Van Nistelrooy fall out with Winks, fall out with Vestergaard. Who do you trust in this group as the experienced heads? And he's got the decision wrong, Chris. There's no doubt about we playing Winks for too long because he was starting to really negative impact games as well. And Andy King's now got this same challenge, hasn't he? And it's very apparent that we still haven't done the digging out of the bad. We got Faye's gone, Soumare's gone. But there's still a lot more work to do to revamp the football club at the right level. And it just shows you, mate, what a challenge this is going to be. A relegation battle is well within our range this year just because of attitude.
Okay, if we're going to revamp the squad and the team, that means making changes. And that means dropping Ricardo, who can't run to catch a bus. That means dropping Ayew, who couldn't score in a brothel. That means dropping these players. And he hasn't got the balls to do that.
I think it's relative player to player, Chris. I would argue with Luke Thomas and Jakub Stolacic recently. I would say that, both of them need to be dropped. I think actually it's exposing them to the worst parts of their game, continuing playing them right now. I would say with Mavrodidi, I'll go the opposite way. I think Mavrodidi needs to be told you need to simplify your game here and not get so frustrated over this because you're not going to be doing it anymore. You're doing this. I think it's very dependent man on man in this football team right now, how you manage them and how you put them out there and expose them depending on the time. And I think we don't seem to have got that right because of the lack of numbers we got. I mean, Luke Thomas is back in again. Is it too soon? It's a big game for him today, for one, isn't it?
Big game for all of them. Big game for all of them. I'm going to take you back 7 days, Tom. And I said to you the question was, if we didn't beat Oxford, is it the end for Marti?
Yeah.
How prolific that one question was. And you said yes. You believed it would be. So I'm going to say to you, if we don't get a win today with this, if we get a loss today, is that Andy King caretaker role finished? There's a couple of managers out there that we can say come on until the end of the season. Gary Rowett is one. And we went through a few, yesterday. I'd even take Chris Coleman as a temporary manager. Pearson as a temporary manager. There's managers out there that we can just bring in until the end of the season. Because obviously Kingy is not up to the job.
Well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because Kingy is basically what we've got left with. He said himself in the press conference, Chris, that this has come too early for him, but has been a dream of his to manage Leicester City, which is a nice thing for any manager to say about Leicester City. Normally it'd be Man United or Real Madrid, wouldn't it? So that's a good thing about it. But like you say, I think the only thing that will change if we go out there today and it's like a like-for-like performance versus what Marti would have offered out, it just really accelerates the process behind the scenes and making sure we get the new coaches and the new manager in place, right? But once again, mate, I just today want to not even think about that. I want to think about today. I want to think about the basics of the game the team are going to get right, hopefully under Kingy, and hopefully just see a slight bit of progress somewhere and get 3 points in the bag, because otherwise we are looking at very dangerous times. And it's that lack of trust for me in our ownership and John Rudkin to make the right decision on who to bring in next. That's what concerns me.
I don't blame them for this. I mean, somebody said a couple of people in the chat said Kingy's being told who to pick. He's not. Let's put that to bed. He is not being told who to pick. Right?
Well, there was one interesting thing, though. I'm pretty sure that Marti Cifuentes wasn't given the option on certain players that they were just sending out on loan, like Braybrook. I'm pretty sure he had no involvement in that. That was a John Rudkin decision.
Well, fair enough. And we used to have a loans manager with Robert Huth. And maybe, that's their decision. But again, if a manager is worth his salt, he'd stand up and go, no, I don't want him to go. I want him. But, no owner or director of football is going to pick the team. So I can't blame Top for this. I can't blame Rudkin for this. Who else could they go for but Andy King? I blame them for bringing back that wanker Adam Sadler. I don't know what the hell he's doing anywhere near the club. He stanked the place out last time and he'll probably do it again. Well, he's obviously has he had an influence on King? Because when he took over from Brendan, he did just the same.
Well, we need to give Kingy someone alongside him that he feels comfortable with. Ultimately, Chris, it's a bigger decision than me and you as fans looking at it from the outside. If there's something he's seen in him, there are times in life, I mean, Nigel Pearson would have done this, no doubt. He would have backed a horse that other people might have given up on, like Jamie Vardy, because he saw something in him, right? So, look, I've got no problems with Adam Sandler being back in the football club at all. No problem at all. I think, actually, if Kingy's comfortable with him and he sees some value in him being back amongst us for the moment, then just go with it. I mean, I think we've got to trust in that. I think we've got all the ammunition post-match we can ask for already if it doesn't go well, right?
I don't know. I'll be around for post-match, to be honest with you. I mean, look, here's this. Well, sorry, match week 30 fixtures. Can you see us doing to Charlton Athletic what Derby County did to Bristol City last night?
No, not on that scale. Definitely not. No, but I can see us winning, but I can't see us demolishing a team 5-0. Any team this season. I can't even just do it to a League Two team.
Now, apparently, this was on last night, and I hadn't realised this that Vietnam women were playing Uzbekistan women, and it was a 6-2 win away win for Uzbekistan women. If that was on now, I'd be off and watching that.
Would you really?
Seriously,
Oh
seriously,
my
that is
God.
how much I have lost any faith I had in this club. I did a thing a couple of weeks ago. I've fallen out of love with my club. I'm starting to hate my club.
Yeah.
That's how much. That's how much. Leicester Charlton, as we know. Sheffield Wednesday Wrexham. I mean, you think that would be a Wrexham win. I mean, we also picked scores the other day. Well, I'm going completely to change my score for this game, I'll tell you. Stoke Southampton could be interesting. You'd think Hull would win away at Blackburn, and you would think that Ipswich would win away at Preston. Middlesbrough, Norwich, Millwall, Sheffield United could be interesting. Oxford, well, look, we know what they did to us last week. Can they do it to Birmingham? Portsmouth hosting West Brom. That's a bit of a relegation battle as well. QPR, Coventry, Watford, and Swansea. Keith, what's it on? Let me, because I can give the show to Tom, and I can just go off and watch the women.
Let's do a co-watch along. You do the women's watch along for the Azerbaijani game, and I'll do the Leicester one. We'll see who gets the most views.
Well, it was Vietnam, Uzbekistan, and it was last night. No, I can't see it being a 5-0. What I tell you what, if we come off the end of this game and we've won, let's say 2-1, or we've got the 3 points, right? Whatever score it is, we've got the 3 points, and we deserve the 3 points, and we played well. I'm still going to be pissed off because I don't think it's the way forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But this is a hangover effect of being a Leicester City fan for the past couple of years, isn't it? I mean, I'm the same as you guys. I'm completely frustrated by it. There's a lot of times I go, I can't be bothered with Leicester today because you know what you're going to get, and it's the broken record that we've all been preaching about on this show and in the chat now for a very long time, wanting to see that change. And we're now at this point where like the change doesn't look like it's dramatic enough for us, and we're going to have to just hope that it pans out. But I mean, I'm not out of faith yet because I just think I like Andy King being back in the club because I like Andy King. Obviously, I'm a bit concerned it will damage maybe his legacy a little bit if it doesn't go well. I'm sure he's got that in mind as well, Chris. So let's just hope that he can focus on the basics today, and then hopefully we can have a good full time for once. But it's not been a good season for it.
I mean, Michael says there, totally with you. Although, how the hell she got the reputation as being the most beautiful women's footballer in the world, God knows. Her face looks like it's been pulled up and tied in a knot behind. I don't know what work she's had done, but
she puts a lot of makeup on, doesn't she? And I'm thinking a lot of women overdo it on the makeup nowadays. Girls, you're beautiful anyway. Don't overdo it on the makeup. Come on.
And I mean, I'm off on one now. I mean, her eyebrows look like she's, being thumbed from behind every time she looks at the camera.
It's like the Scooby-Doo villain. It's like she's wearing such a thing.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's his first game, Wayne, and I'm entitled to go nuclear. Maybe if other people, I mean, everybody else in the chat is not happy either. He had the chance to change things and he hasn't done it. He's got no balls, and let's just hope that in 4 days he's actually somehow managed to put a bit of fire in the bellies. Otherwise, we're just looking at the same old. And is this the way forward? 4-2 fucking 3-1? No, but we're stuck with it. We are stuck with it.
I find it fascinating today, though, Chris, the way this game's set up, because the fact he's matched up like versus like in the formation as well makes me go, we're going to have a good indication what a difference a week can make away from a manager who we knew had lost the group. That's going to be very interesting for us to see today because it will really it'll put into the foundations of how bad we really are, right? At least.
Keith, I mean, won't you prefer to watch football that's interesting, that's people can pass and all right, the Leicester women's isn't very good, but yeah, I'd sooner watch women's football over men's at the moment. Anytime. This club has just robbed me of my love of football at the moment. Really, really has. All right, look, what can we say about the team? It's the same old. I actually went back and found this team that I'd saved before and used it again.
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it?
That's innovative, isn't it, Kingy?
Well, also it's the limited squad numbers, isn't it? But you're right. There's been some big calls made here, Chris, hasn't there? I mean, we've been talking about the goalkeeper, so let's start there first, right? I've been feeling, and I think a lot of people have, including people in the chat, it was time to give Jacob a rest because he was getting to the Luke Thomas position where any little mistake was getting magnified and getting worse, and the noise around him causing a bit of uncertainty. There was some uncertainty in his back four with him. I kind of feel like now when you're in this dogfight, having the experience of a Begovic is what you probably want in there because he's going to be a bit more solid and a bit more vocal with them, right?
Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. What are we feeling about Luke Thomas coming back? And I've got to say, you'll see it later, but Luke Thomas, and if Jim's still in here, he is my our player to watch. So Jim will hopefully be watching him during the match and telling us if he's any shitter than normal. You watch, you'll go and get a hat trick now. I mean, Ricardo, wow. I mean, 3 games on the trot he'll have played. What's wrong? I mean, suddenly has he hidden the kryptonite away and he can suddenly play and run? I think I'm going to have a bet with you, Tom.
Okay, here we go.
And at the moment, we are. I think it's. I don't know how many beers we owe each other. I've lost count.
We haven't got the decision yet from the points deduction, so we don't know.
No, well, that's. I couldn't remember what he'd even bet on. I will double. If I'm buying you a pint, I will buy you 2 pints.
Oh, okay.
Because I reckon that Ricardo will get a yellow card today.
Oh, but I would not. But Ricardo always gets a yellow card.
No. Why put him in? Because I tell you, I think what this is his plan. If he collects enough yellow cards, he can have a weekend off.
Well, also it's because he's been off the pace, hasn't he? I mean, I would say, look, I think it's likely Ricardo gets a yellow card in this because it's unfortunately he is off the pace. So I can't. Really
I won't hold that. I won't put that one up as a bet then.
No. I agree with you, Chris. But yeah, the fullbacks are interesting, aren't they? Because I would say Luke Thomas has obviously been for a really difficult patch. He is literally our only out-and-out left back in the team right now, with Sir Christensen luckily being back in training but not being ready to play football. Ricardo, for me, is a bit more of a bizarre one than Luke Thomas because I think you could say for Luke Thomas, he's been out for a couple of games now. If there has been working on things behind the scenes, which there hasn't been all season, so I know I'm grasping on invisible air a little bit with this argument, then hopefully he can come back in and have a good game. Hopefully we can focus more on his positives. The problem with me is Ricardo. I'd have gone for Luco. I just think for everything that Ricardo's getting wrong, it's no different to what a Luco would be offering. And I think for Luco, you've got the fitness and you've got the pace Ricardo hasn't, which I think could be crucial in linking up with Fatawu. So I'm disappointed not to see a Luco get a run out there today in particular. I think this would be a good game for him.
Would you have possibly put a Luco on the left if you're going to be playing Ricardo?
No. I don't like the idea of Luca on the left because he looked a bit out of seed, didn't he, when he played against Southampton? I would stick with him, just keep it simple. He's been playing as a right back, put him as a right back, keep him as a right back. No centre back, no left back, get that down because we do need cover there as well, Chris. I mean, and once again, we go back to it. We desperately need to get a left back in because we can't keep relying on Luke Thomas. And Luke Thomas isn't going to be, for me, the guy that can play every game and put in 7 out of 10 performances. He's going to go like this. He's going to have good games and he's going to have bad games, mostly bad games recently because the team around him's also been terrible.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to say then. I agree. As I look at that team at the moment there, we need a new goalkeeper, we need a new right back, we need a new left back.
Centre back.
No, I think we're actually okay with centre backs, unless Vestergaard is going.
I think we need one more because I'd like us to be able to play 3 at the back at some points. And I think at the moment we've only got 3 fit centre backs, haven't we? Because Suter's not going to be involved for the rest of the season, Chris.
No. I mean, a fair point then. Defensive midfielders, we've got Hamza. We've got Skip when he's back. He would be back today, Skip, but it is concussion
protocol from the EFL. The EFL have set the standard for this. Actually, it's outside of the club's realm, which is annoying. So apparently he's all right. Yeah,
but again, you hear and then somebody's just got dementia now because they've always been heading the ball. I agree with that. Yes, it doesn't help us today, but better to be safe than sorry,
Well, yeah, nowadays with these, yeah.
Having said that, the balls are a lot lighter these days. And of course, hopefully, if if Jordan James decides to stay, then that helps there. We need another number 10, although you could move Page up there. We need another striker. I mean, so to me, I'm looking at that, I'm thinking we probably need 7 players on there, which, funnily enough, I'm talking about to Wayne this the other day. Henry Cartwright is 21, central midfielder, defensive midfielder. Tom Wilson Brown, 21, centre back. Jaden Joseph, 20, right back, right midfield, left midfield. Will Alves, 20, attacking midfield, left midfield, right midfield. All right, Jake Evans is only 17, but he can score, and he can play on either wing as well. Sammy Braybrook, 21, defensive midfielder, centre midfielder. Woyo Koulibaly, nearly couldn't say that, 26, right back, left back, and right midfield. Nathan Opoku, no, let's not bother with him. And Chris Popoff, yeah, again, he's not going to be coming back, but he's a centre forward as well. So all those players that we've sent out on loan, you could actually put a team out.
You could, yeah, and it is frustrating when you're looking at gaps in this team and going, well, we know we've got the youth academy players, and the whole prognosis of what the football club's trying to do is build from Seagrave and upwards, right? And now this is the opportunity where they have to do it because we're lacking numbers. And to see these players go out on loan, I was moaning about Braybrook every week, wasn't I, for about the last 3 weeks? Because I knew
as well.
Because I saw the Jordan James situation happening. It already happened with Ramsey, and the way we were relying on Jordan James, eventually something was going to happen. And look what's happened. He's now looking like he's going to be out to the end of March. Yeah. Which is just like the complete nightmare for us. So why don't we have other variations of players and numbers, warm bodies right now to come in and compete? Because especially at that age, if you're Henry Cartwright, who's gone out on loan a couple of times, you can come in, have one good game, and you can nail yourself a first team place in this team. It is up there for the taking. So it is frustrating to me. And that, for me, Chris, is the disconnect between how the club wants it to be done and the managers.
Legion, look, we're all on that board, and we've been saying it for weeks about AU and a striker's role. So we're 100% with you on that one. Okay, look, let me go then. And look, I'm going to flip this over now because, all I will say, people, is my job here is to create discussion. And my job here is to play devil's advocate. So if I'd come on and gone, yeah, fair enough, Kingy, I can see what you're doing, it would have been probably a very boring introduction to the show. I am annoyed, but probably not as much as I'm actually making out. But I'm going to give Kingy this bit of positivity and support. When I look at the bench, Cover or Cover, however you pronounce it.
I think it's Cover, yeah.
Cover. Gray, Aluko, Marchal, Thomas, Monga. I mean, you've got 6 youngsters on the bench out of 9. 2/3 of that bench are youngsters. I'm going to be very, very interested to see if any of those players come on. Will he do a Marti? And, I mean, I've got to say, let's say AU's not scoring, I'd stick Monga up there.
Yeah, well, it's interesting.
Or even bring Dakota Reed forward, and somebody else has said, and we've been screaming for weeks, put Monga in that number 10. So let's see if he has, he's named them. Look, that means nothing. Absolutely nothing. He gets no points for that at this stage.
And this is coming from Jake Evans being on the bench against Cheltenham and not being played. That has still wound you up, and rightly so.
It has. But it's not just that. It's not just that. There's other players. Who was on the bench last week and didn't come on?
Gray,
exactly. So, Wayne, you little tinker, Chris, just like Lily Savage.
I do think it's interesting how we've not changed this front three, and a lot of people are saying it in the chat, so I want to refer to this as well, guys, about AU. I completely agree with you. I don't understand why we've not changed the front three, because it's very apparent in the last 2 games they're not getting on. If they're not getting on, they're not supporting each other, they're not passing to each other, they're taking things on too much on their own, and we're messing up really easy opportunities to get shots on goal. So, yeah, it's a bit disappointing to me to see AU, Mavrididi, Vestergaard, Fatu. I would have mixed it up slightly, Chris, like we did in our lineups.
Yes, yeah. Look, we're all football managers and what have you. I think Wayne's kind of summed it up here. on that one. I'm going to right. Go on Opta. If you go on Opta, they have a brilliant website for sort of stats and what have you. And I'm going to jump over the first graphic I've got and go to the one after that, because they do 3 tables, right? They do the table as it is. They do the predicted table that they predicted. And then they do an expected table.
Interesting. Okay.
Do you want to see the expected table?
Well, I'd imagine it'll put Leicester a lot higher than where we are, so let's have a look. Why not? Oh, surprisingly, we're worse than what we thought we are. Okay.
Worst, we're in the relegation 3.
Wow. Well, that's how we feel about the football club right now, especially when you look, we lost to Oxford last week, who are currently 23rd in the real table. I mean, it is concerning. This is where it's trending, isn't it?
This, you see, what Opta do here is they look at all the results that have led us up to this point. If we carry on that way, this is without a points deduction. We have to remember that no points deduction is taken into account.
I still think it's not coming. I don't think they can enforce it.
To be honest with you, I don't. I'm going to sort of meet you halfway now and go, I don't think it's going to come this season, because I think it's unfair. And Stefan Borson said this, didn't he, when we interviewed him? You know, it's harsh to give us one now. I think everybody else had theirs in November.
Sorry, man, I keep interrupting you. So I just going to say, I think they're a bit afraid of our solicitor because he's already won one case against the Premier League. So if we appeal, they're pretty confident we might have some angle there to get out of it. So I don't actually think they want to go to war with us.
Well, like I say, I think it might be put off till next season. I just hope next season won't be in League One. Like I say, with these stats are numbers on a bit of paper. Or you know, typing on a computer. That's all it is. But with Opta, they kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah, because obviously they do it all professionally, don't they? They tally it all up. But yeah, I mean, right now,
look at Hull in 22nd.
I mean, that's a shock, isn't it? Because Hull are actually currently playing a lot better than that. So it's interesting where they pick them up. I mean, our expected goals this year, some of our XG has been horrific. I mean, if you think back to this season, it reminds me of the season where Joey Johnson was bailing us out every game by halfway line goals because there was nothing else the team could do around him. Very similar to that.
Yes, yeah. Well, look, here's the stats. We looked at these, didn't we, the other day? 14th playing 19th. Our home advantage has dropped 2% to 11. Although AI, and I don't know what she's drinking when I'm not here, but she's gone for 46% chance of a win for us. Look, we've won 3 of our last 5 home games. They've not won any of their 5 away. Our top scorer is James on 9. It isn't this guy on 6 because it was wrong and I haven't had a chance to change it. But their top goal scorer has got 6 as well.
Yeah, it's scary, the central midfielder who's got their highest goal.
Yeah, but I do know that, like I said, that was wrong. Most goals scored and the time, it's the last 15 minutes, guys. So I'm going to maybe have a takeaway, sit down, and I'll come back in the 75th minute and just enjoy the last 15 minutes. Because it's when the most goals are scored by both teams. It's also when Charlton concede the most goals, ours being just before half-time. They're not scoring as many as we are, but the conceding isn't exactly a big difference. XG, again, not a huge... Or that's quite a big difference on the XG, because everything's 1 point something. So it is actually a bigger gap than you might consider. Clean sheets, we've only kept 2 at home, 14%. They've kept 3, only kept 3 away. Failed to score, we've only done that twice, but they have done it 6 times. And then look, at home we get 1.57 points a game. They get 0.73 points a game.
Well, they're in poor form, Chris. I mean, they're 19th place, 3 places above the relegation zone. They've got 2 wins in the last 14 games, including 9 losses, and they've got the second worst away record in the league, apart from West Brom. So that's why we've got such an advantage at home today.
Well, you'd say so, wouldn't you? But we said the other day, we are the gift that keeps on giving.
We are, and that's the worry we're going into this, isn't it? I completely agree with you, because we can't be a gift today. We were a gift last week, and the gift today really puts us into a relegation scrap.
If we lose, where did I read it? Just bear with me. Right, if City win today and both Birmingham and QPR fail to do so, then we'll move back into the top half in 12th place. Woo!
Isn't it crazy this season? Because we played so badly, but we're still in a shout of the playoffs, which is
we're 6 points off the playoffs. I know. If we lose, which is a very good possibility, and Southampton, Swansea, and Sheffield United win, they will drop to 17th, which will be the lowest position we've been all season. Now, it's not quite as bad as if we were in the Premier League, of course. No. But, I mean, 23 as just said then, 23 clean games without a clean sheet. I mean, it's like we're back in rude territory, aren't we?
Well, yeah, it's funny how we've gone from one opposite to the other, not being able to score for a consecutive amount of games last season, not being able to keep the ball out of our net for a consecutive amount of games this year. We like to have all the shit records at Leicester City Football Club we possibly can pull together, don't we? I mean, that's a big part of today's game for me. While I'd not be happy with a 0-0 stale sort of game, which it possibly could fall into, there is a big thing today on getting a clean sheet, because you've got to argue, of any teams we've got left to play, this is the one you're most likely to get a clean sheet against for how they play. So today you've got to hit that target, Chris, and you've got to get a clean sheet and hopefully push on at the top end and do some good stuff as well.
I'm not hopeful that we're going to keep a clean sheet, to be honest with you. Nice to see Andy King has just posed for a new club photograph.
Oh, you had to bring that out. I saw it waiting on the bottom, and I was like, we're going for this one again.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
How is that deal working with Subway to get the sponsorship?
I'm doing my best.
Doesn't look particularly fresh to eat, that one.
It's a bit dry. You could do with a bit of mayonnaise, but there we go. Look, I'm going to let you go in a second, but before you go, do you remember the 2 scores I went for the other day?
Oh, Chris, I can't remember what I did yesterday. No, please enlighten me.
That's very true. I think I had a heart and a head one, didn't I?
Oh, yes, we're doing this. Head and heart, yeah.
Yeah. Now, looking at the plan, this is purely looking at the players that we've put in there. My head is telling me I'll go with my heart. My heart would love a 0-0.
Your heart would love a 0-0? Oh, that's my head score, mate, as a 0-0. Interesting.
My head score is 2-1 to Charlton.
Oh, see, you're definitely a lot more down the path than I am. Maybe it's because I've obviously had a bad week with the ice hockey, and my ice hockey team's worse than Leicester at the moment, which is probably why I'm taking the pressure off.
I actually watched it last week, and not only were the Leafs rubbish, and I believe they're now bottom of their league, and not only were they rubbish, but there was no fights either.
No, and half the fans didn't turn up. Ironically, it's amazing. The 2 L's I love have got the same problem. The fans aren't turning up. There's a distrust between the fans but anyway, and the players. It's same as here. But no, my head score here would be a 0-0, and my heart score would be Leicester win this 3-1.
Now you have changed, because some weeks you were going 4-1 to the opposition.
I was going for 4-1 to Leicester as well. I've got the record apparently this year in the Predictions League for voting against Leicester more often than any other person in the chat. But I have gone for more 4-1s and 3-1s than anyone else. And
I don't blame you. And they're just showing Andy King scoring a goal. It could actually be against Charlton, to be honest with you.
I'd have loved it himself on the bench.
The old kit with the white flash on one shoulder, so I don't know when that was. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. Agadoo. I'm going to push a pineapple and all that. So, just to confirm, Jim, I know he's still in there. He's just commented. Player watch today is Luke Thomas. Is he as bad as we all think he is? Well, some of us know he is. So the player watch Jim will come back to us at the end. Hopefully, if Jim is able to watch it this week. So there we go. Have your moment, and then I'll come back in a couple of minutes, having watered the plants. And look, Cody's in there. It's all yours, mate.
I know, here we go. The main question coming into this game, guys, with the opposition is, would Connor Cody feature for them? And the answer is yes, he has, and he is starting today for them. Looks like to me they've gone back to their 3-1-4-2 formation, which they moved away from because they had a lot of injuries at fullback earlier in this season, including to Ramsey, number 2 there, number 17, Bell. A big part of how they play football is using their wing-backs and using the width in this system. So when they've gone to a 3-4-3 recently, they've been getting turned over by teams like Millwall 4-0. So I think it's difficult today because they're going to be as fully strength as they can possibly be right now, Charlton, with the injuries they got. We've also got, obviously, as you can see there, Dykes, number 99 for them. Cost them about 100,000, was linked with a move to Leicester, possibly because we could only purchase him from the bargain bin he was being offered from Birmingham. But he has obviously gone to Charlton, so that's going to be interesting today with him and Cody there as two players that we have a bit of a touch with recently. Whilst Cody's wages 200k a week. Well, we don't know this for sure, but bearing in mind we've got some sort of information. We believe it was 75,000 at Leicester, went down to 25,000 odd at Wrexham, and he's now paying half his wages at Charlton, and they're half being paid by Wrexham. So he's very expensive for what he is. But looking at this formation, they've got a lot of defenders out there today. So they've got Jones, they've got Cody, they've got Chambers, and they've got Clark as well. Clark's on loan from Ipswich Town, and he's a centre-back as far as I'm aware as well. So they've got 4 centre-backs out here to play in a free with one just in front of them. So I wonder if Connor Cody will be at the sort of the precipice of that, the front position of the free. And then you've got the wing-backs of Ramsey and Bell. They've also got Doherty, who's obviously done very well. Their top scorer is number 14, Carey, who's a central midfielder. Up top, like we said, they got 2 with Leeburn and Dykes, so they have got 2 up top. So this is the Charlton Athletic we're going to face that was like the Charlton we faced earlier in the season. The one that's been lost in the last few games in particular has been down to tactical changes. I'm pretty sure Charlton will go into this game today looking to keep it tight, won't they? They'll want to keep this tight. They won't want to give us anything, and they want to nick goals on the counter-attack against us. I'd put to Leicester today, your challenge is, this is a team where you could almost fall back into that will play their way and allow them all the ball, and we're not going to worry too much, just try and nick opportunities. I would root the opposite. I'd say you want to go out a team with this today and break them down and show you've got that in your game as well. So very difficult lineup, Chris, I was saying. Charlton have gone back to their original formation. They've got some fullbacks back fit as well now.
You know Cody's going to score against us, don't you?
It's very likely from a corner, isn't it? Or it'll be Dykes, because obviously we were linked with Dykes as well, weren't we?
Well, I think we missed a bullet with Dykes because he couldn't even get into the Birmingham first team when they're in the third tier.
Yeah, and he got bought for 100,000, I believe, which is not very much, is it? Which kind of shows they just needed him off the books for his wages and all the rest of it. Yeah. So, but I mean, it'll be sod's law. He gets one today, won't it?
Yeah. Of course it will. Right, mate. You go and do what you need to do before you do the first half, and I'll see you in a second.
Yeah, cheers, guys. My prediction, like I said, 0-0 in my head, 3-1 in my heart. So let's go 3-1. See you in a minute.
See you. Jeff has gone 3-0 as well. Do you know what? I wanted to come on today and go, come on, let's get behind Andy King. You know, all we've done for the last however many seasons has been, 2 seasons, has been miserable. Let's get behind Andy King. And then he goes and does this. We're not going to get another goalkeeper, Scott. We've got 3 keepers as it is. I know Bekovic goes at the end of the season, so we might have one then. I'd sooner get rid of Vitesse or whatever he's called. But then again, I want Bekovic to stay as a goalkeeper coach, although I'd sooner have Mike Stow back. I'm hi Jeff, by the way. I'm not confident either. Yeah, I can see where your head is. I went for 2-1, Kevin, with my head. I just look at this and I just think, why the fuck are we bothering? You know, it really, this has deflated me so much. I have to say, one thing I'm glad about is there's no What's Brad said here? No, Chris, that's not true. He's playing a left back, and Winks is on the bench. What do we think about Winks coming back? I mean, look, we all hate Winks at the moment, and yeah, exactly, Kevin. But we need him, don't we? Unfortunately, we need him probably more than he needs us, because if he's not playing, he's still getting paid. So, thoughts on Winks, everybody? Change of tactics, Dan. Hiya, Dan. How you doing? Change of tactics. Well, we can't change the tactics when we're playing A, the same formation, and B, the same players. We could have saved ourselves a fortune in paying Marti off. Thing is, though, Clibbo, it's who else do we have? We've got a lot of youngsters on the bench. 6 of the 9 on the bench are youngsters. So if they come on, we might just need that experienced head. Interestingly, he was hoping for a move this window. He was hoping for a move last window. He didn't get the move, and what happened? He was, well, until the window shut, he was just coming on as a sub. Well, sorry, no, let me finish that one first. And then when he came on as a sub, he did all right, a bit like FaZe. Do you think Winks has had a negative impact during training? I think so. Because from what, although having said that, Andy King was kind of saying, wasn't he, Tom, that Winks was actually training with the main team.
Well, we heard two things. We've heard he's been down the under-21s training, actually. He's been turning up and training with them, but we've also heard he's part of the group. And it's interesting how he said that he wasn't involved in the conversation which led to Winks being taken out of the equation. So that was obviously a Marti decision that he passed down to the people around him, but didn't include them in at the time. So it's going to be interesting to see here. I mean, if we see the same Winks today, if he comes on that we saw earlier in the season, where he's a 6 out of 10, he's not sweating, he's not trying to make that last interception he needs to do, then he's going to be a big problem for us again. But
players are in the tunnel, mate. So what I need to do is just to give me, say, kick off something really loud so I can start the clock at the right time.
Yes, not a problem, mate. We're still working this out, guys, because we've got the new system now. I'll be doing the further watch along for you. So, and as you can see, he's put me on full screen. So there we go. The players are walking out on the pitch, guys. Once again, how are you all feeling? Chris has got the ham sandwich up in the corner there to mock me already. Look. The problem is now he's in control. This is basically directing me. It means he could do little tricks on me and put things in the comment. And also let's get to the main point, which Gray rightly brought up. We've got some great mods in the chat today, guys. No spoilers of any kind. All right. So basically, you'll see me. I'll react to stuff. If I've reacted to the goal, feel free to talk about it. Don't go talking about other scores or things like that. That's a bit murky. Chris will lead the way with that when it comes to that coming up on the screen as well. So just don't put yourself in that position. I won't do anything about banning people because I'm too busy watching the match and commentating and bringing the watch along to you, right? So I'll leave you guys to look after yourselves on that one. So yeah, interesting to see how this one goes. Like I say, underwhelming team selection. We've just seen the teams come up now on the screen as we speak. So it's going to be interesting to see for me, can we get this defensive sort of shape sorted? Can we get a clean sheet today? Can we get the running down today we've lacked in the previous few games? I do keep bringing up the Norwich example. Norwich are a team that has changed their manager and has gone into the same shape that they had previously, except they've applied more work rate, more stamina, more running. So it's not a dead fish as it looks, sticking with the same formation as long as you can execute it properly. We do get sometimes a bit overwhelmed by tactics. We do sometimes, myself included, look at tactics. We'd like to see a change. I'd like to see a refreshment in how the team approaches things, because I just think it would do the squad the world of good right now, just to refresh how they view things. And just bring that a bit of freshness to the group. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this translates. It'll be a good marker from last week's performance against a similar team in Oxford versus this week in a similar team like Charlton with the same problems that they're facing. So There we go. Kiefer said there, I think he's been negative in training, influencing the squad. I think there's been a bit of that. And it's a surprise for me today not seeing Yannick Vestergaard involved, because you think with Vestergaard, he does have the ability recently to be one of our top goal scorers. If we're in a bit of a fix and we need someone from a set piece, he's been the guy to get up there and get his head on the end of it and put it in the back of the net. So that's interesting to see Vestergaard drop out. And you do wonder what's happened there, because obviously there isn't much being said in regard to anything going on off the pitch with injury or all the rest of it. So anyway, just getting ready for the start of it here now. It better be a feisty affair. Unfortunately, I see us losing our heads again. I think a feisty affair would be good for us. I think it'd be nice for the fans, at least, just to see that effort. I think that's part of what we've been lacking recently. And we've got Matchday Bingo coming up. How many minutes till Leicester concede their first goal? Get your thoughts in the chats, guys. In the chat. I don't think we're going to concede early. So I'm going to go for about the 70th minute if it's going to happen. I prefer to us to win 3-1 than draw 0-0. I know we need a clean sheet, but... And Keith said there, is he injured, Tom? I mean, he didn't say anything about Yannick Vestergaard being injured in the pre-match press conference. That's the interesting thing about it. So they said Vestergaard picked up an injury. Oh, maybe he did then. Okay, if they said it on the thing, then that could be where we've missed that one out. So thank you for that one there, Jeff. Appreciate that, bud. See Andy King now walking down the sideline. We're getting ready for this game to get underway. I'll give Chris a nice big shout. The referee's looking at his watch here. It's Andrew Kitchen today who will be refereeing this. Some interesting refereeing standards this year so far. He's got his thumbs up and he's about to blow the whistle. Just waiting. I think he's waiting for all the TV stations around the world to get in. 4th minute from Scott. 4 minutes will last. If they play like Sheffield United, you've got a good shout at that one, bud. You really do. Just waiting now. We've got all the players lined up. Leicester just kicked off now, so we're underway, and it's kicked all the way back to Jacob as we get the first ball. We're going to be kicking here from right to left in the King Power Stadium to start this game, and then we've got going from the opposite direction, left to right, obviously the red shirts of Charlton, as the ball's already halfway down into their half. On the far side, it's a throwing to Leicester City. So a nice long kick there from Jacob to get the ball down the play. And I'm going to see if there's anything we can see different from what Marti would have done versus what Kingy's doing. I'm going to really try and draw that out for us today as we're watching along with this one, guys. So let's hope. Sometimes in life, you know, you want an opportunity. And Andy King has said he wanted to manage this football club. As we've got already, Lyndon Dykes, is down here on his back and he's not getting up. So something's happened here where he's had an injury after about 40 seconds. But yeah, sometimes in life, you might not be ready for it, but the time comes, right? And Andy's had a lot of experience working with Bristol City as a coach and as a player as well. He's got a lot of experience of building up this coaching level. Now to be thrust into a managerial position, you've got to go. Sometimes life just brings it for you. And hopefully today will be one where he steps up into that really nicely for us. What happened here with Dykes? There was a little bit of a battle going on with Okoli there. And it looks like they banged heads, unfortunately. And we've still got Lyndon Dykes down here. So our first major stoppage. And he's not got up, unfortunately, guys. I think he's conscious because he's got his legs up. I'm a minute behind you, Tom. Okay, that's encouraging. I'm glad to hear that, Chris, because normally I'm a minute behind you, which makes it a bit more difficult. No playing out from the back will be a good stop because we cannot do it. I totally agree, Kevin. I think the thing is that we look so much better this year when either we've done two things. Number one, we've played it a bit longer and just won that second ball. We've been terrible at winning second balls this year. We really have. And then the other thing we've been bad at is actually playing through transitions quickly. I think there's times this year, including the last time we played Charlton, where Choudhury scored a wonder goal going down the flank, coming inside and then shooting in the top corner. We nearly lost that opportunity because Sumari in the actual counter-attack was so slow and ponderous and allowed all the Charlton players to get back. We've got to get a bit better at the pressing and quickly through the lines. Just seeing Dykes come off the pitch now. There's quite a lot of empty seats at the KP again today. I did see your joke, Chris. I just happened to be under flow with something else. But he's up and walking now, and he's on the side of the pitch as everything's getting underway here now to get this game back going. That's a good minute that we've spent with no football. Long ball into the box now from Luke Thomas. Going to be kicked up by Leicester. It's bouncing around. There's going to be Hamza on the volley. There's been a block, another block as it forces Vestergaard over Reed. Leicester there with two chances inside the penalty area, guys, inside the first 3 minutes. And there's another Charlton player on the deck now. Bobby Vestergaard over Reed, looking frustrated how he kicked it off the defender there. If he got it around him, it would have been a strike on goal inside the penalty area. Two good blocks there from Charlton, and they've taken one there for the team as the Leeburn's face down on the deck now. See if we can see on the replay what happened there. But Charlton already trying to kill time a little bit here, it seems. Ball's come in, it's bounced around. Oh, and Leeburn's clattered his own defender there. Lots of empty seats. There is, Chris, a lot of empty seats. I've not seen the King Power this empty probably for 20 years. Honestly, we're talking towards the 06, 07 years when we were really struggling in the Championship and below. And in the crowd today, we do have Mr. John Rudkin and Mr. Top. They're both sat there with the little screens. Look, Rudkin every single day is looking more and more like he should be a Bond villain with his little trench coat thing on. A lot of stoppages early here. Andy King just talking to the assistant referee. There's nothing really going on the pitch so far, everyone. I mean, as you can say, nothing going on, nothing's hurting us. But, we'd like to be able to get a little bit of a flow going here. Charlton seem very eager just to shut the game down right now. Great, the club is on its knees. You expect me to talk, Mr. Rudkin? There was a great Johnny Vegas joke, I should probably tell you, where he used to sit in the bath, apparently, and used to relieve himself in the bath and pretend he was James Bond with acid coming up towards him. When you explain a joke, it's not as funny as actually doing the joke. But Johnny Vegas, what a legend, honestly. Still getting lots of shots of the board. They're up in the crowd. As we're still sorting out this on-pitch problem here. That's 4 minutes we've seen go so far in this game, guys. And after 4 minutes, we've only had the ball on the pitch for a minute 30 of it so far. Yeah, Leeburn's still having a serious look at him. Well, similar to Dykes, he's taken a whack on the head here and he's lying down in the penalty area. You always get a bit concerned seeing players lying down and not getting up very quickly. But I imagine nowadays, with the concussion protocols that we're seeing with Skip not being involved today as well, the league is very hot on head injuries. So they're making players stay down and have a good look at them. But it's quite a time sort of consuming process now as we tick on towards the 5th minute here. And he's only just getting back to his feet here, Leeburn, but at least he's all right. Nice, yeah, he was a great comic. Yeah, honestly, great. Like, I'm a big comedy fan. Like, I go back to I loved stuff like Hancock's Half Hour, which was slightly before my time, but I love all retro comedy as well. And I think Johnny Vegas is probably one of the most underrated comedians we've had in England. Just because he's called Johnny Vegas as a bit of a comedy character, he's actually really, really good at what he does. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Wrexham 0, Stoke 0, Southampton 0. Your current updates coming from Chris there around the grounds as we get these 12:30 kickoffs underway today. And then we're back under play. It's going to be a goal kick from Charlton, played forward towards our penalty area. We've got some feet in it. We kicked it back out towards the halfway line in the centre of the pitch. Ball over the top down towards this bottom right-hand corner of the pitch, and it's going to go behind for a Leicester City goal kick. Charlton looking to show a little bit of a burst there. Did you see his skit on the last leg about the fish? I've got to be careful. I'm commentating on a game, but I could talk about comedy for the rest of the 45 minutes. If it starts going bad, we'll talk about comedy, guys. Blood Donor, Hancock's Half Hour, brilliant. And his skit, anything on the last leg. Like, you see the outtakes where, he's there with other comedians, and a comedian is good when other comedians are just cracking up all the time because he's just so funny. Just a completely different level of humour. Unbelievable. Goal kick to Leicester. And would you believe this, guys? This is a shock. Something different. We're going long. We're not passing out from the back. Jacob has kicked it over the halfway line here for our first real goal kick. And it's gone halfway into the Charlton halfway. It's been headed back towards halfway. Wow. So that is a big change for Marti Cifuentes. No passing out from the back, now shorter goal kicks. We're going longer, guys. Interesting stuff. Trying to compete for the ball high at the pitch. There's a ball over the top for Charlton now, and there's a race going on. And Jacobs come all the way out of the penalty area and put his foot through it and kicked it out for a throwing on the halfway line as it goes into the Leicester bench. So good reading there from Jacob to come out and clear the ball into touch as Charlton look to break away very quickly against us there. Afternoon, Blue Fox. How are you, mate? Let's hope we see some fight today. I'm encouraged just by that little thing after 5 minutes, not seeing us try and pass it out from the back. It's better just to go long. Kevin saying he wanted to go short. I think he did, but I think the interesting thing is I think you can do both. I think the thing we were bad at is we were overplaying the short ball too much at times this season. Sometimes you can do it, but you've got to teach the players how and when. Crossing coming now from Charlton. It's gone behind the goal, and it's going to be a goal kick to Leicester again here. Charlton have got towards us twice, but like we expected, they're going to do it in short bursts. They're going to get the ball quickly and get up quick, and then they're going to try and get it across. And Clark here coming up the flank. I get confused which Clark this is. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be the Clark from Ipswich Town, but is that the winger or the defender? Because they got two. Either way, he was down the flank there for Charlton and getting the cross in. Short one out this time, though, so all my hope about going long for every goal kick's been completely scrubbed there. Well noticed there by Kevin. He wanted to go short. We did go short that time. Ayu here's trying to press the Charlton centre-back. He's going to drive it forward long towards the goal. It's going to go all the way behind here. The two Leicester players shielding out of play. Oh, no, and the Charlton player, Lieburn, got around the back of him there and has kicked it out for a throwing to Leicester down on this near-hand side. So what would have been a goal kick, Charlton have kept in for a throwing. Now they can now win, an opportunity from down in that corner of the pitch. The commentator's curse, Tom, but this is it. I'd be really interested to see what's going to be different. I want to see something different in this, as the referee here is currently talking to Nathan Jones on the touchline. He's looking to be past something here. Connor Cody's doing a lot of talking and putting his hand around everywhere, which sums up what Connor Cody brings. Armchair, Clark does go missing on the right. We're defending. We could exploit that. Yeah, definitely. I agree, mate. It's been one of my frustrations this year. I think we've not had a set plan to deal with counter-attacks very well. I've said for a long time, the guy you want to be feeding it to is probably Fatawu on a quick counter-attack. But Fatawu sometimes ends up having to do too much defensively. We're sort of unbalanced and we can't get these balls out. We end up getting hemmed in by teams like we have against Hull, for example. It's a little thing we want to see here. And the referee's got problems with their equipment. The microphone's gone down. So the fourth official is currently, and the linesmen are swapping over microphones. So we've had a very broken up first 9 minutes here, guys. We've probably only had the ball in play for about 5 of them. And so far, I'm going to say it's been pretty much a nothing game. Any chance of any football breaking out at all? Well said, Kevin. And hi, Nate, as well. Good to see you, mate. How you doing? The sun's out of the King Power Stadium today. It's showing off all the empty seats we got here, guys. And we might get a football match in a minute between the two head injuries where Charlton players have been down for a little while and between, obviously, the ball being out of play a lot. A lot of waiting around here. Andy King's pointing down to the fourth official now saying, what's going on? Can we get a move on here? Has he swallowed his whistle? It's taken a long time to put a microphone on. I'm saying that much. He's got to put his shirt back on now over the microphone. We're going to enter a world where if technology fails in football, they're going to just stop the games, aren't we? I think that's the way it's going to go in a minute. Chris, I was in the pub last night and the referee walked in. I thought, typical, now it's all going to kick off. The problem with Chris not being on air now is he's got more time to sit there behind the scenes laughing at me and pulling out dad jokes out of his hat left, right and centre. And eat a sandwich, because I can see him, which you guys can't. He's eating a sandwich right now, writing jokes. Ball's back in play at least. And here comes Charlton now trying to get forward. But we've picked the ball off them and it's bounced around really haphazardly and gone back over the halfway line. And it'll make its way all the way back to Kaminsky in the Charlton goal. He'll go for a long goal kick. They just, every time they get the ball at the back three, they're not looking to pass it through the middle. They're just going long every time. Every ball from Charlton's towards our back four. I think they realise if they exploit us, there might be an opportunity there for us to make a mistake. Here comes the Leicester counter-attack now. And here comes Louis Page driving forward. He's going to find Mavididi down this left-hand side. Page is overlapping ahead of him. Mavididi's coming inside. 3 players on him. Back to Hamza. Nice one-touch football. Luke Thomas pushing up as well on this left-hand side to offer support. Don't get caught out of the back. Louis Page keeps the ball in play there. It was a bit of a loose pass, unfortunately, from Okoli, I believe. Or actually, no, Bobby Decordova-Reid, who is everywhere right now. Hamza's going to come in here and try and win the ball. And it's been flicked on by the Charlton player down the flank. And it's going to go all the way back to Jacob. And we deal with that threat pretty well. So a little bit of attacking prowess and a lot of triangle passing from Leicester. Long ball forward now, which is something we haven't seen very much of. We won the ball here, turned and strike, and it's been blocked by the Charlton centre-back. The ball is still outside the penalty area for Leicester here, and it's going to be a strike from distance from Ricardo. Unfortunately, it was poor, and it's bounced in front of the goalkeeper and gone out for a goal kick. But interesting, we've played a few more direct balls here when the opportunity's been on. We haven't got the tallest guys in the world up front, and there was a dink ball there all the way from, I believe it was Okoli at the fullback position, and it was nodded down very nicely there by Mavididi. It fell to Decordova-Reid, who got the first strike away. And then the long-range strike through a group of Charlton players, unfortunately off target by Ricardo. But there we go. That's a bit more interesting. It shows us a bit more variety so far as we get to 12 minutes gone. Goal kick coming up here from Charlton now, and it's going to be kicked out by Kaminsky. Gets it over halfway. Hamza's winning the duel there, has got a head on it and knocked it out for a throwing down this near side halfway into the Leicester half. So very much a bit of a back and forth game so far. Both teams are really exploiting longer balls here rather than playing along the ground to try and get some advantage on the opposition. Going to be the throwing to Charlton now. They're just getting some players to run here to try and find a bit of space. We've got everyone back behind the ball apart from Jordan Ayew. So a bit of a strong defensive shape here as we try and get the ball back, but Charlton are going to have it down this right-hand side. They're trying to come inside, and we've done that pretty well with dealing with that between Luke Thomas and Hamza. Ayu's trying to come out now, and he's got 2 players on him, and unfortunately has lost the ball back on the halfway line. And it's going to go all the way back where Charlton can now regroup and possibly play a long ball forward like they normally will in these situations. Any shots on target? So far, none, Prashant. We've had 1 off target from Ricardo just momentarily. It was a long-range strike from outside the penalty area. It bounced once in front of the goalkeeper, but it went past the right-hand post of the goalkeeper's perspective. So that was the only real chance. We had a couple of block shots, but they weren't classified as shots on target because 2 Charlton defenders blocked those as well from Reed and Ayu. So PSR cheats never prosper. 10 points incoming. Well, we're not trying to intentionally cheat PSR. I'll say that much. The club's been run like Aston Villa are being run right now. Nottingham Forest have been run right now. It's spending to a very high proportion of what their income is. That's why they've changed the rules now to SCR from PSR to allow only 80% of club spending, right, to stop clubs spending 106%. But it's not just a Leicester thing. Every club that's trying to compete and trying to get into Europe and places like this is finding a similar problem. There was nearly a mix-up at the back there, and Jacobs come all the way out and put his foot through it and cleared it all the way towards a Charlton goal. But there was a Leicester player then, there was a Charlton striker. But in good news, we've now got the ball in their half. Coming down the left-hand side with Mavrididi, he's got some room to run into. He's coming towards the penalty area now, comes back inside. He's going to lay it off to Ricardo, who's pushing up from the right back into centre mid again this game. Comes down the opposite flank now for Fataru, who dinks one in, but unfortunately it's been cleared by Charlton now. He read that pass really well. And now there's a counter-attack on. Okoli has brought down the Charlton forward, and he was the last man, and it's a red card to Caleb Okoli, guys. Unbelievable. A high line. We were caught on the halfway line. Okoli drags back the forward of Charlton, brings him down with his arms. It is cynical as they get. And unfortunately, it is Leicester 0, Charlton 0, but we've now got to play 75 minutes with 10 men. Okoli is fighting his case here, but I don't think how he can defend it. He had his arms all over him. If you pull him down there, then, you know, he was literally through on goal. It would be one-on-one with him. And it was a very stupid decision. And now we've got a mountain to climb in this game, guys. Just seeing the Leicester chance from before, there was a crossing from Fataru, and it was headed down by Mavrididi. And unfortunately, that's when the counter-attack long ball was played over the top. It's what Charlton are going to do. They're going to try and just hoose it long. And it was Cody who got his assist on that. There's a bit of a duel going on, and Cody's got arms all over him. You can't do that. And it's a straight red for Caleb Okoli, guys. 15 minutes gone. Gray, you stupid boy. Well said. It was incredibly stupid. Just lost his temper there. And now we've got a problem. And no Vesti on the bench. Exactly. What do we do now? So we're going to have to probably go for 3 at the back and maybe move one of the fullbacks in. Oh, and that's Hamza's. I mean, the other option is Hamza goes back to centre-back for the moment. And if we don't make any changes, how do you fix this formation now? Here comes a free kick from Charlton, played into the penalty area. Hamza's going to shield it behind it. It goes behind for a goal kick to Leicester. Will we see any tactical changes, guys? Will we see a substitution incoming? I don't think we will. I think we're just going to change the shape of the players we got at the moment. But there we go. Difficult times here for Leicester. We have seen some movement on the... It looks like Silko Thomas to me is getting stripped here, ready for some action. Well, it could be Gray, actually. To be fair, Silko and Gray look very similar in how they look. They literally look like twins, the 2 of them. Need someone in. No point keeping King to end of the sea. Just play the same formation and play. She just kept Marti. Yeah, I mean, this is what this game's going to prove for us, isn't it, Mad Jason? It's what this game's going to prove to us one way or the other. It will show you the extent of the problem. Sorry, it's a Luko coming on. Aluko's going to be coming on, guys. Where he's going to fit in here, I don't know. Is he going to be coming on at centre-back? But there's going to be a change here. What the hell was he thinking? Well said, Stuart. Going to be a tough game now. Baptism of fire for King. Well said, Blue Fox. Yeah. It'll make a 3 points a little bit more sweeter, won't it? But it does completely change how we set up for this game now. Defensive resiliency is going to become the main factor going forward now. And it was such a stupid decision from Okoli. And that means now, of course, he'll be suspended as well for a few more games, won't he? Looks like Vestergaard's little departure from the team might not be that short-lived. Charlton now get the ball inside the penalty area, guys, and they turn and get a strike away. It's blocked, and it's going to be cleared out here by Leicester. We managed to play it up to the flank. We're trying to flick nice little balls, but we're giving it up to Charlton. All of a sudden, the extra man advantage looks to be having an effect here, as Charlton look like they've got a bit of a swagger in their step, playing nice one-touch football in the centre of the pitch here. And now they flick the ball out to the right-hand flank for them. They come back inside. Now Andy's got to change the formation. Yeah, he does. I mean, for me, if you're 4-2-3-1, you've got to get rid of the centre of the attacking three, right? So it'd probably be Deckle-Over-Reed you've got to sacrifice. We'll see who Luco comes on for in a minute. That change is coming, guys. And thank you very much, Great. 66 and 24 likes. We can't tell you where to watch the game, mate, as well. I mean, it's on all the legal channels in England, so Sky Sports Football. Depends where you live as well. Of course, different places around the world, you'll be able to see it on different channels, mate. So let's see this Charlton chance again. I was talking about something else. So, yeah, there was a bit of a duel going on there between, I believe it was Hamza, actually, on the byline, and the ball somehow still got free and managed to come inside the penalty area. Luckily for us, Deckle-Over-Reed done really well there. And my prediction is correct. Deckle-Over-Reed is just coming off, guys, on 18 minutes, and it will be a Luco coming on. So a pretty standard tactical change there. We've taken off the attacking midfield central player. We're going to go with the wingers and the striker, and we're going to have the two centre mids, and then back to 4 defenders in the back 4. Jeff, our team is driving me to drink, Mr. Chamberson. Every little helps, mate. Every little helps, doesn't it? I'm not being sponsored by Tesco's as our supermarket chains available. We'll see what state Chris is in at full time. We know he's got more time to get more siders down him nowadays. Should have taken AU off. I mean, you could argue. I mean, the thing is, he's going to end up having to play as an attacking mid and a striker in this, isn't he? We got the ball back with Jacob now. Kingy's trying to encourage the players forward here. I mean, the shape is still the same. The defensive shape is still the same now. We just got one less attacking body here. Long ball forward. Charlton are going to head it back towards the halfway line. There's a bit of head tennis here. Come on, Leicester. We might have a man down here, but this team has struggled to score away from home this season. They got pumped 4-0 last week. I still think we should have enough quality to, if we can apply ourselves and make sure we're getting the running right. And as I talk about running here, Charlton burst over the halfway line with Clark. He flicks it in towards the 6-yard box, and there's a header on there at the back, and it's cleared behind by Nelson to go for the corner kick here. There was a nice little ball played in there. Nelson read it well, flicks it over the top of the crossbar. If he hadn't got there, Carey would have been on the end of it. And it probably would have been a big chance for Charlton. I was desperate to go dry in January. Where's the bottle of red? We're such a likeable community here. We all got the same thing. I haven't got anything down here. I'm still on the soft drinks at the moment, but maybe at halftime we'll change that when Chris and I believe it'll be Wayne doing the halftime show will be in today. Ball comes in now, and it is a goal, guys, for Charlton. Is the referee going to give this? No. That's why I didn't react so much. It did look like it wasn't going to be given. A corner came in. It flew all the way in towards the back post, went straight into the net. The linesman is waving, saying that Jacob had a bit of pressure on him here. Thank God the goalkeeper gets the advantage, though, as it would have been 1-0 to Charlton. I literally looked up. The ball was coming into the box, and you saw it dipping towards the top corner. Going to see it again now. The corner comes in, and there's a bit of pushing, and it's gone in, and there might be an offside flag there, but I think that looks like a legitimate goal to me. It's gone all the way through. There's a bunch of Leicester players there. The referee's immediately blown before the ball's gone in the back of the net, but I'll say that's a let-off. I don't think there was anything in that. Nothing wrong with it at all. Well said, Kevin. Exactly like I was saying, mate. Stoke 0, Southampton 1 in the latest update from the Britannia Stadium, or the Bet365 Stadium. It was called the Britannia Stadium 20 years ago, Tom, wasn't it? Getting old, guys. Let off the jail card there for Leicester. Get out of jail free. Ball was in the back of the net. Should have probably been a goal. I saw nothing wrong with it unless there was an offside he was calling for, because the Charlton players were all descending on the back post to force it into the net. But that is the rock and nature of the Championship, the physical nature of it right there. And they should have probably had a goal, but we'll take it. It's still Leicester 0, Charlton 0, guys. Let off. Phew, Blue Fox, you're right, mate. Long ball forward for Charlton again now. This is going to get ugly the way this is going. And luckily there's an offside there again. Officials seem to be helping us out so far, guys, and keeping us in this game. The offside flag is raised again as Charlton can't beat the offside trap. How do we work our way out of this, guys? I mean, the change with Bobby Deckle-Over-Reed coming off makes sense. I'm trying to see where Luco is positioned here, because unfortunately, what I was talking about in the pre-match, I'd like him to play as a right-back primarily, but he might have to be playing centre-back in this formation now, which really means Nelson's our only experienced central defender here. They're looking at this again now, and the referee has immediately put his arm across as the ball's gone into the net to indicate a free kick. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't see anything wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that. Exactly, Paul. Nothing wrong with it. And Kevin's right. We are terrible. There's vibes to this team of when we got relegated under Dean Smith. They just seem like they just completely lack the basic energy to actually be able to play football, which is really concerning. Foul by Miles Lieburn of Charlton Athletic for a little push. Right. That makes no sense to me. I would have said there was more of an argument for someone being offside than a foul there. It's a pretty standard duel there in the penalty area. Jacob looks sus again. Exactly, Paul. Exactly. I think Begovic would have come out and shown a bit more accountability there for the ball. And once again, teams know this about us. They've been watching us all season. Charlton now pumping the ball forward again. Leicester have got the ball now. Is there any way we can counter-attack? We've got 2 players ahead of Fataru, but he's driven straight into the Charlton player and unfortunately lost the ball. And now Charlton can come back down their left-hand side here. They're going to cycle the ball back around the back on the halfway line. They'll be very happy with proceedings so far. Try another formation. I think at half-time, Gray, that might be worth looking at. I mean, the problem is when you're in this sort of game now, you'd argue to be at 0-0 might not be a disaster, but it's just not the thing we need right now. We need to get a win. Especially when we're seeing teams that we're playing, we should be able to get something off, and these games are vanishing, and in a minute we're going to have some really difficult fixtures coming up when the Middlesbroughs and that come back around. Charlton with the throwing in now. They're going to play it back towards the halfway line. They've got everyone pushed up apart from their back three there. They sort of play an interesting back three with a sweeper, and the sweeper sort of either drops back behind the last line of defence or he comes in front of the defence, which is something I would like Vestergaard to have done for us, oddly. There's going to be a free kick here to Leicester as there was a bundling off the ball for Louis Page there by Lieburn. He looks frustrated, as I would be, having a goal disallowed that shouldn't have been given. It was Hamza who did it on, he pushed him over. I'm guessing a man down the formation has changed. He's got 4-2 and basically 2-1. So where we had Bobby Decordova-Reid in the attacking mid-central 10 position, that position's just been completely eradicated. It's the same shape outside of that. Just means there's a lot more pressure on people like Louis Page advancing that ball into the attacking mid-position. We're now lacking a player, and also more on the wingers they've got to bring into it now. Hey, Yvonne, good to see you. Leicester just messy. I think that's a great shout there from Yvonne. And is there any brickies inside the KP? Might need a wall putting up sharpish. Yeah. VAR would have put that one right. Well said, Kevin. That would have been a goal. Yeah. 25 minutes on the clock, guys. Luckily for us, we've still got our clean sheet, which will be a basic start for today. Unfortunately, we need to get a win, though. And now having 10 men to fight this game with is not helpful in the slightest. I mean, what was Okoli thinking? Right now, we need him to be literally at the forefront of our defensive revival. He's like our key defensive man right now. He's definitely worth the most interest in other clubs as well. And that was so irresponsible, incredibly irresponsible. Like we see on screen there, we've had 34% possession. Charlton has 66. And there's currently Hamza Choudhury sat down about the halfway line. He's rolling about a bit. Charlton are going to kick it out of play and do the right thing here. I think because we did the same for them early. But Hamza's now looking like he's got a knock on his ankle. Connor Cody is amazing, isn't he? Because he's walking around just bossing all the blooming Charlton players around. It's making me laugh, because imagine you played in that Charlton back four all season. And yeah, you had a bad time of it recently, but you then got a guy coming in from Wrexham telling you like how to do your job. Is that what happened at Leicester? Is he a bit big for his boots? I don't know. And it's not looking good for Hamza. You're right there, Kevin. He is down, guys. Looking like something to do with his right-hand ankle here. We're going to see again what happened. Oh, it was nothing. It was off the ball, and he just stood funny on his ankle, and something went. That is never a good sign. Unfortunately, it looks like not having skipped today might be a problem for us as well, because you'd argue if we got one player who's going to be a defensive mid-swap, it will be Skip, wouldn't it? Means we might be about to see Harry Winks, everyone. Maybe 2 substitutions in the first half an hour. I'm surprised he's not bossing Leicester players about too. You could probably do with it today, Chris. You should probably tell Jordan A where to stand to score a goal. Kingy's getting into the players now on the side of the pitch. He's having a word here with Ricardo. He's telling Ricardo what to do. Ricardo's pointing out the size of his manhood by using his fingers. So I'm guessing it's to do with how much yardage. Yeah, it looks like Winks is coming on, I agree. Looks like it. We'll see what happens. I don't know who else you put on. That's the problem. Who else do you put on if Hamza's... Because he's still down here. They're looking at his ankle. General question is, I don't support Leicester. Hi, John. But look out for results live in time. When will Leicester be able to buy again and lose the PSR problem? Yeah, good question. No spoilers. Yeah, well said. I don't do anything. That's Chris and the mods are on it. Yeah, good question there, John. I'd imagine once we got through this period, things should be looking a little bit better for us because we've gone through a year now of selling £70+ million worth of players. So you would argue the reset will come at the end of this season, hopefully for us, John, and then we should be able to get back to normal. We need it because we're going to be out of players then. And here comes Winks, guys. Just when you think the nightmare is over and you've woken up from a very bad sleep, all of a sudden you get dragged back into it by the ghosts of the past. And here comes Harry Winks off the bench to replace Hamza Choudhury as we get to the 28th minute. Very dead first half of football so far. Charlton keeping it nice and tight, looking to try and create opportunities on the counter quickly. Leicester just really not doing very much, but Hamza here limping off. And there's a lot of things happening today that we cannot really have happening. We can't be affording to lose Hamza, having lost James and having lost Skip recently. And we can't afford this red card we've got for Okoli as well. We have to accept we need Winks at the moment, probably more than he needs us. There we go. I don't think anyone did. I think there was a little one in there. So just be careful, guys, all right? Winks, he's getting ready to come on here, guys. If we ever need a performance worth £90,000 a week, it's gonna be this one, right? Anyway, going to be some added time here as well. We're half an hour into this game. I could at least see 5 minutes of added time so far. We've had so many players down with injuries and all the rest of it, and knocks to the head. So far on target for shots, neither team's had a shot on target. Leicester had 4 shots. Charlton have had 2, but unfortunately, obviously, after 15 minutes, we were down to 10 men, so that put pay to any opportunity from that. The ball is back in play now, guys, and here comes Winks, and Ricardo's going to throw the ball in, and it's going to go out for a Leicester throwing on the halfway line down by the technical area. Yeah, you might have been slightly too early there, Keith. I must be honest, mate, I don't keep an eye on it because I just let the mods do it because I just focus on the game and just pick out your comments as we go, right? Let's see what can happen here anyway. Going to be the throw-in again from the halfway line here to Leicester. There we go, and it's thrown in right down the byline. And Charlton are going to keep it into play and pass it into the middle. Winks on his first touch on the ball, plays it all the way back to Jacob. Winks redemption, who knows? Good question there, Blue Fox. Ball's been kicked around in the air between both halves at the moment now. Looks to me like a Luco's at centre-back, guys, interestingly enough. And also Scott's responded to you there, John, as well in the chat, which is some good advice. Charlton have got the ball in our half here. It's all very congested in the middle. You can see the shape of basically a 4-3-2 here for Leicester at the moment. Long ball down the opposite flank for Charlton, and it's going to be hacked out of play by Luke Thomas at halfway. No, it's stayed in at the moment, and the Charlton centre-back is going to pick it up and keep it in play here now. Interesting game of football. Out shooting them, yes. Haven't got enough players, though, Jim. Charlton play a long ball forward now towards the penalty area. I mean, would a 0-0 draw not be a bad result for us now? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it won't be good enough, would it? But right now, you've got to say, down to 10 men, it's very difficult. Ball's out here for a Charlton throw-in. And it's back with their centre-back positions here. Leicester 0, Charlton 0, with Winks on for 10 Man City as Charlton have goal wrongly disallowed. I would say that is the main points of the half so far. So, ironically, it's not been a good Leicester performance, but you could also say we've been helped out massively by referees in particular because it should be 1-0 to Charlton. We can't argue with the red card either for me. The red card was a blatant red card. As soon as you start dropping your arms around him, that's when you got a problem. The argument is if Vestergaard had been there, he would have outpaced Vestergaard as well. But Charlton now trying to play out from their back here. They're getting towards the halfway line. I love this ref at the moment. There's only so much you can give, against Charlton before it really starts looking a bit dodgy, doesn't it? Here come Leicester now, though, trying to get through the middle. And it's Mavididi who's come inside. Unfortunately, he's got 3 or 4 players on him from Charlton straight away. And the ball's going to go out here for a Leicester throwing. Mavididi looking frustrated again. Kingy's trying to encourage them just to lift themselves a bit here. Chins up, lads. And Charlton will play the ball back amongst their defence. Mad Jason, if we concede first, I might turn it off and have a good weekend. Yeah, well, you can sense by the empty stadium there, Mad Jason, because half the seats to me look empty, that a lot of people have felt the same generally about the football club going into this one. Ball's down now towards the right-hand side. The referee's given a free kick here against Luke Thomas, and there's going to be an opportunity from the set piece down to the bottom right-hand corner of our penalty area for Charlton Athletic. And there was nothing in that. I mean, that was a weird one. The referee's made some dodgy decisions today. Luke Thomas went up for a ball 50-50 with Leeburn. There was a little bit of arm drapage, but I don't think you can really give a free kick for that. Don't forget, guys, hit that like button. If we can get to 50 likes today, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you all for joining us. I mean, hopefully so far it's not been as bad as it could be because we're still 0-0 in this, but it does look like things are looking incredibly shaky for us. And the big opportunity coming up for Charlton now as you join us. They've got all their players up inside the penalty area here. They've got 3 centre-backs ready to rush at our defence as well, trying to get some heads on this. Ball in towards the back post. It's going to come all the way down to the foot of Carey, and there's a strike, and it was blocked really well there by Ricardo Pereira. And now Leicester looking to try and break on the counter-attack. We somehow let that ball bounce down. There's a long ball forward trying to find, I believe that's a Luco pushing up there. And unfortunately intercepted by Charlton. It's gone out of play for a Leicester City throwing just inside their half. Cody mopped that up really well. That was interesting. A good bit of a counter-attack there. Maybe the ref's not wanting too much contact today. I'd agree with that, Scott. That's a very good point, mate. I think referees in the Championship are very odd. Some of them like physical games, don't they? And we've seen it a lot where they've allowed physical games to get out of hand at times this year, like the West Brom game. You remember the last 10 minutes, everyone was getting yellow cards because the referee had allowed such a physical game throughout the game and then lost it at the end. It was a bizarre one. But the different standards of refereeing are fascinating. Charlton just passing the ball amongst their back 3 right now. They are playing that 3-1-4-2 shape like I thought they were, which is their prime formation. They're heading the ball on now towards our towards our the penalty area D, but we're going to get it away here. Back on halfway. We've got 10 minutes here to hold on to half time to keep this 0-0. Nice ball in from Charlton. They're across the penalty area, and the guy slid the ball across into the side netting, and it's going to go behind for a Leicester City goal kick. So we'll take that. A little bit poor in the final third. But for a team like Charlton who are struggling to score goals, struggling on the road, they've also got that challenge of they've got to find a way to score a goal today. They'll be confident, bearing in mind they've got the man advantage. But I think so far you could say, okay, the goal should have been given for Charlton. That was ruled out from the corner. But apart from that, we've dealt with everything since then relatively well, guys. Positive 1 minute, so we're not conceded. Yeah, it's true. If we get to half-time at 0-0, looks like my head was probably looking at this game in the right direction. Ayew has running legs like Bambi. He looks like Bambi on ice, doesn't he? He's literally, and he goes down a bit too much, especially for the referees we got in this league. You don't get the protection like you get in the Premier League. And that was a weird ball from Fataru there. The ball dropped down to Abdul Fataru on the left-hand wing, and he just turned around and just kicked it towards their goal. The second time in 2 games I've gone, he's tried to get the football as far away from him as possible, which is a lack of accountability, which I don't like. Ball's in from Charlton now, and Charlton have scored, guys. As I was talking about Abdul Fatawu, we've been done on the counter-attack, and unfortunately the ball's come into the box. It has fallen down in the penalty area, and Charlton have put it into the back of the net. It is, unfortunately, Leicester 0, Charlton Athletic 1. We were dealing with everything all right, and unfortunately it's gone in the back of the net. I'm just singing the goal scorers. We looked dejected walking away from our goal towards the halfway line. We're going down, Gray. I don't think you're wrong there, mate. They're still out there talking to the manager, Charlton, trying to make sure they're getting this process right. And Andy King's got his scrubbing his chin there. What do we do? Okay, let's see the replay now. The ball comes in from this right-hand side, crossed in. There should have been an interception. It was missed by the Leicester player. It put Ricardo into trouble there at the centre-back position when he'd come inside. And there was 2 Charlton players and 1 Leicester player. Nice little dink ball. And it was, I believe, Carey, wasn't it? Their top goal scorer. Is it number 14? Yeah, it is. It's Carey, their top goal scorer. His 7th goal of the season for Charlton Athletic, guys. And unfortunately, whatever little bit of confidence we could have taken from keeping a clean sheet with 10 men for 20 minutes here has now evaporated. With help from the referee for the goal that shouldn't have been disallowed. But the right result has come to pass here, I'm afraid. You can't say anything else apart from after 37 minutes. Charlton have probably been the better team and they're 1-0 up. So now we've got to find a way to score a goal with 10 men. The ball is now in the Charlton half as we get this game underway. The referee's playing an advantage. Can we respond quickly here? Ball forward towards Fatawu. Unfortunately, it was a weak pass and it's gone all the way to the Charlton player. And now it's out of play here, halfway in the Charlton half for a Leicester City throw. We need a long throw from Luke Thomas here. And it looks to me like the stadium has somehow emptied even more, literally after that goal. Unbelievable. Nothing to say about our team. They just got no weight behind them, have they? I think we could see it coming. Well said, Yvonne. Heads down, look down as they're walking back to the centre. All these things, great observations, guys. Unfortunately, the problems at our football club have ran deep for so long, they're now really being exposed, right? Luke Thomas getting prepared for this long throw now. We lasted 37 minutes. Terrible defending. Well said, all the comments, guys. Here comes Luke Thomas now. He's going to take a long throw. And can we luck ourselves back into this game and get it all square again? Here comes the throw towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Doesn't make it quite that far. He's going to head it back into danger. There's a little bit of bouncing. Ayu's got a flick on it. And unfortunately, that sort of flick isn't going to cause any problems. It goes up in the air. The goalkeeper grabs it. The opportunity is lost. And it's still 1-0 Charlton. Why does goalkeeper keep kicking high balls to Ayu, a complete shit show? Now, fair comment, mate. I mean, I wanted us to add some more long balls, but you can appreciate the angle as well. If we haven't got the most physical players and bigger players at the top end of the pitch, which makes it problematic to do that too much. In some ways, we need to be a team that plays out from the back, but we haven't got the players to play out from the back either. So we're kind of screwed. What do you do? Either way, this is just a really poor football team we got together now at Leicester. Not the best day to give up drinking. Chris has now immediately popped down to the local shop. He literally lives above a shop, so he's not got far to go to get his cider either. We'll see him at half-time when he'll be slightly slurring. No, I'm joking, mate. He's got it on open as well. I can see him. Anyway, Charlton have got the ball now. We've got 5 minutes towards half-time, guys. Let's hope we do not concede any more here at least, because then you say this game's already drifted beyond us after 45 minutes. Who would want to be a football manager? Well said, Dorco. I'd quite like it, but I'd also, but I think it's low wins, isn't it? Here come Leicester now. Counter-attack on the left-hand side. Mavrididi. Unfortunately, he doesn't drive forward, though. He stops and holds onto the ball just past the halfway line. We're now trying to come inside, and this allows Charlton to get themselves back into their shape. I don't think Charlton have got a single worry in the world as long as they get back in their shape, because we're not going to play through them. It's actually getting annoying seeing Mavrididi getting played through on the side and then not continuing with his run. By continuing with his run, he can then bring the rest of the players alongside him to contribute more. Here comes Aluko bursting forward from centre back. He's gone all the way through, and that's surely a free kick, and it's going to be a yellow card. Well done, Badi Aluko. Literally from the centre back position, guys, he burst forward from halfway in our half into halfway in their half, and then got brought down there by the Charlton player off of the ball cynically. It was Dykes tracking him back from the striker position. Great stuff from Aluko there. That's why I wanted Aluko involved in the first place today instead of Ricardo. I just felt his energy. Yeah, it's a bit raw. It's a little bit loose. But, oh, my God. I mean, we wouldn't have predicted Okoli getting a red card, would we? Does Skip's injury look a bad one? No, he's got a concussion. He's in concussion protocol. He is due back next week, all being well. So as long as we wrap his head in a bandage for a week, we should be back to okay. I really hope Top is feeling the heat high, Clib. I hope you're all right, bud. No time for flimsy statements after this. It's a flimsy performance again, mate, isn't it? I think that sums up everything about the club right now. But we have got a free kick here heading towards the 41st minute. Luke Thomas is going to take this now. All Leicester players are up here. Nelson's up here. We've got Decordover-Reid. The ball's played in now from outside the penalty area. It's been flicked on. It looks like it's going to go all the way behind for a corner to Leicester now as we get towards half-time. If we take an opportunity of a set piece, that'll be something. But then I'd look at this and go, we haven't got Vestergaard on the pitch. So who's going to be getting on the end of these? And Okoli's off as well, who's also physical because he's got the red card. Looking at the height in this team, we're now lacking height in particular. I mean, Aluko is probably one of the biggest chaps we've got out there now. Maybe Mavrididi. It's very difficult. The ball's going to come in now from the corner. It's going in towards the 6 yards box. It's in swinging. There's a flick on by a Charlton player. It's going to go behind the opposite side of the goal for a second opportunity for Leicester from the corner here. That's why we need youngsters in the squad. They play brave, a bit naive at times. Yeah, I completely agree, mate. I mean, I just think the energy we need right now is something which is uplifting. We're a very stagnant football club right now. And a lot of that is players who probably want to be somewhere else, to be frank. So bringing in people who want to just get good football down, just bring a bit of energy and make a difference. Corner in towards the near post. It looked like it was going to be flicked on there, but unfortunately it's been cleared away by Charlton. And they'll hoof it all the way down to Jacob, who's halfway out in the Leicester City half here. He'll lay it off short now, trying to create an opportunity again from the back. Charlton are well back in their shape here. Can we wrestle with this battle with Mavrididi? I think we've just about done it, you know. Mavrididi's done a good job there. The ball's going to come inside now, trying to get the crossing we have. But the problem is that every time we're trying to break down Charlton now, we're trying to flick crosses into the box when we're not very tall. They've got 4 centre-backs waiting for every ball that comes in, and they're reading everything we're doing. It seems a bit counterproductive. Our best opportunity is going to be from a corner here, I swear to God. Luke Thomas now going to have a long throw in as we get towards half-time. It's coming in towards the 6-yard box, into the centre area, headed clear by the Charlton centre-back, outside the penalty area again. Bit of head tennis going on. Mavididi will bring it down now as the one-touch football continues. Got to have someone take responsibility here. Ball coming in now from Thomas towards the back post. It's picked up here by, I believe, Ricardo. And unfortunately, he's lost the ball. No, it was Choudhury. Choudhury's first touch today has been terrible. Every time he's touched the ball and every time a player's gone anywhere near him, he winces. He's got a big thing in his head about getting crunched, Choudhury. He's afraid of playing in this football team, I swear to God. That's the second time he's touched the ball today, and the second time he's just got rid of it or shirked away from the responsibility of having it. Very disappointing. Mavididi now trying to drive inside, gets a strike away, hits a Charlton defender inside the penalty area, but it is blocked, and now it's come back to halfway. Leicester pumping it forward again here. A little bit of pressure here from us, would you believe it? But we've got to turn these pressurised situations into goals for us, which is something we've really struggled to do this season. With 10 men, the performance doesn't matter so much. Hopefully we can get a point of a smash and grab. It's a terrible state of affairs, though. Can't believe we're bliss bad. It is worrying, isn't it, James? And a great comment there from you, my friend. Thank you. It's very worrying because you just see the gaping pit that lies beneath us, and you just see us falling into it with no ability to grab onto the sides and stop ourselves going. It really feels inevitable what we're seeing now. And we need someone to come into this and just change the inevitable into the direction where it suits us. Well, at least we can master our own destiny. This is a football team right now out there that doesn't look like it's in control of its own destiny. Here come Leicester over the halfway line. Charlton with the only shot on target so far in this game. As we get towards, we're going to see how many minutes are added on here. Mavididi with a little ball across it. It goes across the 6-yard box, guys. Cleared by Charlton Athletic behind for the corner. Good opportunity. A little bit quicker there in playing through the press. Didn't give Charlton as much time to get back behind the ball. Created a bit of space. The ball comes across. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get close to it. Shock horror. But it has gone behind now for another Leicester corner. And I fancy us, if anything, to score from a corner today. You know, we haven't particularly got the height. I just think the chaos of putting those balls into the 6-yard box is going to be beneficial to us here. Forgot Choudhury was on the pitch. He literally does not want to be on the pitch. I don't know if he's got ideas about moving. Corners in now towards the near post. Headed clear by Charlton. On the volley by Leicester. And it's gone past this near post here. And unfortunately, it's going to go for a goal kick. And it was Harry Winks hitting the strike there. Stephen, you're dead right, Tom, about Choudhury. I just can't read it any other way, Stephen. I cannot read it any other way. Every time the balls come near him, he's not wanting to run against the player, not wanting to bring the ball down. He just wanted to kick the ball as far away from him as possible, including killing opportunities for us on the attack. It is really disturbing. His agent must be in his ear saying, don't get injured, we'll get you out of here. There's some interesting Saudi clubs now for Choudhury, isn't there? I mean, maybe 80 million quid, we'll talk business. 10 minutes of added time at the end of the first half, guys. What did I tell you? We'd seen very little actual football here. We're into the first minutes of 10 minutes. What halftime show are we going to have today? Chris has actually got an icon, a logo for that. I can't believe it. Here come Charlton now, they're saying. That ball in towards the 6-yard box. It's going to come down to them at the far post on the volley, and it's taken well there by Jacob with his feet as he deflects it out, and it's going to come all the way out for Jordan A to hopefully counter, but sadly not, as Charlton have managed to kill that counter-attack dead on halfway. Good save from Jacob there to keep this one at 1-0. Used his feet, bit Peter Schmeichel-esque there that was from back in the day. Have faith, young Tom. I have more faith in you, Chris. And bear in mind, we're a bit chaotic at times as a channel. I have more faith in me and you, mate, than I do in Leicester City right now. But Jacob at least keeps it a 1-0 at the moment. Kevin's had enough. I'm pretty sure half the stadium has as well, mate. And now we've got 10 minutes of this torture to continue. This really is being in hell right now for Leicester City fans, isn't it? Not only was that first half embarrassing enough, the referee's now got to make us play 10 more minutes of it. My team had Choudhury omitted from Clibbo. Yeah, do you know what, mate? I should have done the same with mine. I actually put him in as a 10 to try and encourage something different. But if I played him as a 10 today, we'd be playing worse we would under Kingy's shape, to be completely honest. So shows what I know. It's a Leicester player down here, though, towards the halfway line. The referee's not blown for this. Looks like a head injury, and he's got back up, though. I think it was Jordan Ayew. He likes to do that, doesn't he? He likes to go down and then try and see if anything comes from it. Long ball forward from Leicester. It's going to go all the way through to Kaminsky in the Charlton goal. And we've still got 7 minutes of this. I'm desperate for a break, guys. I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to be as objective as I can about this. I think we had a good spell there, but I do think the red card was correct, and I do think Charlton should be 2-0 up. I think the goal that wasn't given for the corner was a complete ludicrous decision. Completely insane. Nice press there from Leicester. We had Mabadidi, Ayew, and we also had Page pressing up there, and it's gone all the way back now to Kaminsky. But what can we do with one less player? Decent save from Jacob, yeah. Got a bad feeling Leicester on the new Stoke. Can't for the life of me see them going up in the future. I'm more concerned than that, John. I got a horrible feeling we might get relegated to League One at this rate. It just seems to me like if we can't get the basic fundamentals of running correct, about sprinting correct, then you've got no chance to compete against every other team in the Championship. But even if they lack quality, they're disciplined and organised and getting back behind the ball and breaking quickly. It's like we're turning up to like a race where there's Ferraris and Lamborghinis and we're in a Skoda. We've got no chance, have we? Match stats up on the screen there from Chris, guys. We're into the 48th minute here. We will be going to 55 in the first half as we've got the 10 minutes of added time. Charlton playing a long ball forward now. It's going to be dealt with in the air and it's bounced around a little bit. Charlton winning the aerial battles in this game as well, which is quite concerning. Nelson now to come forward and try and feed a pass through. Just looks like every time we counter-attack, there's about 3 or 4 Charlton players literally ready to go. Oh, saying that though, Kaminsky's come out there and kicked the ball away under pressure from Ayew. Did enough to put him off, but unfortunately we can't win that second ball again in the centre of midfield, and Charlton will now try and break. Aluko's coming back now trying to cover off Leeburn. Leeburn comes back inside towards, I think it's Carey. He's playing the ball across now. There's a Charlton player free and it's 2-0, guys. Would you believe it? The ball across and it is Lyndon Dykes. What did we say in the pre-match? It is 2-0 to Charlton. The ball came in from deep, went all the way across the 6-yard box for Leicester. Just got away from the Leicester defender into some space and just prods it home with momentum from the ball itself. Jacob was diving across. He couldn't quite get to it. Can't blame him a lot there. You can't let him get a strike on goal from there, especially with 2 players around him, and neither one won that battle. It's Leicester 0, Charlton 2. Embarrassing. Their centre-backs are so dominant. Yeah, well said. I mean, this is why our strategy going forward is poor. And you compare it to this goal now. The ball comes in here from Leeburn. He comes inside. And there's a little one touch, and it's the cross in just completely kills our 2 defenders back there. It's Nelson, and I believe I can't see who it is actually, guys. Yes, it was a deep ball in, left hand cross towards the backside post, and it's really disappointing. Page puts a foot up there to try and block it, and it's Nelson and Luke Thomas again, guys. Oh, do you know what? I had to look twice before I got on the anti-Luke Thomas bandwagon, didn't I? But Luke Thomas did not get close to his man again there. Let him free, and it's an easy goal. All he had to do was slide in and stick his leg out. Leicester 0, Charlton 2. I bet Cody is laughing his nuts off. He's having a great time today. He's telling everyone what to do. Luke Thomas wrong side, yeah. And it had to be a guy we were linked with. How do we get out of this, Tom? Is anyone... I mean, there's 2 ways. You're British. Well, if you're not British, you probably won't be British. But for a British person, there's 2 ways we could deal with this. Number 1, we can pray. Or number 2, we can start drinking heavily and just hope everything works out for the best. Which is probably the British way of doing it is number 2. But, terrible. The defence there. I mean, there was 2 players on him. We should do better. Long throw from Luke Thomas now in towards the penalty area. Kaminsky punches it clear for Charlton. He looks a lot more assured than Jacob does, doesn't he? Got 4 minutes left of this torturous first half. That could be even worse than what happened against Oxford. And now we've got Fatawu down. He has taken a crunch. And do you know what's insane about this? I'm looking at this and he's not looking that hurt, but he's looking like to me someone who doesn't want to be crunched. He's now been helped back to his feet by a Leicester player, but he's been so ineffective today, Fatawu. Well said, Jeff. Cheer us up, chat, and press the like button. 81 in the chat, 33 likes. Oh, dear. Long throw from Leicester now. Can we get a goal back towards half-time? I probably won't celebrate it that highly if we do, guys. I refer you to my pre-match rant. I look forward to seeing you, Wayne, take it over at half-time, mate. Ricardo looking frustrated, but still trying to encourage the rest of the players here. Wow, these are dark days for the football club. Thomas is the worst player to wear a City shirt. Very close armchair. I mean, Junior Lewis played for us once. I mean, that was pretty horrendous, but... I wonder if Luke Thomas, if we're going to commit to him, play him as a left winger. He can't defend. His defensive side of his game is becoming non-existent. The only thing you can say is he's got a cross, but he ain't got any strikers to cross it to. So what's the point? What a mess we are. Anyway, Ball over halfway, 2 Leicester players trying to fight for it there, Nehru and Mavrodidi. And unfortunately, Charlton have just dealt with it really easy and played it back to Kaminsky. The second half can really be a stroll in the park now for Charlton. They might as well just park everyone behind the bus. Stephen Fatu wants to go off. Yeah, exactly. I don't think he wants to be playing, mate. Sums up everything, doesn't it? I think, honestly, the only player who's shown me the level of energy I'd expect has been Aluko so far, and that's because he's actually had a go at sprinting. Talking about Fatu, though, he's having a little sprint now, tries to get the cross away, 2 players on him, it deflects around, and it's going to go out for a Leicester City throwing here. 53 minutes coming up on the clock, guys. So we've got about 2 minutes. Seems like no passion from all the guys at all. We should cash in on Fatu if an offer comes in. Yeah, I mean, I'm in 2 minds about Fatu, guys, because my concern is if we can't actually score a goal just by playing football, he's been the only one to get us a wonder goal now and again. And hey, look, he hasn't done it for a month now, so I'm holding on to things from 2 or 3 months ago. But if we get rid of him now and it's not for the right price, we're literally cutting off one of our only options to score goals, no matter how frustrating he is. I think then we'd be bang on for relegation. But don't be wrong, I'm not happy with his performance either. I'm not advocating he's been brilliant because he hasn't. Leicester now with the ball on halfway. It's going to come up here towards Ricardo, who flicks it on towards Fataru. They've not been playing very well together, these two, at all. Every time it seems to me like Ricardo's feeding really poor balls to Fataru and vice versa. It's really bizarre. Ricardo now plays across inside. Ayew there, once again, is bundled off the ball too easily there. We're having a hard time getting through these bounces of the Charlton defence. They're literally out-muscling us at every opportunity. Ayew's not going down as much, but it just means he's losing the ball every time it gets to him. Frustrating. Here we go. Flick ball forward now from Louis Page. Trying to get in behind here is Fatawu, and it's going to go behind. Is it going to be a corner? It looks like the referee's given a corner here. We've got 1 minute to go, guys. No, and now he's pointing towards a goal kick after a discussion with the Charlton players. We don't even get a lucky corner there to finish this off. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that, bud. 85 you win. Thank you all for being here with us. At least we're in it together, right? I always say we're lucky here because we've got a great community of people, great community of mods. At least we're in it together, guys. I might need to go get a proper drink second half. Cheers. Top and Rudkin look on. Rudkin look like he's got a blooming lemon sweet in his mouth at the moment. That's the question of John Rudkin at the moment, guys. Ball comes forward here. It's going to be headed around by Leicester on the halfway line. Is there any chance of a ball forward? Charlton have got such organisation. They're not even breaking a sweat when we come forward. Fatu here on the right-hand side, trying to get past his man. He's been read well and it's gone out of play. We're just waiting for the referee to blow, guys, and you'll have the halftime show with Chris and Wayne, who will take you through their thoughts, and then you'll be able to talk a bit more freely about what we've seen so far. What do we do to fix this? Down to 10 men, 2-0 down, no clean sheet again for another game, looking like we can't score a goal. I don't know how we can get out of this. Top wage in the Championship is 15k approximately. Yeah, we're paying about 75-80 for some of ours, unfortunately, Gray. Surely the fact he does a job with better players around him. Last time you were down, he was very good. Good point, John. I think that is a good point. I think he hasn't helped himself by getting a bit too selfish. As the ball goes back to Jacob, and it is half-time, guys. Half-time, red card for Leicester, goal disallowed, and then there's 2 for Charlton, 2-0. Chris, you can bring yourself back in, buddy. What a frustrating first half. That is an empty stadium as well. How frustrating. Do you hate being right sometimes, Chris?
Oh, I hate to say I was right, but I was right. Anyway, you going off and do what you got to do. Wayne's ready to come in. Let's have a moan.
See you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
Hi, Chris.
I refer you to my pre-match rant. That's all I am saying. I mean, what is the point? In fact, I've not got my microphone here. What is the point of paying a manager off to get him out when the apprentice just comes in and does exactly the same? I mean, I watched The Apprentice. I haven't watched it for a few years, and I watched the first one this week, and they were bloody awful. But I think this lot will do even worse. What a load of shit.
I think we were in the game, Chris, and it's just a moment of madness. Really, that is naivety in defence.
It wasn't even in defence; it was on the halfway line.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing is we've been caught out before like that. So we're on the attack, either lose the ball on the wing or lose the ball in the box, and one or two quick passes, it's straight up to, and we had 1v1, didn't we, at the back? And if you 1v1, you do, especially with a physical player, do not go tight. Do not go tight on him. You've got to give him a couple of yards.
I mean, the guy that was so awful he couldn't get into Birmingham's first team in League One scores a goal against us. Luke Thomas, what the hell is he doing on that pitch? All I will say is, when I picked my team the other day with Tom in the pick and mix, I had three at the back with Vestergaard playing like that sweeper role behind Okoli and thing, because if he goes up, he can't get back. What would have happened? And somebody said to me, all you're going to do there is be playing players on side. But I tell you what, if that had have happened, and my point with that would have been to keep Vestergaard on like the edge of the box. Yes, we'd be playing people on side, but Aluko wouldn't have had to do that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, we thought that playing the high line was a nightmare situation with Vestergaard, but it just shows you that it's happened with Okoli, hasn't it? And that is the one question mark over Okoli. Is first of all, he lost his head a bit when he played in the early games, and that is a rookie error. You know, on a Saturday Park, Sunday Park, non-league football. His teammates, even if he didn't get sent off, if he got booked, for instance, his captain will be saying, do not go that tight again on the last man.
Well, I don't think there's anybody on that pitch that would have the brains to go and say that to him.
No, except one thing is interesting. Cody is running that show, isn't he, for Charlton? You've seen him. He's saying, move here, come here, you stay there. Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like he's got a point to prove, isn't it?
Exactly. And when he nearly scored that goal, we were like, oh, my God, don't.
I mean, do you remember what? Well, let me just say, I might be able to actually let me just find this, because I think this kind of sums it up. Because when we sacked Marti Cifuentes, I thought it couldn't get worse, could it?
It can.
All I'm going to say, I'm going to ask you one question here, Wayne. Was I right at the start of the show?
You were actually. I phoned Samaritans 5 minutes after listening to it. I switched on, heard the word balls, and then I felt quite dejected. I was thinking, oh, let's get excited for the lead up to the match. And it was like, oh, yeah, you are. You are. When somebody new comes in, they can't change the personnel. They have 3 days training, and not a lot's not going to be changed. But
yes, he can. He can change the formation.
Yes, that is one thing. Yes.
So, you know, whether he's had them for 3 days or 4 days or 5 days, they couldn't, if he changed the formation, let's say to 3-5-2, which is what I want, would they play any worse than they're playing now? No, because they can't play this formation. So what does it matter? Bring the youngsters in.
Yeah, and I think it would bring security.
Players.
Yeah, and I think the younger players would feel more secure in like a back five, for instance, you know, because you got that protection. Charlton are a physical side. They were physical in the first game, probably should have had more bookings, and they are a physical side. And once again, Ricardo, you know, he's getting done. Ricardo's getting done regularly.
He'll still get a yellow card by the end of the game, and I think he's just trying to collect them so he can have a match off. I mean, Vestergaard's going to be back next week, I'm guessing, because Okoli's out for 3 weeks. I mean, What? I mean, look, it's the spur of the moment. I don't know. They're just showing it again now. He was all over him, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't like he wasn't even subtle.
No, that was like WWE, wasn't it? You know what I mean? That is like the older. That's like Vinnie Jones. Vinnie Jones was looking at that, thinking, "Go on, lad. Go on, lad."
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at it now, Okoli. He's got his shirt.
That's the problem when
you hold the shirt, the player's going to go down, isn't he?
Yeah, there's two rules in football, main rules in football. Stay on your feet. If you don't stay on your feet, you probably get a yellow or red. But here's the thing, the bottom line, if you don't stay on your feet, it shows you're out of control. So when you do your lunging tackles, it's a sign that you're out of control in the situation. Another rule in football is if you're the last defender, do not, especially against a physical, do not go right up close to them because they can turn you either way. They can pull you. And it was too close. He realised he made a mistake, and he then had to do the desperate tactic that got him sent off. And that is, so if you go back a stage, you've got to have the intelligence to not be in that situation from the beginning. And that is Okoli's Achilles heel, really.
If results go against us, and we ain't going to come back from 2-0 down with 10 men, we could end up in 17th place on goal difference above Charlton. I mean, it's just embarrassing. I mean, I did a show last night with Reese, and it was a case of who do we want in as a permanent manager? And I went basically down the main ones, and we talked about a couple of dark horses, and then Reese picked his wild card. He picked 6 that he would have out of the list of about 13, 14. He picked 6. I picked 5. We only actually agreed on 3. King was one of those. I am going to take it back. On this showing, I do not, well, I told you right at the start, before even the game kicked off, I do not want Andy King managing this club at the moment. 3 or 4 years down the road, possibly. Like I said in the chat, get Rowett in just till the end of the season at least.
I mean, it makes you question though, because all the managers want that. We all ask the question: why do we pay managers 3-year contracts, sack them after 6 months? But so the question I've got is: would any manager consider coming in, or would they try and negotiate? No, I'm not coming in for that. Sign me for 1.5 years or something at least, or. You know,
yeah, I mean, I said rolling contracts would never work. I mean, Dave Challoner was one of the other ones, Gray, but I have to say we couldn't get him in now because at the end of the season, we could approach him to maybe say, "Do you want to go at the end of the season?" But we haven't got the money at the moment I don't think, to pay him the compensation. Although, like I say, he's out of contract at the end of the season. But with Rowett, he's there. He's not working at the moment. He's out of work. He's done all right at a lot of time. I mean, he kept Oxford up. He was doing very well with Birmingham until they sacked him to bring Rooney in. Just keep him till the end of the season to work with Andy King.
I think it's a good call, Chris, because it's the character that we've been wanting to build. And I think the problem is with character, you don't normally get that with 17, the young lads. It normally comes from the older people, like I hate to admit it, choking in my throat, like Conor Cody, or what have you. So I think it's a good call. I do question whether it would actually happen because it's like with the Brendan situation, paying Brendan off. Remember Brendan out. A birthday wish for Brendan out.
Yeah. Brenda was the tea lady. She could probably do a better fucking job.
Yeah, but you just don't know whether that he would come in. I mean, the other question I've got with regards to signing a manager even until the end of the season, so the club reckon they've got money they don't need to sell to buy somebody, but it's got to be the right person. But with the past history of the managers and how much it cost us, have we got money to spend on a manager?
Who knows now? I mean, Brad's in. He says get Rowett in on a 2-year deal. I don't think so. I don't think Rowett is the long-term answer. The other guy that I would have liked is basically it was King, but I've now gone off King, obviously. Rowett. The other three were Dave Challoner, like we've just said.
Love that night.
Challenge. That's the one we couldn't afford. My other two were Robbins. But he's at Stoke. Why would he leave Stoke? They're sat in 11th. I don't think he's got that much of a history with Leicester to make it appeal to him. But look at what he did at Coventry and where they are now. As Reece said, they are where they are now on his team.
Yeah.
And Scabola from Lincoln.
Yeah, good call.
As Challoner. But I think let's just keep it running till the end of the season.
Yeah.
And then we can, it gives us time to assess what we've got. And because, that should be the first question that is asked. Do you want to manage Leicester? Yes. Will you play anything other than the 4-2-3-1? No. Well, fuck off then.
Yeah.
I mean, that should be the interview process.
Yeah, I felt interesting because one of my customers is Sunderland Sports. I've always chatted with him, like when they went on through the playoffs. It's interesting. So Sunderland only went up through the playoffs, and their trajectory. We could have been. Other teams could have been Sunderland, but it was the recruitment and having a good manager and recruiting along a certain dynamic of age of player and skill set. And they've gone from strength to strength. And I can see them staying in the Premier League for quite a while, actually, Sunderland now. So it is possible if you get it right.
It is, and we got it right 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, as we go up, we come down. Burnley had it right under Sean Dyche for I don't know how long. They were up there, even got into Europe. But now they're on the downward trajectory again because they're probably going to go down again this season. Sunderland, yeah, they're doing well, but that was us. And it'd be interesting to see that if Sunderland, let's say, go on and win the Premier League, they're not going to, will they end up with the same sort of problems that we've had? I think any team would, to be honest with you. I think we have got a lot of problems around the club, players and upper management, etc. But it all comes back to the manager. Like I said before, when Adam Sadler, who is now helping out, I mean, for fuck's sake, why did we bring that Muppet back? When Brendan left, what did he do for his one game in charge before Dean Smith came in? I'll tell you what he did. He played exactly the same players and exactly the same formation as Brendan Rodgers. And you know what? He lost that game. Kingy comes in. What does he do? Well, you know when I did that thing about taking the mask off? That Marti Cifuentes, has anybody seen Marti Cifuentes since we sacked him? No. I haven't seen a picture of him anywhere. It's because he's not gone anywhere. He's underneath that mask of Andy King.
Yeah, I think remember Dolly the Sheep, the cloning thing. You're thinking, well, how many 4-2-3 managers have been cloned, 4-2-3-1. Yeah, I do think, look, we've got rid of another couple of players this week. We are having a clear out. I've been looking into the young kids under 21s, and I want to go to a few games because it's interesting like that, sort of how we incorporate this into the first team. But although you and Tom I think Tom said there's about 7 players that we need. I look at that as a positive because we've cleared out loads of crap players. And we should pretty much hit PSR. So next year we will have money to invest in the squad. We won't have all these 50, 60, 70,000 pound a week players. We'll be having 10, 15, 20,000 pound a week players. That's it.
Well, all I want to do before we go back is, Wayne, just say you were right, Chris, very quickly.
because of the red card, that's
No. Just say you were right, Chris.
I don't agree. I don't agree, Chris.
Right, Tom, are you going to say I was right?
Well, you were right, yeah, but obviously it's not been the best circumstances, has it? But the second half is underway now, guys.
It hasn't. Anyway, they're coming out. So cheers, guys. I'll see you at full time.
Right, here we go, guys. The second half is underway. One change for Charlton. They've taken off Lieberman and they've brought on number 24, Matt Godden. So there has been one change there for them. Can we do something this second half? You'd argue, looking at the players we've got at our disposal, that it might be difficult. Ball from Ayew, though, and it crosses in now from Winks. Oh, and there's a chance for Leicester, though, saying that, and it's gone behind for a corner. The stadium's half emptied out, guys. Louis Page there was having a chat with Fatawu. There looks to be a bit of energy to start the second half there, and we have won an early corner. Fatawu got right down that right-hand side. The ball came all the way out to Winks, who hits it. It deflects in front of the goalkeeper. Page gets another go, and a sliding tackle last minute from the Charlton fullback has kept it behind for a corner here. Could have been a chance to get one back. I mean, we're going to have to see a miracle effort here second half, aren't we, guys? Corner comes in now towards the near post. Unfortunately, it's not beating the first man. We'll come back to Louis Page again for a second chance. He's going to cross it in towards that back post, towards the 6-yard box. It goes high in the air. Charlton heading it away. Leicester head it back towards the goal. Now Charlton are trying to get it away again. We've got them hemmed back in here for 10 men, but there is an opportunity now on the counter, perhaps. Sliding tackle from Ricardo. Ricardo's taken one for the team there, guys. Here comes Mavididi now coming into the penalty area. Got to get a strike away. Or got to get the cross in. Cross towards the back post. Oh, and it's off Fatawu. Chambers has got a head on it ahead of Fatawu, guys. It could have been equal. Fatawu's now turned Chambers. This game's off to drama start, and it's been blocked in front of the goal again. Leicester with 2 chances to start this second half, guys. You cannot say they've not come out with energy. Now here comes Charlton trying to get a counter-attack. For a game that was very stop and start in the first half, we are actually in a position where the first 2 minutes, we've had a bit of a burst there. That might be it for the second half. And like Chris has said there, guys, Charlton 2 up, make a sub. We're 2 down with no subs. Debatable, isn't it? I feel for Kingy as I feel for any manager in this football club right now, because you look at the changes we'd have to make second half. I don't think we've got the personnel at our disposal on the bench or in the first team to be able to make that change happen anyway. So, although it will be frustrating now to come back into this when you've seen a certain amount of energy being displayed in the first half, and then you go, well, they could have done more again, right? Definitely been more commitment to trying to get towards their goal second half, though. We're just seeing the replay again now with Mavididi cutting inside. The problem with Mavididi is he cuts inside and he's not making a decision quick enough to lay it off or get the shot away, and the opportunity is going past them. Is there any fight in this players? A little bit so far in the second half, but we have got ourselves in a mess here, and obviously the red card is going to be a massive albatross hanging over us for this 45 minutes. Long ball forward now towards the Charlton forward, Godden, who's just come on fresh for the second half. We're going to punt it back the opposite direction. A lot of hit and hope going on here. Ayew's going to let the ball bounce. It's hit him on the leg, and unfortunately, Ayew's close control there at bringing the ball down is terrible. We're kicking the wrong way in this half, so we've even lost the toss. And there's going to be a free kick given to Charlton here. Jordan Ayew, a cynical one, down towards their corner flag. Leicester is just pathetic, and good players becoming used to them giving up. I've got to be honest, it is getting a bit repetitive now, seeing the same problems, isn't it? Like, we try and feed it up to Jordan Ayew to hold the ball up, and we're trying to play. We played the same with Patson Daka, didn't we? We tried to play it to the striker for him to hold the ball up. We basically want that striker to be Harry Kane, and it's Jordan Ayew, and it's Patson Daka. These aren't Harry Kane. They cannot hold the ball up and then distribute it the way that a Harry Kane can. I don't understand why we're trying to play in such a way. It really baffles me. Jacob, under a bit of pressure, clears the ball out towards the halfway line. Charlton are going to get it back low, and they turn and get a strike away from Godden there. He turned and kicked it over his own shoulder pretty much. It rises over the top of the crossbar, and it's going to be a corner. It took a deflection as well. So the Charlton chances are now coming here as we get 5 minutes into the second half, guys. Jacob under pressure just clears it towards halfway. And Godden turns there with the ball. I mean, that's what Ayew should be doing. We had a similar opportunity 2 minutes ago where the ball went up to Jordan Ayew, and he couldn't do that with the ball. He couldn't knee it and then turn and strike it on goal. He just gave it up. It dribbled down his leg and went to the Charlton defender. Corner to Charlton, in towards the back post. Oh, and Jacobs made a flop at it again. Cleared away by Mavididi, though, as it fell to the outside of the penalty area. Jacob really flapped at that again. And oh, my word. Every time a corner comes in, I think the opposition teams know against Leicester, Jacob's weak at dealing with balls that flop underneath the crossbar. And once again, we looked very poor there. Once again, the argument, should Begovic be playing? And then that was another chance for Charlton. Every time I'm on a little bit of a flow here, an opportunity crops up from nowhere. There was a little bit of one-touch football there from Charlton. Godden turns and gets a strike away from about 6 yards out. Luckily, it was really poor, really, for the effort, and it was well saved. But another warning shot coming up from the Addicts here. Lloyd Jones with a great header there. Unbelievable to win that battle. We're not winning any battles in the air. We've got no height at all as Southampton go 2-0 up away at Stoke. Pretty sure I went for 2-1 in that one to Southampton, so I hope I get that one right. Leicester now got the ball up towards the halfway line. 4 at the back here. Aluko dropping back, the more southern of all of those defenders here. As now Ricardo's going to lay it off to Fatawu. Immediately, the Charlton fullback is pressing onto Fatawu, trying to push him back over halfway. Fatawu goes down, and the referee's going to give that one. And cheers to you, Chris. I haven't gone and got a drink. So everyone else is having a drink for the second half. Cheers to you. We lost some viewers because a lot of people like the stadium had gone home, and understandably, it's the same problem, isn't it, week on week? Fatawu is being too deep for me as well. He's coming way too deep, and he's becoming completely ineffective. We get the game back underway here. Aluko coming over halfway. We'll lay it off to Luke Thomas. He's had another, unfortunately, terrible game. We're all cheersing around the room. The referee's given a foul here to Harry Clark. There's going to be a free kick to Leicester now. Okay, so we're causing them some problems. Charlton have come out this half very organised in trying to stop us getting through. Clark has put his arms all over Mavrididi and dragged him back, and the referee will give the free kick to Leicester. If we are going to create an opportunity, it's going to be from something like this. We can't seem to play through Charlton. Their bouncers at the back are doing a good job today. We're going to have to just keep flicking balls into the danger zone and hope one falls in the right place for us. Can 10-man Leicester even score a goal in this game, guys? We've got an opportunity now. Everyone's lined up on the edge of the penalty area. I can see Ayew. I can see Aluko. We've got Page sat a bit further back for a long-range effort, perhaps. Ball in towards the 6-yard box, and Nelson got on the end of it, but the header's poor, and it's over the top of the crossbar. Great, season proper football FM tomorrow, Tom. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll be making some new signings tomorrow as well. My team's on a bit of an edge, though, Gray. I mean, I'm working them too hard. They're getting all broken down. So it's going to be an interesting episode tomorrow at 9 o'clock on the channel when I take my League 2 Leicester team and see what we can do with them. That was poor from Nelson. There was a free header as you're going to get in that position, and Nelson gets it high and wide and over the crossbar. So a goal kick to Charlton, guys, on the 54th minute here, 53rd minute. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Wrexham 1. So Wrexham's march towards the playoffs seems to be going on in the right direction for them. You just get the feeling we're going to put in a lot of huff and puff for this half. We might get 1 or 2 half chances, and then Charlton will take 1 chance to score, which literally sums up exactly where this football club has been all season. We've got the ball back towards our goal now. We're trying to play out. There's a good turn from Mavrididi there. No, it's Jordan Ayew. Jordan Ayew's come inside. You've got to be quicker here, guys. There's 4 Charlton players back. It's a poor pass from Fatawu. It's off the back heel of the Charlton player. Comes back to Luke Thomas low. Mavrididi's coming inside. He gets a strike away. No, he fakes it and gets it on the right foot instead. And unfortunately, it's blocked. Now it comes back to the middle. Here's Ricardo sat in centre mid. He's trying to get a shot away, but it's a poor shot. And it's hit the Charlton defenders that are lined up like soldiers in the battle line. Nothing's coming past us. Here come Leicester again now. Aluko's going to pick the ball up and play it forward. Nice ball down the flank. Ricardo with a nice early ball to Fatawu. Fatawu does his man there, gets past him, gets into the penalty. That's a penalty. That's a penalty. The referee's given it. Penalty to Leicester, guys. Come on. We have huffed and puffed. Fatawu has got inside the penalty area. Fatawu's done his man for the first time, and they've dragged him back in the penalty area. The referee thought about it for a second, but it is a penalty to the Foxes, guys. Right. Is there more drama to come in this game yet? Fatawu there for the first time all game does a really good job of getting past his man and arms all over him. The referee thought about it. The referee thought, is it too soft? But he's grabbed him by the wrist with his arm around his back like he's in a wrestling submission move. He's taken a tumble to the deck and the referee has given the penalty. Come on, score the penalty. Absolutely. If we score 1, all of a sudden, things can change, right? It's going to be Jordan Ayew to take it, guys. Here we go. Jordan Ayew's got a big cut down the front of his shirt. Jordan Ayew about 3 steps away from the ball, coming up to take this penalty now for Leicester. And he hits it and it's off the post. He's hit the outside of the post and it's gone out for a throw-in. He's hit the post. Oh. How can you make things 100 times harder for yourself? It was 3 steps up to the ball, guys. It was left-footed. It was going to the right-hand side of the goal, and it struck the post plumb in the middle and gone out for a throw. Exactly. That's literally what today is like. Thank you for that, Chris. We've missed it. Jordan Ayew's there, just like, what have I done? It was so poor. Anyway, from the throwing now, here come Leicester again. We've got an opportunity to switch to play. A missed penalty now to add to our absolutely awful afternoon at the King Power Stadium, including a red card. Long-range strike from Leicester now, and Thomas is deflected. And Kaminsky has just stopped it from going behind for a corner. It deflected and just fell to the right-hand side of the goalkeeper's post as well. So what an opportunity. Worst penalty ever. Well said, real bearded monster. Sounds like that could be my name, mate, to be honest. Bearded Brothers, I like it. We've got a habit of making things harder for ourselves. It was obviously a penalty. We got lucky with the let-off that Charlton didn't get a third goal in this game when they should have had one from that corner. But now we've still got 35 minutes here to keep pushing on the way we have at the start of the second half. The one credit I will give them, it doesn't look like we're a man down this half. And in the first half, it looked like they have players everywhere more than us. This half, it doesn't, at least. Thomas tagging up here with Mavididi. Mavididi taking his time here, trying to do step-overs. Just get it in, mate. Lays it off, and there's a long-range strike on it for Page. Ricardo strikes it. Deflected well. 2 Leicester players getting each other's way, and it's gone behind for a corner. Ayew got in the way of Page there. Page literally had an open goal, and Jordan Ayew was running across to try and get the ball, not using his eyes and his observation. He got in the way of Louis Page. The first strike was played across from outside the penalty area from Ricardo. It was low. It was a P-roller along the ground. Goalkeeper through a crowd of legs gets down to his left-hand side to make the deflection save. And unfortunately, Page then had a free opportunity, and Ayew got in the way of it. Unbelievable. The resulting corner straight into Kaminsky's hands as well, guys. The drama continues here at the King Power today. Get Ayew off. Ayew's really annoyed me today. I've been defending him more often than most because I think his energy levels have been in the right place, but he's been falling over again too much. And he just looks like he can't hold the ball up anymore. He can't do what's being asked for him. Oh, Godden's in here for Charlton, and it's in, but it's offside. Whew. Charlton there nearly got a third, guys. The ball was played forward. Luckily, the offside trap was played really well there, and Godden was in, and he just literally took it over his shoulder and put it into the bottom corner past Xhaka, but the flag was up straight away here, and it keeps it Leicester 0, Charlton 2 as we go towards the hour mark. Everyone's agreeing. Get Ayew off, please. Well said, guys. Can't disagree with that. Well, Top is there today, Stephen, so he's going to be seeing the empty seats. You do wonder if that was the little flurry we're going to have in this half. Long ball forward now from Kaminsky. And here comes the ball again now with Leicester, and it's going to be brought forward here. Laid off to Fatawu, who's come central now. We're playing quite narrow. I think we're trying to tag up and leave a lot of space. Mavididi now is trying to come inside from the right again. From the left, sorry. Fatawu lays it off. There's a nice one-touch from Ricardo. He's been absolutely hacked down there, Ricardo, in the transition. And there's a free kick here on the D for Leicester. We've missed a penalty. We've not scored, but we've got another set-piece opportunity. A Kermagant of a penalty. Wasn't that bad. He didn't try and chip it, but oh my word, it was pretty poor. Penalty was a bit soft anyway. To be fair, yeah, I think you're right there, Dave, to be honest, mate. It was one arm, but the thing was, he was behind his back, and that's where he grabbed him. I think when you do that, it wasn't a lot of contact, but the fact his arm was behind him and he was pulling him back, it was enough to give it, right? You can't do that in modern-day football. I think it's soft, to be fair. Changes coming up for Charlton here now. It's going to be Luke Berry and Connor Coventry are going to be covering on. To make matters worse, a player called Coventry is coming on for Charlton. The hell continues. It's going to be a free kick to Leicester, though. We've got to get this on target, and we've got to make this count. If we do, I surprisingly still think we might be able to crap house our way to something out of this game. Winks and Mavididi are having a chat here outside to see who's going to take this. I don't care who takes it as long as they put it in the back of the net. For me, it wasn't a pen. Well said. And Mavididi with a free kick off the wall, guys. Unfortunately, it was low. It wasn't high. The wall didn't jump, hit the wall. Comes down this right-hand side now to Fatawu. Fatawu trying to dance around a fullback there, and he's done him again and got into the penalty area, but he can't get past the second man, that one. Oh, and he's picked the ball up again. It's deflected around. Charlton just hack it clear now for a throwing. Long throwing for Leicester coming up. Dorco is the ref feeling sorry for us. There might be a little bit of that because I don't understand why the first Charlton goal was chalked off for nothing. We're turning into Stoke. Every time that anything's happening, it's from a Luke Thomas long throw. It comes in now towards the 6-yard box. Kaminsky's come up and done really well there. Kaminsky is everything Jacob isn't there, guys. Comes out nice, big and strong. Rises well into the centre of the 6-yard box and grabs the ball from the air. That's the opportunity gone. And Charlton must be thinking they need to take the sting out of this game a bit. The more this game gets opened up, the more actually it's going to play into our hands versus their hands. They've got the man advantage. They just want to keep it tight. And as I say that, they're passing the ball around between themselves and the back four. We need a goal. Definitely agree with that one, Gray. And the problem is we've been offered many chances now to get one. And we've actually... Jordan Ayew has been consequential for 2 goals not happening. Not only has he missed the penalty, he got in the way of a tap-in for Louis Page from 3 yards out. Louis Page was just literally going to smack it in. And then Jordan Ayew appeared in front of him. Bizarre stuff. Not seeing any hint of any Leicester changes yet, guys. We've made 2 already, of course, because we've had enforced ones due to the injuries we've had. Hamza obviously has gone off injured, so Harry Winks is on. And, of course, Okoli got the straight red, so Decordover Reed was sacrificed to make way for Aluko at centre-back. Excuse me. Going to see 3 changes coming up here for Charlton as well. Looks like Jaden Ferrier is coming on loan from Stockport County. Is going to be coming on as well. He's a full-back option for them. As the ball goes out of play now towards our goal and towards the corner flag. Still, the Charlton players haven't come on yet, but they've got 3 of them lined up here, ready to go. Shots, Leicester 18, 1 on target. Charlton 7, 4 on target. We've had a lot of shots from long range today and a lot of blocks from Charlton, but that's what they're turning up to do. They're going to bounce for us, aren't they? Long throw going to come in from Charlton now on the far side of the pitch. It's going to be in towards the 6-yard box. Knock on by the Charlton player, and it's bounced down and the strike away, and it's literally bubbled through, and Jacob's picked it up well there. Jacob trying to feed a counter-attack for Fatawu. Fatawu there marching up, but unfortunately doesn't win the duel there, and Jones does a really good job there to keep possession with Charlton. Ayew's getting a little bit feisty. He came running out there and left one on one of their fullbacks, who's hit the deck, holding his ankle. It was Cody. Ayew's gone after Connor Cody, everyone. Hooray! There's a little victory today. Connor Cody just took one on the ankle from Jordan Ayew. It was almost like an FU, mate. He ran and left it on him as well. And there we go, guys. Chris's update. He's on TalkSport tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. You're telling me you've got to bide on TalkSport again, mate. Well done to you. Look forward to see what you got to say on TalkSport. Make sure you don't leave anything on your shelf like you did for the BBC interview where you had to film it again. He's laughing at me, guys. Tell him Chris was shite. Gray, you'll have to tune in to find out what Chris says on that one. But he's very good whenever he goes on there. Very entertaining. Still get ready to make these changes here now. Here come the changes for Charlton, guys. So, Carey's coming off, one of the goal scorers, their top goal scorer. He is coming off. It looks like Connor Cody's going to be coming off as well. So, got around a 5 to 7% shot accuracy on goal. Well said, Prashant. That's about it, mate. Connor Cody getting booed, obviously, as he gets taken off here. He'll be replaced by Jordan Ferrier. I'm trying to see what the third change is. Luke Chambers, the centre-back, is being replaced as well. So it all looks like for like changes for Charlton here. Just fresh legs now coming on for them. I mean, with them having a system with basically 3 going into a 4 or a 5 at the back, I mean, for them, they haven't got anything to worry about. It's going to be up to us to show an increase in standards to get a goal with, you know. Why did we never see that, Cody? We saw him arguing with people, Chris, but I don't think we ever saw people listening to him. It's an interesting problem at Leicester because we see this a lot with other players now, don't we? Players argue with each other, but who is the person who's actually getting it right? Just seems like the inmates are running the asylum. Ball forward from Charlton now. It's going to bounce around. The referee has blown for an offside flag, and it's going to be a free kick to Leicester. Was that our little flurry, everyone? We had a little chance there at the start of this second half to really get this game back into our control a little bit. And you argue if we'd scored the penalty, all of a sudden that completely opens up the potential for a whole new game, doesn't it? Good ball forward there from Leicester. Thomas, quick ball to Mavididi. And it's going to go behind here for a corner. Leicester again, nice bit of direct counter-attacking there. I'll give credit. That's the first time we've broken through their lines properly all game. We didn't allow them time to get back. The corner's been taken short quickly here. We're not allowing them time to prepare themselves. Charlton have still got players in. Trying to get too intricate here on the far-hand side. We need to get the ball in. And now here comes a counter-attack on for Charlton. There's going to be a foot race going on here with Ricardo alongside Ferrier. And I think Ricardo's just about won that one. And Mavididi's got back as well. And it's gone out for a throw into Leicester towards the halfway line. He wasn't allowed to be like that, didn't fit in. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, that's a part of football, isn't it? It's like any team and any business. If you haven't got people that fit into the team, it can be difficult. I've got more chance of doing something to Mila Kunis and Leicester getting anything from this. Fair play to you, Chris. Keep going, mate. Yeah. You go wherever you want, my friend. Wherever floats your boat, as they say, right? Amazing how we've had 18 shots, apparently. It doesn't feel like an 18-shot game, does it? Because actually, 19 shots of 18, I've turned into thingy Aluko, haven't I? My maths. Literally, all of our shots have been so poor. So poor. Now some space for Charlton down the left-hand side as we committed forward here. They got 3 players in the centre. Here comes Tyrese Campbell, who came on as well. Aluko's done really well there and shielded behind for a corner. Tyrese Campbell's come on with a lot of pace for them and a lot of fresh legs. Toppers buying from Waitrose, Charlton, Oxford buy from Audi, do better. That's it, exactly. You guys were talking at half-time about maybe Rowett coming in. I mean, I think the thing you can argue with Rowett is what he was doing at Oxford was putting together a team that was going to be the best version they could be for what they had. Maybe that's the sort of manager we need right now, ironically. David, the youngsters, Dave Smith, Dave. The youngsters are doing okay. I think you're right, mate. I think Aluko's actually looked to be the positive spark so far. Bear in mind, he's not normally a centre-back either. He's played centre-back, but he's a right-back primarily. He's come in and done a very responsible job at centre-back, and he's brought some energy in bringing the ball forward as well. So I'd agree with that, Dave. Well said, mate. Good to see you as well, mate. Means to get on a show soon. Now, do we have any other ideas? That's the point. 22 odd minutes to go, plus whatever added time there will be. This half hasn't been like the first half, where players been on the deck for half of it, so we shouldn't have 10 minutes of added time in this one. Aluko, again, coming all the way forward from centre-back, overlapping. Mavididi here trying to find some space. Back to Aluko. Aluko pushing the ball forward towards the edge of the penalty area here. Really impressed with Aluko. And here comes Winks now. Luke Thomas comes inside. Ayu's gone down there inside the penalty area. The referee's never giving that, Jordan. Up you get. Here comes this opportunity for Charlton on the counter. And they're trying to feed it in there towards Campbell. They're fresh legs. But Jacobs read it well. And now Leicester got an opportunity to press back the opposite direction. This game's got a little bit like a basketball game. End-to-end stuff coming now. Fatawu comes inside. Trying to find an opportunity. The cross there from Fatu is poor and deflected, but Leicester are going to pick the ball up on halfway. And I'd agree with what the commentators just said. We don't look like a team that's got 10 players right now. But is Daka better? Good question. I don't think... it's funny because Daka had one good game against Swansea where I thought his holding up play was actually all right. I was actually quite impressed. But once again, I was surprised why were we playing Daka anyway because of this formation we're playing. We've got 2 strikers who don't fit the profile of what they want in a one-man striker position right at the football club. Any chance of any youngsters coming off the bench? Or no, this is Marti 2 in charge. At the moment, Chris, there's no movement on the bench as we can see, mate. At the moment, we're getting towards 70 minutes on the clock. And we've had 2 enforced changes. And apart from that, we are standing pat. We're holding while the dealer draws. Isaiah just said, oh my word. Dangerous one there, Kevin. I'm pretty sure he's taken a few knocks. I mean, he falls down a lot. He's got a skill set involving Premier League selective diving, which in the Championship will be exposed very quickly. Great ball. Tyrese Campbell there, and Aluko once again comes across and saves the day. Ricardo once again at right back there got caught on his heels, and this is a problem we're going to face now. If I was to make a guess for where the next goal is going to come from, if it's going to be for Charlton, it will come from Campbell down this down their left-hand side, because on the right-hand side there, Ricardo is getting stuck on his heels, and they've brought him on to target Ricardo having a lack of pace. Aluko luckily covered for his teammate there. I did a great job getting back with his mobility, but that is where the danger is going to be posed from Charlton now going forward. We just need to keep using people like Aluko to run these yards. Get AU off the pitch. I totally agree. I'd actually get Daka on for Aluko now. I don't see any harm in it. I really don't. Bit of fresh legs, bit of energy. Especially in a game where we're going to have to cover some yards to create opportunities. You'd argue Daka's best strength is he can run. But the ball's back with Charlton now at their back three. They'll be feeling like they've survived that little flurry at the start of this half really well here. And we definitely need subs. And I agree, Gray. Ricardo is cry-worthy. It's definitely cringe-worthy. And the fact is, other people can see him. Other teams can see this. They can see how they're targeting Ricardo, right? And it's a big problem. Long ball forward from Charlton now. And it's down towards Campbell again. They're trying to feed Campbell every time here now, Charlton. Ricardo shields it out of play. And it's going to be a throwing to Charlton. Most will disagree. I'm sure get Roy Keane in all ruffle feathers. I tell you what, there is something to be said about tough love, isn't there, with this group? They seem to not like tough love, but then they don't seem to be able to perform any other way, do they? Campbell trying to feed a ball inside there. Godden does well, but Aluko's managed to get a foot on it and clear it out towards the halfway line. Charlton again here with the ball back now, trying to take a moment here to regroup and find another way forward. Charlton trying to play directly from their field, past our defenders into running opportunities for their wingers. Here comes Fatawu now. We got 2v2 here. Fatawu. Charlton have got players back. We're trying to find AU. Oh, you put a little dink ball in towards the far side of the 6-yard box. AU there trying to get his head on the end of it, but it was just constantly above his head and going further away from him, and it went out of play for a goal kick. Mavadidi and Fatawu are luxury players, sadly. Good point, Dave. I think we've got an issue where we're going into a relegation dogfight here, and I think we need to look at the bench today. Look, Vestergaard, I don't understand what's happened with Vestergaard. I don't understand where he's disappeared to. But if we're hoofing balls forward now with 10 minutes to go and we're trying to get a couple of goals, why not have Vestergaard and put him up there? Why not have someone who can win a ball in the air? We've got no one who can win these balls in the air. We're having to take so many chances to win a second ball because we're gambling on them making a mistake, but we're not generating enough opportunities. So why not put someone in who can win a bit of physicality? I've seen our Peter Taylor back and Andy King. Oh, my word. I think the start of the second half has been better, objectively. But it's still not good. It's still not good. There's a handball there from Mavadidi, and the referee's going to give that. Tater Peeler. Oh, unbelievable. God, good memories. I say good memories. They weren't good memories. What am I talking about? They were terrible memories. I remember that season. We got pumped. Was it 5-1 at home by Bolton at the Filbert Street? And they were just promoted from the Championship. And like the season before, we finished, 7th? I was thinking after that game, oh no, we're going to get relegated. And look what happened. We did. Nearly promoted Bolton, staffing us 5-1. Oh my God. We've seen some dark days. It's why I'm so aged now, guys, with a beard. Nothing really going on the pitch. As I say that, the ball's back in play and it's going to go towards the Leicester goal. Bit of head tennis going on. Charlton trying to head it back towards their forwards. Aluko's going to clear it away towards halfway. The ball's now going to come through. Is he onside? Godden's going to take it on the strike and it's gone over the top right hand of the crossbar. It was rising and going high, but he caught it on the volley and a bit more sweeter. That would have been 3-0 Charlton. He was onside as well. Nelson was tracking back there, but he got through. Oh, yes, Leicester Mercury said Vestergaard picked up an injury. Well, it was bizarre how it wasn't mentioned yesterday, but it must have happened today then. Bizarre one, isn't it, Jeff? But well noticed, mate. Steve Howard would be handy. Dorco, completely agree. I mean, I think for our recruitment, we need to look at getting players who are a bit taller in. We've got such a small team. It's very much like a Premier League luxury team where you believe in the quality of the feet the players can have, but we haven't got that quality and we're not winning any physical battles with the ball at our feet. So we need more physical players. Let's hope the club does some business because the 31st now, guys. We're running out, bang out of time, aren't we? Charlton have got the ball amongst their back three here now. They'll be quite happy with Connor Cody's debut, won't they, sadly? I think he's done a great job. He's kept a clean sheet for them so far. Ball play forward by Charlton. Aluko once again stepping up really well to get his head on the ball. But it's winning that second ball. Every time Aluko's won this first ball, guys, and flicked it forward and got it into a place where there should be a Leicester player, half the time it's going to a Charlton player completely unattended. There's been no fight for that second ball. Some changes coming from Leicester, guys. We're just seeing on the side of the pitch, Patson Daka and Jeremy Monga warming up. Who they'll be replacing, we will see. We ain't getting anyone in just yet. I think you're right, Paul. We are very much entering a situation where we got to hope there's 3 worse teams than us this year, because I don't think it's going to be on us if we stay up. Fatawu now trying to play a ball in. Too obvious. It's almost an arrogance to our play there. Fatawu took about 20 minutes there to consider playing the ball in towards the penalty area. And then as soon as we did it, the guy had read what he was going to do. So it's now going to be a counter-attack for Charlton. Doherty literally drove from the goal from Charlton towards our goal there, but he's been well intercepted by Nelson. Now Mavridi's got a chance to counter. Come on, Mavridi, just hit it. Comes inside once again, slightly overplaying it for me. Winks now. Is he going to get a strike away? He's going to chip it towards the back post. That wasn't a great ball. It's bouncing around inside their penalty area, and the referee's going to blow here for a battle which Leicester have lost out on. Ricardo's claiming innocence, but Ricardo's caught Bell there in the penalty area, and he's gone down. Well done, Andy. Let's give the youngsters a try, you plonker. Here we go. Jordan Ayew's coming off, and he's getting heavily booed, guys. Jordan Ayew's getting heavily booed. And off is number 10, Steffi Mavrididi. So we got Ayew and Mavrididi off, and we got Monga and Daka coming on. It's like for like. I say there was booing. There's also some cheering that Jordan Ayew was being taken off, guys. There's not a lot of love lost here, is there? Like for like subs, who knew? Talking about likes, don't forget to give us a like today, guys. If you come along to enjoy the pain and torture of being a Leicester City fan right now with us today, we do it for you. We do it for you. We do. Cheers, everyone. Ayew was bad as Akinbaye never rated him. It's interesting. Can anyone actually find a good argument to why we signed him in the first place? I can't. I'm sorry. I think that was a poor decision from a year ago. Or 2 years ago now. Goodness me. All I know is Jordan Ayew today, all he's done different is tore a bit in the front of his shirt to make him look like the Incredible Hulk. Ask me at full time, Tom. Okay, boss. With the current crop of players, do you think we could play 3-4-3 with Luke Thomas and Ricardo on the flanks? Scott, to be fair, my shape was kind of in a similar idea, mate. I think it's a possibility. I do wonder if there's any value in us really focusing on the defensive side of the game the way we have been all season and just not changing it, like you say. I wonder if we're so focused on the fact we can't keep a clean sheet, we're almost manifesting goals against us. I think we need to be focusing on how we play forwards. I do think Luke Thomas is a left back, though. Deary me. Deary me. It's really worrying. Panic signing. Yeah, that's it, James, isn't it? I think that was it. Ball's currently down here at the moment. We're out of play. What's happened here? Aluko bouncing off. Yeah, Aluko there. A bit of a cynical foul against Lyndon Dykes. That's why the ball was out of play. And it's going to be a free kick to Charlton now. It's going to be played in towards the D here. Goes in towards the backside of it. Thomas has done well there. Flicked it away. Counter-attack on. Harry Winks can lead a counter-attack. There's 3 versus 3. Oh, and he's been tackled from behind and the guy's won the ball. Just when Winks was looking up to make the pass, there was a tackle from the Charlton midfielder from behind and he's taken the ball off him now. Sums up our day, that, doesn't it, guys? Hat-trick for Daka incoming. Your odds would be 300 to 1, Chris, I'd imagine, if that was the case. Oh, so disappointing. I'm still going to argue in this game, especially in the second half, I've seen players not willing to take accountability. Winks is again. I mean, Winks, there was a chance for him to get a strike away from outside the goal. Don't know if it's confidence, don't know if it's the fact he doesn't want the hassle if he misses it, but instead he made a really silly little chip ball in towards the 6-yard box, which Charlton cleared. They're going to deal with that all day. John will be eaten alive in League One. I think you're right, mate. You look at the teams doing well in League One now, the teams like Exeter are doing well because they're very well organised and disciplined and they play with pace and, just break away incredibly quick and they're organised. We haven't got any of that. Terrible. I didn't see what Gray said, but what's in that cider, Chris? Okay, I see why you're laughing now. 10 minutes to go, guys. The ball's up towards the Leicester goal here. It's going to be a throw-in to Leicester and it looks like we're going to maybe have another substitution. No, the referee's signalling us 2 balls on the pitch. Ball played back to Jacob now, guys. He's going to go long. Fatu is going to try and win a header here, which he's losing every day of the week. Headed on again here by Page towards Fatu. Fatu's turned his man, but he's got another man there straight away. He's looking at the referee and saying, I was being held back there, ref. Unfortunately, Abdul, this is not the Premier League, mate. There's going to be a bit of grappling. Only certain amounts of it you'll get away with and others you won't. And a lot of these teams like Charlton are masters of the dark arts in how much they can get away with, right? Here comes Monga down the left-hand side now, taking on Clark. Clark's sticking with him, but he's still got the ball stuck to his feet here, Monga. Plays it back to Ricardo. They're trying to tag up here. Monga's been tackled, unfortunately, given the ball away. Held on to it too long. Too slow all-round pitch. Stephen, this is it. There's only one time in the entire 80 minutes so far I can say we've played through the press properly. Until we learn to play through the press properly, we're so afraid of giving the ball away. I don't know where this has come from. Has this come from back in Steve Cooper's day? Top's gone to fire a manager because Top's away. He's not at the chair. Andy King's looking frustrated. Top has gone home. Probably right, Dave. Ball's out of play here down towards a Charlton goal. There's a Charlton player down. New manager now urgent. Transfer window deadline day imminent. Yeah, I can't even say it, mate. Imminent. I'll tell you what, I would take staying up in one place above the drop zone right now and just really have a look at it in the summer, because I think it just feels like we're desperate to pull a break on this and we haven't got a break to hand. A lot of frustration now coming out. Hopefully Tom has gone to watch Bromley play. Good shout who was mentioning Bromley earlier, because Bromley have got a really good recruitment system in particular. Jones is down here for Charlton, guys. There's nothing going on. And Andy King's complaining about this. 82 minutes on the clock and Charlton wasting some time now. Sorry, guys, I was right about the result. You did predict 2-0 Charlton, didn't you, mate? Charlton fans singing, is there a fire drill? There's definitely a fire burning right now at Leicester, and the club is doing a very good job at pouring petrol on it rather than water. Top's gone to sell the club, Blue Fox, great shout. He's gone to make a phone call to Mike Ashley or someone. Well, it feels like there's no hope here, guys. We've got 8 minutes left here now. The Charlton player's still down. There's still time wasting a bit here to increase our suffering so much further. Going to be a throw-in to Charlton to get this game back underway now, down at this near-hand side, just coming up towards the halfway line. And the Charlton players ran all the way to the halfway line, and the referee did nothing there. The refereeing standard in this league's terrible. The ball was actually halfway towards his goal. He got pretty much 2 steps away from the halfway line with the throw-in. Unbelievable. Why time waste? I think it's added on. Exactly, mate. I mean, Charlton are just trying to extend our suffering today, aren't they, bud? Free kick to Leicester. I've done my research, Tom, about Bromley. They're the real thing there. It'd be worth stripping of their assets. Sorry, Direct Football Manager. Yeah, I know with Bromley, they use Football Manager for their scouting. They got a guy who's the head of recruitment who was one of the top Football Manager players, because they managed to bring in some ex-Premier League players, didn't they? Like, I think Ryan Colker was there briefly, and I think there was people like Chambers, who was at Arsenal. They really have attracted in some pretty interesting players to Bromley. And, of course, they've got no money as well. So I think that's a great bit of research there. Fans are leaving. Well said. Yeah, well said, Gray. It is some good homework, yeah. I mean, if you want to look at a football club being run well, Bromley's a very good example right now, definitely. Fatawu down the right-hand side now, guys. Unfortunately, once again, he's taken 20 years to do anything. So everyone's got back, and he takes a strike. It hits the first man of the 3 that were ready to block it. And it sums up the problem with Leicester. And now we can't get the ball away, and Charlton have kept it in our half here, and it's going to be Godden coming down here. Aluko's back covering Ricardo, who's vanished here. Ricardo's gone into centre of defence now because he was up in central midfield again. He's got an obsession with coming inside Ricardo, becoming a third midfielder. Absolute obsession. It's still down towards this left-hand corner for Charlton with Campbell. They're going to play it back towards the halfway line now just to keep possession. They've got no reason to push on and give the ball away. Do you think the ownership are getting the message now, though? I mean, if it's not bad enough, your fans are walking out or not turning up in the first place to show the complete apathy everyone's got towards the football club. Can you now appreciate the attitude of we're going to get ourselves promoted back to the Premier League this year, no problem, was really arrogant. And now this is what we're getting caught out with. This is a football team that has been set up to be arrogant, and this is what catches you out in life. And look at us. This is now 2 times in 2 weeks we've conceded 2 goals to teams in the bottom 2 of the league, pretty much. Get what you deserve, unfortunately, don't you? Hopefully Top's on the phone to someone. Have we showed improvement in the second half? Prashant, amazing, mate. I'd say for the first 10 minutes, yeah, they came out and showed a little bit of a lift. Is that any different to what they do under Marti? Probably not. They used to do that under Marti a bit as well. But no, I would say apart from that, we still look like we're lacking ideas. If anything, it's just showing to me how the personnel we've got at this football club is just broken and horrible. It really is bad. Nathan Jones getting animated on the sideline here. I bet he's delighted because they needed a lift to their season as well. 5 minutes to go. Can Leicester pull a miracle out here? We've got the ball towards their goal now. Mavrididi's going to cut inside, trying to get in towards the 6-yard box, but unfortunately it's been crossed off and there's a strike there from Page and it's over the top of the crossbar. Daka there was trying to get on the end of it and unfortunately it got blocked, but then it came out to Louis Page just inside the penalty area. Takes a strike of his right foot, going towards the left-hand side of the goalkeeper's net, was going up and unfortunately it's over the top of the crossbar, guys. That was a big chance. We've missed some big chances second half. We've missed a penalty. That was a chance where you've got to hit the back of the net, really. Unfortunately, it's not on target. You find that a lot when players are overcompensating. When it gets really difficult, they start overhitting balls. And I've seen a lot of that today as well. This was a perfect game for fans to return and Andy King to change team around. I think he listened to too many others. I think there's this weird gaslighting going on at this football club where half these football players, including people like Wout Faes who have gone now, seem to think they're good players. And I'm sorry. I mean, you can only really, I think, say that if you've actually gone out and achieved something. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they've been arrogant about how good they think they really are. What a return from Cody. It's embarrassing. I'll get rid of Fatui, Maradini, Daka and Ayon and everyone else from Dorco there. We need to really start again, Dorco. But I mean, I'm just completely worried about it because I don't trust the people who'll be making the signings. I'd leave Tops left, so I don't believe them. I've been shouting at Andy Woodman, the negative side of his age, but he prefers a 3-4-3. Age shouldn't matter now. I think actually there's an argument that the football club needs to bring in a manager who's got some of the raw attributes of a Nigel Pearson type. Because I do you know what? I know we talked about tactics in the pre-match. Charlton making a change as I speak here. I just think we need to someone who's just going to look at the problems beyond the tactics. I think we could play 3-5-2, 3-4-3 with this team right now, and it's going to be exactly the same. They haven't got the basic fight to get the job done. They're just showing the second goal from Dykes there again, and once again, Luke Thomas. Can Luke Thomas stick a magnet to the striker just so that he knows how to get a bit closer to him? Because that's probably about the 10th time this season Luke Thomas hasn't got close enough at the right time or has misjudged a ball coming into the box and has fallen over and got himself in a mess and we've conceded. Charlton got the ball on the halfway line now, guys. They're just literally passing it around to the back four. They know this game is done, right? It'll be interesting to see how much added time we've got. Not that it's going to make any difference to us to get something from this game today. I think all today has confirmed for me is the chance of a relegation is incredibly high. Because that hope of trying to bring in someone different to bring in at least a little bit more energy, I think it's been slightly better than Marti, but slightly better is not what we were looking for. We needed to jump up a whole flight of stairs this week. And Lyndon Dykes has had a really good game for Charlton. 3 shots, 2 on target, 9 accurate passes, 30 touches. This is all down to King, like Chris is saying. It's his team selection. I'd also say the team we got is down to Rudkin. Wolves team needs all new ownership, sadly. The problem is that is only going to grow as a louder noise in the fans, isn't it? I mean, this is what the top and the board need to realise. The more this goes on and the more we hear things being said and nothing being actioned, the more noise is going to come to that. Cross from Charlton here, and it's going to be headed by Campbell. He didn't quite get there, and it's gone out for a throw into Charlton. Just to end this game now as we get towards added time, Charlton might add another goal yet. Cheers, Nate. Good to see you, mate. Don't forget, guys, to hit that like button if you can. We've got 79 of you in at the moment, which we really appreciate you joining us for today's game. At least if we're going to be in it, we're in it together, right? I make sure I bring an alcoholic beverage next time to be part of the crew, because Chris has probably now had about a 10-pack of ciders by now. Here come Leicester towards halfway. Nelson but there's no energy to get it forward. I mean, they look defeated. We look defeated. Now it looks like they're more interested in keeping hold of the ball to not consider 9, so I was 1 off. Sorry, Chris. 6 minutes of added time, guys. 6 minutes of pain. It is 7 degrees. Oh, mate, I know. Horrible, isn't it? Trying to play it down this left-hand side for Mavrididi, but unfortunately, story of the game so far has been well dealt with. Fucking rugby. I love that. Good play on words. Can we make that as a T-shirt, Keith? That's a great idea. And Charlton mock the ball up, guys, and they're just going to play it down the left-hand side here. Charlton are just treating this as a training exercise now. Pass back to the centre-backs, pass to the centre-mid, pass to the centre-back, pass to the centre-mid. Leicester players just walking around just like, we've got no answer for this. 5 minutes of the game left, but we know we're beaten. If we're not already beaten physically, we're beaten mentally. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Oh, mate. Because I got a lot of experience in Michigan. I spent a lot of time down in Windsor, Ontario. Shout out to everyone I know in Windsor. Obviously, right neighbour, you know where that is. You know it's neighbouring Detroit, isn't it? So, been to Detroit as well. Got a lot of love for Motor City in Michigan. Tom, is Mavrididi still on? Apparently so, mate. No, he got replaced by Monga. My apologies. If I'm saying Mavrididi, I'm getting my names confused. Monga is on. My only excuse for that is my idol was Murray Walker growing up. And he got a few things wrong, didn't he? But no, Monga replaced Mavrididi. I do apologise. The 4 changes we've had today has been Deco-Reed coming off for Okoli. Sorry, no, not for Okoli. Coming off for Aluko to replace the Okoli red card. Free kick to Leicester here. And then we had Winks coming on for the injury to Hamza Choudhury, which made no difference particularly. And now we had 2 changes second half, which would be Daka coming on and Monga coming on for Mavrididi and Ayew. Monga trying to feed a ball through to Luke Thomas there, but the ball was shielded out of play. No, he was all right, Keith. I could remember. I probably keep seeing Mavrididi. It's my fault. It's so disappointing. Yeah, it is, Yvonne. Well said. It is disappointing. Today was a day. We had a lot of days like this at the football club recently for me, where there's actually like an easy way to uplift the fans. You just got to go out there and put a performance in. I know it could have happened against Oxford, could have happened in this game, and it just hasn't happened, unfortunately. Tigers, Red Wings, Pistons, Lions are doing decent. My favourite English team, not so much. Oh, you think that's bad, Wolves? I support the Leafs, so like, you know, well done, Detroit, but I'm not happy with how it's going. Well done, Red Wings. Two Leicesters going on with the Leafs and Leicester. So we've got 3 minutes of added time to go yet, guys. I can't believe how well the Red Wings are doing, but I won't talk too much about ice hockey. They've been brilliant this year. Second in the division. Unbelievable. Ball goes through for a goal kick to Leicester. There's barely any fans left in the stadium. Nathan Jones is there looking like the Incredible Hulk on the sideline, hulking up right now, saying, come on, boys, we've got a great 3 points here. A 3 points that drags us closer to Charlton. They were 3 points above the drop zone today, guys. Charlton have got the ball back here on halfway. Fatu is going to pick the ball up here. 2 minutes to go. Can we at least get a consolation goal? Fatawi's got 3 players down him and he tries to play a ball inside and it's a dead man's ball. It's not going to reach anyone and it's gone to the Charlton player. We look like we're lacking ideas. We're desperate in the passing and Charlton are just making everything look really easy. Here comes Charlton again now down the left-hand side. It will be the icing on the cake for them to get another goal here. Fevrier is going to go into the corner though. Referee, you might as well blow. It's the 95th minute, but like you might as well blow because there's no reason to carry on playing this game. We've given up. Charlton are just happy to keep it in the corner. Everyone might as well go home. Even Red Bull won't give this lot wings. We shouldn't have got rid of the Jamie Vardy cabinet. We got rid of the player. We should have kept his Red Bulls. That might have helped him a little bit, wouldn't it? If you were top, would you be calling for the recovery trucks to come and collect the cars from the stadium? In the days of Sir Alex Ferguson, I would say, Scott, you can get away with that, but you won't get away with it nowadays. The rise of footballers and their power with their agents, right? Well, to be fair, Wings are still on a 9-year playoff drought. March is coming. You're getting in there, we're not, mate. I was joking with this to the boys earlier. I said I couldn't take 2 lots of playoffs this year with Leicester and the Leafs because you know what the Leafs are like in the playoffs. But then, ironically, I jinxed myself because neither one of them is going to make the playoffs. Oh, I don't know. The Leafs' chance was last year. We lost it against Florida. If we'd won that, we would have probably won the cup. We messed it up. What's the score? We haven't got it on screen. Good point. It is currently, is on the screen. It's going on the bottom, mate. It is Leicester 0, Charlton 2. Leicester had a red card on 15 minutes, which completely changed this game. AU missed a penalty for us as well, so we couldn't even score. We were given an opportunity. Charlton had a corner ruled out for a goal, which should have been given, and it is 2-0 to Charlton. Yeah, terrible, Louise. I do apologise to break the bad news to you there. We're just waiting for the final whistle to blow, guys. We're getting towards the 6th minute of added time. We've looked devoid of ideas for the last 5 minutes. We look like a football club that is on the verge of dying. And that's the most horrifying thing I can say. And once again, I'll repeat what I said earlier. The thing I've learned today is the only way we're going to stay up is if there are 3 teams worse than us. And I'm not so sure that's going to be the case where you're losing to Charlton and Oxford. Full-time whistle, guys. Full-time. Leicester 0, Charlton 2. The nightmare continues. Yeah, this is depressing what happened with Leicester City. Thanks, Wolves. At least you agree we should have won last year. Chris, how are you, mate? I'll get my headphones in. I had the wrong headphones and I couldn't hear you.
As expected, mate. As expected.
Yeah, disappointing.
Southampton have gone above us. They've beaten Stoke 2-0. It's all the away teams this morning. Wrexham beating Sheffield Wednesday away 1-0. I mean, what a disaster.
It couldn't have gone any worse, could it?
I just heard Matt Elliott, or whoever it is doing, I'm not sure it is doing the commentary, saying, had we kept 11 players on, we could have got something out of this.
Well,
no, we couldn't.
Well, the thing is, it was going to be hard work even with 11 men because we definitely seeing this hangover continue where it's just everything is very hard. I mean, can any other team make a penalty look as hard as we made a penalty look today? Jordan Ayew made it look so difficult to even get it on target, didn't he?
I mean, it was like he took 2 steps up. Oh, fuck off, Adam Sadler. Don't want to see you on my screen.
No, it's really disappointing, mate, because like I say, today was a day where you can get a lot back with the fan base if you go out there. And Kingy said it in the pre-match. He said, look, get the energy levels right. It still wasn't there today. And that is a big worry. Is it going to matter what manager comes in when this group is like this? We're in big trouble. Big trouble.
No, I don't think it will. I don't think it'll make any...
To make matters worse, Chris, it's not only we're in big trouble, it's deserved. Like, I can't sit here as a Leicester fan and go, oh, God, we've been a bit unlucky this year. We deserve to get relegated playing like this.
Yeah, we so do. I just... Look, words fail me. Words absolutely fail me. They really do. I'm just going to put up now, if you want to go and just have a quick shake of the old unemployed, I'm just going to upload Steve's vid. So I won't keep you a second, Wayne. I'm interested to see what Steve's got to say.
All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes then, Chris, or 10 minutes. All right.
Not a problem, mate. Right, let's have a look at this. Where are we? BGBs. Ah, here we go. Right, let's have a look. And sorry, I've put up the picture of Andy King again. How silly of me.
If I can say, fucking shit. Genuine dog shit.
I think that's it. That is Steve's match report. Let's try it again.
If I can say, fucking shit. Genuine dog shit.
Oh my goodness me. Well, I mean, I'm going to say I can't lie. It was spot on, wasn't he, Wayne?
I think the first half was, Chris. I think there were positives we can take from it. I'm sorry, Chris. I'm in a positive frame of mind in life in general because when certain things happen in life, football is very important. But I'm in a positive mindset.
What did you see that was positive from that match? And don't come back to me and say we played better in the second half, because we played better in the second half, even under Marti.
Well, there you go then. I've got nothing to say then, Chris.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, that what was different about that and what it was under Marti. And we've just paid Marti a few £1 million to leave the club. You know, and if you're going to say, well, we played better in the second half, we did every week virtually under Marti Cifuentes. So what have we learned today other than Andy King absolutely has no fucking idea what he's doing and hasn't got a pair of balls?
No, sometimes we haven't played better in the second half. We've played worse in the second half, actually. We've had a good first half and played shit in the second half. But Aluko is quality. You can see that Aluko is quality. You can see that Nelson is quality. And when we move the ball quickly forward, we are a dangerous team. So it's like those are positives. You know, those are
positives that you've suddenly discovered. We knew Aluko was pretty good before. We knew Nelson was damn good before. We've learned nothing new today. Again, Jim, and good afternoon, Jim. Good morning, whatever it is in America. Not only is he a clone of Marti, who was a clone of Rude, but he did exactly the same. 2/3 of the bench, 6 out of 9 of them were youngsters. How many came on? 1. When he made his substitutions, he played like for like. When he picked the team, he played the same fucking formation that has basically been shit all season for us. I have got absolutely no positives. I've got this list here of managers that I listed the other day with Reese. I put King down, yes. And I am crossing that out now because I don't want him anywhere near that bloody manager's job for at least 2 or 3 years. Evening, Tom. Jim, how you doing?
Good. I'm just going to listen to you rant because I don't think I could add anything to what you're going to say and everybody in the chat's going to say. All I will say is everybody was ecstatic when they fired Marti. Everybody was ecstatic when Kingy got it. As soon as the team sheets came out, yours truly said you were giving up on him and the club and this and that. And I'm thinking, we are shit. We're a shit club. But, I mean, just everybody's wanting to give up on him. Kingy, yeah, he did not put the players I would have put on the starting pitch. But like Wayne said, the game wasn't even played. And yourself and others were just downing the team and giving up on your team. And I'm like, the game hasn't even been played. Now, once they went out there, they had a little bit of a fight to them. Stupid mistake. Cost us the red card. And from that point on, there was no chance we were going to win. But it's one game, and it didn't show a lot of changes from what Marti did. But, I mean, if you're a true fan, you're not giving up and leaving the club.
No,
Maybe leaving the country.
That's I think is unfair if you're a true fan. I think if you look at how much I've spent behind and all the shirts I've got, I've pumped enough money in this club to prove I'm a true fan, and I've had season tickets before now. I can get one off the wall if you want to have a look at it. So I think that's a bit unfair, Jim. But what I'm saying is, yes, I think people were fed up because this was a chance for Andy King to put his mark down. This was the chance for him to say, I'm going to change things. And he's doing, well, first of all, not his fault, but the club have brought Adam Sadler back, and I'd sooner have Adam Sandler as his assistant than Adam Sadler. Because when he took over from Brendan, he did exactly the same formation, same players. What was different from Marti? All right, in fairness, we didn't concede in the first 5 minutes. It was 31 minutes for us to actually concede a goal. So, you know, fair dues on that. And we were down to 10 then, and you cannot plan for going down to 10 men. And look, we had that problem when Aluko got sent off on the left. But I just wanted to see something different. Because what I saw today, why have we paid Marti to leave in compensation, we might as well have just kept him because there was no difference. The formation was the same. The players were the same. The substitutions, like for like, were the same. The fact that he didn't bring the youngsters on, 6 youngsters, 2/3 of them, 2/3 of the substitutions was youngsters. How many did we see come on? And I have to say, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know because I got fed up watching it. So we had 2 youngsters come on out of 6, sorry, Aluko and Monga, which we know what they can play. I mean, Aluko was for an injury, but we know what they can do. What the hell was he doing with cover, with Gray, with Marcel, with Silko Thomas? I mean, fuck off, Andy King. Let's just go and get Marti back and say, we're really sorry, come back and just carry on being shit, because that's how we are. That was no different than anything Marti or Rude have dished up over the last 18 months.
And you know what? Before Tom jumps in, I will agree with you. This was Kingy's opportunity. It really was. And I think he just shit on himself and the team by not making some of the changes he could have made. However, look at what he got fed with. All of a sudden, no Vestergaard. All right. He got the red card, which hurt him. He didn't make the substitutes that he should have. But it's one game. We knew he was going to be a caretaker manager. Right now, the management team of this club had better be out finalizing who their next manager is going to be. But this one game is just epitome of how bad our squad is. Simple as that. I mean, you're right. You could go manage, and you'd probably get the same result. You'd be a little more animated on the sidelines because Kingy was just with his hands in his pockets, and I know you'd have been really animated. But
how very dare you, sir? but the thing is, what I would do is A, I would change formation, and B, I would bring a hell of a lot of the youngsters in. Then if we'd have lost that, and we'd have had a lot of the youngsters in with a different formation, as I said with Marti many, many times, if he'd done it, I would have said, fair play for trying something different. Because I don't know how anybody, and they do say footballers are thick. Well, Andy King's just proved that point 100% because he's just taken what wasn't working and carried on doing exactly the same. What's the saying?
Insanity.
Insanity, yeah, is trying to do the same thing, thank you, over and over again and expecting a different result. And when you change somebody and they are still doing it, then he's even more insane. We were all talking, Tom, about, oh, God, give it Andy King till the end of the season. Maybe get somebody in to help him. I don't want him here next game. I'm glad I'm in Lanzarote. There you go. Match bingo. And I'm tell you what, I'm not even going to go into a pub and watch the fucking game.
No. Frustration, Chris. And I mean, like the frustration you are seeing, like there's a lot of mixed frustration coming from different places, things that are outside of Andy King's control and things that are in his control. There's a mixture today we can look at for that, can't we? The one thing this suggests to me is it is very important this football club does something above the manager it hasn't done for a very long time, and that is it realises time is running out. There's been so many times we've been so reactive to situations and not proactive enough in how this football club has been run as a whole that we seem to think time is our friend. Time is against us now because Marti is going to be a similar situation to Kingy. They're going to come from the same place. Our hope today was Kingy could at least lift the team in a way Marti was obviously struggling to do at the end. I still think Marti had to go, irrelevant of how today went, because he was struggling to lift the players. Kingy's having that problem today. We need to get down now and get a vision for who's the man who's going to come in and get this shit back in the right direction. How do we do that? Because right now, I look at this team and this group of players and I go, I think you could get Pep Guardiola in. I think you could get Jurgen Klopp in. I bet you all of them would have struggled to get anything out of this. It's like trying to set up a fire with damp wood. literally you're trying to spark something that's got no life left in it. So we need to find that new avenue for the football club quicker than what the football club has been able to do it previously. And normally they've got it wrong. So it is a scary time for us for that.
I take that on board. And Steve, thank you very much for the video. I did play it twice just to fill out the time. But I get what you're saying, Tom. But if Pep Guardiola or Jurgen Klopp came in, I'm thinking that they would have the brains to look and say, this formation isn't working. This team cannot play this formation. Chris Wilder. I mean, he and I keep quoting Chris Wilder. He went back to a team that had lost 6 on a row, were bottom with 0 points, looked and said, oh, okay, half my players have gone from when I was here last season, but this formation isn't working. Let's change it. So the things that are in Andy King's hand, he did fuck all to change or fuck all to make a difference. Okay, blame the players. Yes, I'm not saying the players shouldn't have any blame, Wayne, but fucking drop them then. If the players are playing shit and the players aren't putting the effort in, take it off and put the youngsters on. If we'd lost 2-0 with a different performance, I would have said, well done, Andy. You've come in and you've tried something. Top didn't even come out for the second half. He was probably throwing up in his in the executive toilet. Either that or he was on to some Arab somewhere trying to flog the club. It's just... I don't... Again, why weren't we looking at somebody?
Take a breath.
But why weren't we looking at somebody weeks ago when it was obvious we were shit? We didn't get shit in the last 2 games, but they may have done, and I may have to eat my words on that one. But why hasn't Andy King... I mean, we've got Dumb and Dumber on our touchline now with Andy King and Adam Sadler.
Well, I know that's where you and Tom are coming from, and I listened to the pre-match, and it made me feel quite depressed, actually. He's only had 3 days, Chris. He's had 3 days, and also I did a bit of a deep dive into under-21s, and I looked at the under-21s, and I googled, okay, so what standard are any Premier League under-21 side? It's League 2 or National League standard. That is a standard. It's not Championship standard. It's not League 1. It's League 2 and National League. So all this clamour, which I love Monga, and I saw him come on against Newcastle when we were in the Premier League. Brilliant. But he's playing you have got a duty of care towards young kids coming into an half-empty stadium with fans chanting some pretty shitty things. But the thing is that, so a lot of people are clamouring, like you're saying, get these young kids on. I'm sorry, Chris.
Well, I'm sorry. I mean, they're all adults. Monga can have kids. Monga could go home tonight, shag his girlfriend, and get her pregnant. He could go home and he could have a drink. Well, that's maybe a bit illegally, but he is an adult. All these players are adults. If they can't take a little bit of a criticism and go, "Oh, the crowd's booing at me," well, fuck off and play netball or something then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, but that's why children's football put the parents on the other side of the freaking pitch, because they slag off and swear at the kids and they swear at the coach for not playing the kids. So no, I don't agree with some of the stuff that's levelled at the players and some of the scummy things that people say towards the players, and that's what they're on about. There's been some scummy things said towards Begovic this season, and I know from I've chatted with some of the people that go down the club, go down the regular season ticket holders, say some of the stuff being said at the players is disgusting.
No,
I'll tell you another thing, Chris. I'm going to say this. I feel strongly about this. So we went down to see an under-21, and I'm going to see a few under-21s because it's been interesting. Tom, in this theory, in the computer game, is doing the sort of let's play the kids. But the reality is that the under-21s are not that level. You can't just drag them into the first team and expect them to perform. So all the people in the chat, it's completely unrealistic, and I'm sorry. There's a reason why you Google it. They are, National League, League 2 standard. You can't expect all these kids to come on and play against a physical Charlton side. Did you see Ayu's shirt? I'm sorry, Charlton were absolutely. They were dirty in the first game. They were dirty in this game, ragging, Fatu around. So I know we're having a clear out, and we do need to play the youth. But to expect the youth to jump in a team that's devoid of confidence, a load of overpaid players, and expect them to perform on that level in the Championship is completely deluded.
Well, all right. Let me do this.
I'll tell you, anybody just pay £3 to go and watch the under-21s. They're on every 2 or 3 weeks. Go down and look at the standard of those players. Then you tell me they can play in the Championship. I'm sorry, they can't.
So what if we get relegated to League One? They're probably tougher than the Championship because you get further down you go, the harder it gets. So if we get better keep them in cotton wool for another 12 months while we're in League One.
Yeah, but the champion. I'm sorry, but the Championship is different. Honestly, it's like anything. All these people in the Championship.
League One different. So is League Two. If we go down there, it's all different. And those players, and this isn't Andy's fault. I'm not having to go at Andy for this, but the average. Look at the ages of them. I went through it with you the other night. Henry Cartwright, 21. Tom Wilson-Brown, 21. Jaden Joseph, 20. Will Alves, 20. Jake Evans, I'll give you 17. Sammy Braybrook, 21. Koulibaly, 26. Apuko is 24. Popov is 21. If you are not up to going on a fucking pitch at any level when you're 20, 21, then get out the fucking game and go and sign up to play women's netball.
And if I was those kids right now, Chris, I'll be glad I wasn't at Leicester City because of hearing people like us talk about it. Because they're 21 years old. Well, Chris, because this is the problem,
can't
right?
We say what
Chris,
we feel? Can't we say what we feel?
No, Chris, we can. And I'm not having to go at you because it's something that's happened amongst the thing. And this is the point. We've got a right to be angry. Fans have got a right to be upset. The problem we got right now is we've got the squad on paper in the Championship that is worth the highest amount in value of wages, right? If I look at our squad on paper today and compare it to Oxford last week and compare it to Charlton this week, I prefer to have their squads. We have completely overbought at too high of a price a load of crap and rubbish players that are not up to it. And now we're relying on these youngsters to come in and pull miracles out. I think Aluko had a pretty good game today by all accounts, but it was amongst a load of things around him that was hanging around from previous eras of Leicester City, which have been really difficult and really bad for us. And this is the problem, trying to navigate into the next phase of the club. Where the anger and frustration comes from me is not particularly Andy King today. It goes back to the board again, and it goes, this is a situation now that is in a really untenable position. But I look at it in the summer when we've lost a load more players and we're going to have to play these young players. We're going to have to go buy 10 players. We've got money to buy 10 players? No. Free transfers. Do I trust them to bring in the right players? Or will we end up with another load of Vestergaards in? No, I don't trust them to do it. It is such a problem, and the football club needs to get a grip on it, not tomorrow, today. They need to be out there today, we're not going to go home tonight and we're not going to go down and play polo. We're not going to go down the pub and have a few beers. We're going to go do some bloody work, because if we're not leading that example at the football club, we can't expect the players on the pitch to, irrelevant if they're young or old.
Jim, let me bring you in because you've been sat there very patient, and you've gone and put an extra layer on to stop you freezing.
Well,
You're in Florida.
I'm sitting out back.
How can it be cold in Florida?
Well, first of all, let me see, it's 5 degrees your Celsius over here now. It's 42 here, but I decided to sit out back and do the post-match out here because I knew this was going to be one hell of a post-match. And we were going to be flying the F-bombs and this and that. So I figured I'd come out here. It's all good.
Jim, look, Jeff just said this. Monger and Page are not adults. You're adults when you're 16. You are an adult when you are 16 because you can be a parent. And I'm sorry, it's not just now, it's this whole club. And I keep saying it, Wayne Rooney would not have come through at our club until he was 32. Because we'd have kept saying, he's too young, we've got to wrap him in cotton wool. We had a thing a couple of years ago where at schools you couldn't have winners. You weren't allowed to have winners. And you're thinking, like, what is this? Is sport. And if we don't give them this practice and throw them in, when are they going to get it? Because they won't get, beefed up and stronger and what have you playing in the under-21s because they're playing players like them.
No,
Monga doesn't go. Monga's not suddenly gone off with a broken leg. He's managed to play for a year or whatever, and he's only come through because everybody was going mad. So I don't get what is wrong with playing the youngsters.
No, I agree with you. The one thing I will say, though, there's a big difference between the youths of days ago, the Rooneys and before them. They were tougher. They came up tougher. These kids are coddled now. They're coddled coming up through these academies. And if they're really good, like all sports, if you're a superstar, you get treated with kit gloves and here, dudes, can I do that? And afraid they're, the coaching staff may be afraid to discipline them or talk down to them. So I think two things. Number one, yes, the players need to play, but they need some guidance and mentorship, which tells you in our club, the coaching staff has lacked. Kingy's probably one of them. He worked with the young players. When they got up to the level, he should have told them, hey, guys, this isn't under 21s anymore where you're dominating. You got to get out there and bust your ass and practice. And then when you get on the pitch, you got to show it. Because those players of the past, you mentioned Rooney and those others, they came off with hard knocks when they first came up, and they were hungry when they got up. These players aren't hungry. They're getting paid too damn much. So I think it goes back to what we've said plenty of times. The coaching staff and the direction, they need to put their foot up their asses, the kids, give them a chance, but coach them up. If they don't coach them, they're just going to go through the motions.
But Jim, I'll stay with you because you were out of it for a little bit, so I do apologise for that. But but when do they get their chance? The best way of doing that, because they're not going to do it in the gym. Yes, all right, they might get a bit beefed up, but that's not real life. That's of pushing a few weights around and lifting a few things. It's only, when we played Cheltenham, we had a lot of, that was the most youngsters we'd ever had on the pitch. And they were brilliant because they were used to playing each other. A passed to B and actually got the ball to him. Not like, Ayu or Butsumari and passing it out to the side. Like I said the other day, it's like me playing FIFA. I think I'm about to make a good pass and I run the ball out to the halfway line. That's what we've got. So, again, I just don't see. People are saying it's a shit division. It's not the division.
Oh, the internet's had enough of talking, guys.
2 years ago. What did he say?
I said you must be back, Chris. You froze, mate. The internet threw you out.
I'll finish your sentence for you. They should get played, and we've talked in this post-match for the past 2 months. We need to play the youth. But what we said, you have to be selective of what games, against what teams, against what lineups, and who you put on the pitch with them. Once again, no excuses that they haven't played, but I wouldn't throw the whole lot of them out there. I would be selective so you have some experienced players out there. Our numbers are dwindling. Look at the three midfielders that are out, and then Vestergaard gets an injury. So, yeah, get them on there. At this point, this game, as it started to get away, empty them. Put them all out there. I didn't care.
Well, I put a 3-5-2 to Tom the other day, didn't I, Tom? And, all right, I had Sumari on the bench because he hadn't been sold at the time when I put it. I'd have had Sumari back today, were that awful. But the spine of that team was Bekovic in goal. All right, Vestergaard got injured, but maybe put Ricardo there as that sweeper type figure. You had Choudhury in midfield because of the injuries, and you had Dakova Reed up front. So the spine of the team, I'll come to you with this one, Wayne. The spine of the team was experienced, if you like, the old heads. And then you've got Fatawu and Mavididi, and let's be honest with you, they're not kids anymore. One of them's, is it Mavididi's 26 or something? 28. So they're not kids. So you could call them old heads as well, and then just sprinkle in. And again, we were never going to get anything from that game. And you saw Steve's video. There's just no change. There's nothing I saw there that encouraged me because Aluko had a brilliant game. Let's be honest, he's probably going to be my man of the match. I'm going to say that now, Aluko. I thought he was really, really good. It was the one bright light in that game. Monga is being totally wasted. we're actually making him worse, not making him better. And I've forgotten the question I was going to ask you now. Why, when we're 2-0 down, can we not bring some of those other youngsters on and let them play together? Because I know it's a good point that Jim was saying that, at the end of the day, you can't necessarily bring them all in at once. I accept that. But if you bring on one, he's passing to people that don't know him necessarily. If you bring on him and another guy that he's come up through the under-21s with, they know where they should be. They'll put balls through because they know somebody's going to run on to the end of it.
Yeah, I think they're a bit flattered in the cup playing together because it was a lower grade opposition. But I mean, managers are in general, they are protective. It's like Max Bowman came on 15 years old for Arsenal. He's had a couple of brilliant games, but Arteta's still using him sparingly. He's exposing him, that sort of thing. So managers are quite protective over the younger players. But like Jim was texting the match, why after 70 minutes isn't Kingy throwing a few more youngsters on? I did text. Yeah, exactly.
I like the American.
Yeah, I thought that.
Now you do.
Boost your stock with Christian. No, but I did text back. I said, look, because we're generating some really good attacks and we were attacking really quickly, which is what we've been desperate for a long time. And when we do move the ball quickly, we can cause teams problems. But I think with the younger kids, look, I think Charlton are, I use this word carefully, maybe one of the dirtiest teams in the division. They're ragging our defenders back. They're just a really very physical side. And maybe it's like when...
but didn't you say the same about Oxford last week?
Yeah, well, it's like a Luco, come on, start a Luco against Southampton. I mean, certain games where it's just best not to start. It's a bit of a cauldron. And I think there's such a physical side, Charlton, that they would have bullied the younger kids. Maybe if it was a different kind of team, he would have done that. I hope I can trust Kingy in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see a lot of younger players, and I'm really interested in the younger players, and I think they are the future, especially next season. I can see there's only 4 players in the first team now that will hopefully be starting in the 11 next season, and we'll be playing a lot of the younger players coming back from loan. But he's only had one thing with Kingy, he's only had 3 days. So we came up a very physical side who were quite dirty. They should have had a lot more bookings. So let's just see what he does in the next game.
He's not only had 3 days, he's had the whole season because he's been in that position since the season kicked off. So he's not only had 3 days, and he is a coach, so he will have been coaching them during that time. He may have been coaching them to what Marty was telling him, that I accept you. But when Rude came in, didn't he only have 4 days until the next game and we beat Brighton? So, this only had 3 days. Sorry. If you'd said he'd only had 3 days because before he came here, he was a hockey coach. I keep going back to hockey, don't I? He was a hockey coach. You'd understand that, But when I came from Burnley down to Bournemouth, I was doing the same job. In fact, even with the same computer system for a different company, but it was the same job and same system. I couldn't say, I've only been here 3 days. Well, why? It's the same job as you were doing. You're using the same system. You can't say you've only been here 3 days. I've got to say, Jim, I loved this the other day when we were talking in the chat, and when Kingy was sort of given the job, you said, at last, somebody that speaks the Queen's English. And I thought, coming from the American, that was very tongue-in-cheek.
Easier to understand in the post-game the conferences and all of his.
No, I knew what you meant, but I was being facetious. So, at what age then, Jim? What age is it okay to start these youngsters?
I think. They have to be physically able to handle it out there. We know it's a physical division we're playing in. The players we have, I think, can handle it. But once again, like I said earlier, pick the moments, pick the teams. If you have a bruiser of an opponent, you maybe don't throw the young kids in there. But, talent-wise, the coaches know they've got the talent. We've seen the bits of talent that they have. I think you pick the right times and you pick the right opponents, but they should see the pitch. That's the only way they're going to learn.
I mean, as Scott said, that extra day made all the difference. Fair point, Scott. And Gray says, King is part of Marti's setup, yet still plays the same way. I just think it was a huge missed opportunity. I should be sat here. I've met Andy King. I love the guy to bits. He's really, really nice, Tom. And I should be sat here going, "Oh, it's great to have him in." Unless somebody that understands the club. And then I see that, and I'm actually starting to go off Andy King, which is totally unfair. But that's what happens when ex-players come back into management. And I'm not saying he will be a bad manager moving forward. What I'm saying is I don't want him in control now till the end of the season with Adam Sadler. We need somebody to come in and either help him or somebody to come in on a short-term basis. So if you're not telling me that if we went to Gary Rowett and said, Gary, look, tell you what, we're only at this point looking for somebody till the end of the season just to carry us over and to sort of, look after Andy King. We'll give you X amount of money, and if you keep us up and stop us going down, you'll get a bonus. And then what we can do is look at it for next season. He would bite your hand off, wouldn't he?
No, I don't think so, Chris. I would say, what makes you think right now how badly you've been run that you can tell me I'm only here for 6 months, if I do a good job, I'm gone? Doesn't seem a good way to motivate a manager, does it? I think no.
It's a job. I mean, have you heard, Tom, if you go into a job shop where, they're advertising jobs, there's part-time and there's full-time and, there's also temporary jobs.
There is. This is true.
Yeah. So, and if he's not prepared to do that, then fuck off. We'll go to somebody else who might be.
We'll get someone else in then, Chris. Exactly. I think it's funny the things you were saying about Andy King, because there's nothing you said that Andy King wouldn't agree with. Because Andy King said it all in the pre-match. He said he wasn't ready for it yet, but he's got to do what he's trying to do, what's right. So I think we've got to be careful where we throw stones this early on, because it has only been... I know you're frustrated, and I know we're all frustrated, right? But the football club is literally in such a mess, and it's beyond Andy King, and it's beyond everything else. And the next appointment is going to be critical. It needs to be a firefighter. For me, the most baffling thing I've heard all week isn't actually Andy King becoming in charge. It's the fact they're not going to speak to Nigel Pearson, because for me, that sums up as like everything we have got as a problem in this football club now.
Have they come out and said that? Sorry.
Well, it's pretty much been confirmed. They haven't spoken to him. They've been speaking to other people. I'm pretty sure some journalists have asked Mr. Pearson himself, and he's also very, very publicly acknowledged he'd be interested. He'd be interested in it. And I think actually, for the things you're talking about, what we need, that is the sort of manager we need, and the club isn't identifying them.
I wouldn't argue at all with you on that.
So I feel a bit hopeless in this whole argument, because I kind of feel like the things we're arguing about are completely right, and we've got a reason to feel angry about them. But they're things that are kind of outside our realm of control. So it's kind of like us shouting at a bus stop by going, "Oh, I don't like blooming McDonald's McCrispies. Look at this! I see an advert for it, so I'm going to stand there and shout at it." When we just walk away and go, "There's nothing we can do about it,"
Have you been on TikTok recently? Sorry, Jim. Sorry, Wayne.
Most things in life are out of our control, though. That's the frustrating thing, isn't it?
Right, Wayne. The thing that was in his control was to try something different. What part of him thought doing exactly the same thing with exactly the same players would give him a different outcome to what we'd been having? I mean, that is not rocket science. My 9-month-old granddaughter would realise that. And, no, I mean, all right, I exaggerate, of course I do. But, I'm saying, the things that he can control, he wasn't controlling. Because would you be... All right, you're not angry, so I'm not going to ask you. Jim, let me ask you this. Would you have been as angry if we'd lost 2-0 and he'd been putting a lot of the youngsters on middle of the second half?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because I know Wayne's a cup half full guy, so I was asking the wrong person.
You know who you're talking to now, so
yeah.
I think certainly it would have shown that he had to, as you said, pre-match, and you said halftime, he's got balls to make the changes. I think that would have calmed down quite a bit of the naysayers, which I've seen in the chat, and I've heard from Leicester fans that he didn't make any lineup changes. And then during the match, if he would have played, like you said, some of the youngsters and changed things up, then we still lost 2-0. It would have given Andy a stay of execution from I'll call them the Leicester fan executioners that want him gone, even though he's had a couple days to practice with the team and he was handed a load of shit, and including a red card. So I think it would have calmed some people down. As far as me, I still think it's only one match. You give him another week to get ready and see what he does. He's going to be stuck playing new players.
So you've got there Scott saying maybe Andy had a heart-to-heart and the player said that they want to play this way. Well, they've been playing this way under Marti for 7 months or whatever it is. You know, maybe he should have gone in and said, we're not playing that way because you're shit at it. I mean, you know, all this, well, we can't upset people. And I'm not talking about youngsters here, I'm talking about adults. Oh, I'm going to go and tell Top that you're talking horrible to me. Well, fucking go and tell him then.
It's fascinating, though, because this is the opposite argument, isn't it? And it's a very good point. I mean, the problem is that, you know, if you go and learn how to become a swimmer, right? Do you expect to jump in the pool and after one lesson be up there with the Olympians in quality and standard? Or do you still think you might have to reach for armbands now and again to kind of, you know, float yourself around a bit? I mean, can we run before we can walk? You know, I mean, we want to go out there and get a result today. Look, the one thing we haven't talked about is the environment of the game itself. Yeah, the referee let us off with the goal that was disallowed for Charlton. That shouldn't have been. There was the red card, which obviously was an Okoli mistake. You know, all these things have really created a really difficult environment today. I would still say, Chris, today's performance was better than what Marti did.
Yeah,
it was.
I would disagree.
Well, you're wrong.
Wayne?
I'll come to you in a second, Wayne. What I want to know, Tom, you said there about the swimmer. Now, I will say this to you, if I can find it.
Your opinion is wrong.
There we go.
I think
this is any Leicester fan that thinks that what they saw today was an improvement on what we've been watching all along is well, this is you if you think this is
you
an
don't
improvement.
know the answer to that question, and I think you are an ostrich.
Now, let me ask you, Tom. Oh, I'm joking. You know that.
Oh, no.
Who are you referring to about being the swimmer?
Oh, it was a general point about, look, how he's only had X amount of time to really get this in there. And look, I get what we're saying. We're in a position because we're frustrated with this group, but we'd all like to give him a bloody good kicking. I've joked for all season I want to get a cattle prod and chase Sumari around to get him running a bit because of my.
Well, you got rid of him now, haven't you? So,
well, exactly. I scared him off to the airport.
For sale, half price.
Absolutely, yeah, but that's my point. This frustration is pre-Andy King, right? It is pre this, and we've got to really keep that into proportion here because this team has been kicked. They've deserved to have been kicked. But I do agree with what Scott was saying there, and that sometimes if a team has been kicked so much, actually it's not a bad angle to try and get them on side, even if we go, why are you mollycoddling them? They don't need that right now. Well, it's because they've probably been kicked for 6 months and they're probably all feeling pretty shitty about themselves. We've heard rumours about how players are acting outside the pitch as well, and they're going out and doing things. They seem to be a lot of unhappy individuals there right now. And I'm not sure what the right answer is. I'd like to give him a kick. I'd like to give him a hug sometimes. But the point is that he had to make a decision today, and he's made a decision to go one way with a similar formation, and it hasn't quite panned out. Let's hope the next step for the next 3 training sessions are moving it into another direction, Chris.
Okay, let me answer 2 points there. First of all, he didn't make a decision. He just copied what had been done for the last 7 months. So there was no decision there. There was no decision there at all. He just copied it. Yes, he got Vestergaard, but he was injured. You know, so no decision was taken there. It was just, copy and paste. I'm going to quote to you to Emma Raducanu, the tennis player.
Oh yeah,
she's just changed her coach. If she gets again, I know she changes them more than more than Jim changes his underwear.
More than Chris's girlfriend.
But right, so she's going to get a new coach in. Now, if that coach is a tennis coach, he isn't coming in and after 3 days saying, "Oh, I've only been with you 3 days. I don't know." He's had tennis experience because he's a tennis coach. If she brings in a swimming coach, then after 3 days, he's got every right to say, "Oh, I'm not sure about this." So if you that swimming coach or swimmer, I mean, yes. I know what you're saying. There's also an argument, Tom, for throwing people in the deep end and seeing if they sink or swim. You throw babies in the swimming pool, they won't sink.
That's the beauty of the world. That's the nuance of the world, Chris. You've got to, as a manager, make a decision per individual which one it is.
But like I say, to me, he didn't make anything different to what we'd seen. Nobody new came on that we hadn't seen before. But let's get to the game. Wayne. Talk to me about that.
Rubbish game, no.
Talk to me about the red card.
Yeah, it's just an absolute rookie error. Once again, we're on the break. The ball gets played into their box. The ball comes loose, plays it out to midfielder. Midfielder punches it straight forward, and oh my goodness, we're 1-on-1. And I'm sorry, park football, senior league football, non-league football, if you're the last man, you do not, especially as a really physical player, you do not go right tight on him. You give him room so he don't turn you, because then he's got the whole goal to run out, and he just got sucked right in. That is a rookie error. That's an error that Ben Nelson wouldn't have made, or Vestergaard wouldn't have made.
Luco might have done.
Sorry,
I'm being facetious again. I'm trying to laugh.
You did do it, and that was 15 minutes. I mean, what the hell did you do? Do you do with a sending off at 15 minutes? I mean, that is right. Yeah,
exactly.
Do you think a lot of it was from the goal last week, where obviously Oxford got through 1-on-1, and Okoli during that wasn't running back; he was sort of gently just walking back towards the counter attack. Does he think that basically I'm going to be outpaced, so I'm going to bring him down, and he's made an utter mess of it?
They're not fast forward. They're not. I'm sorry, that forward is not as fast as him.
The goal last week wasn't a fast counter attack, really. If someone had busted a gut, I mean, that's the point, though. Okoli felt he had to drag someone down there. Why isn't someone else busting a gut to get back so he doesn't have to do that? I mean, it's energy levels again, isn't it? It's the running. It's about making sure you commit to it. So many times this year we could see the goals like this.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to ask you anyway, but do come in with your point first.
No, about the red card. I was thinking at the time, I'd have rather been down one goal than be down one player. In other words, at that point, you were beaten. Don't grab. Keep your hands off of them. Take the chances that Jacob could save it. If not, you're down one goal. You come back from one goal. Down one player, whole different story.
Yeah.
And on the heels of what the fellas just said, I started also thinking, as we're down on Kingy and his lineup and everything, think about this. Had Vestergaard been healthy, he would have started, right, as one of your center backs, which means Nelson would have been what? Left back, most likely, right, Tom? And Okoli would have been another center back, and then probably Ricky on the right back. Who knows if Okoli would even be near the play? He would have been in a whole different position. I think what we were faced with changed the dynamics of our lineup and how we were faced and who covered what and who covered who. I mean, it's not an excuse, but it's a reason, I think, altered the players that are moving and the way the ball moved. But back to the red card. He should have just let him go.
Sorry,
at that point.
I want to know what have you had for your breakfast, Jim? Because you're talking a lot of sense today.
It's sitting outside, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it's the fresh air. Well, yeah, talking about the red card, Jim, as I was watching it, and look, I might be wrong here, there was 2 Leicester defenders that were cutting across. So I don't think he even had to do that to stop him because, and I can't for the life of me remember who they were, but there was a couple of defenders level with Okoli that could have possibly got over. He was still the last man because they weren't, behind him. So it's a double-sworded question, double-edged question. So why didn't they make more of an effort to come across? And B, if we played a sweeper like I wanted, like Vestergaard, I know Vestergaard's not fit, or maybe Ricardo, in that middle of the back three, just sat on the edge of the penalty box, they would have been there. So when the guy came forward, he'd not only have the goalkeeper to beat, he'd have the defender as well. Now, somebody said, I think it was actually Gray said that the day that you'd never have an offside. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. We can't rely on offsides, and I'd sooner have a player back there, because if we've got all our players, and look, none of them are particularly fast, we know that, defending so high, that's going to happen. Maybe that's another thing that Andy King thought, well, we'll just leave it as it is. But two, so A, the players coming across, Jim, and B, if we'd got another defender that was just sat outside the penalty box.
All right, so answer A. I think he was pretty much so close to that player. Even if somebody else coming over wouldn't have got him, the guy still would have had a one-on-one with the keeper. And like I said earlier, I wished he would have laid off, and then we took our chances with our keeper. On the second part, we can surmise all the time, all day long, about if we were in a different formation, if we had a sweeper, if we didn't have a sweeper. The only thing I'm counting on, the optimistic side of me, is that Andy King really dives into the film from this debacle we just had and says, okay, not only do I need to make personnel moves, but formation moves, because he's going to be faced with less players. As Tom said on the Watchalong, Okoli's out for what, 3 games, Tom, you said? So he's going to be faced with a more depleted squad. So I think it's the perfect time for him to learn as a manager, make some differences. But I couldn't tell you right now if a formation would have made a difference sweeper-wise. I just know he should have let him go on goal, and then we took our chances. Because I think, one more thing, I think the fight we showed in the second half, the opportunities we had, my God, if we'd have shown that fight, which we could have, if we were even strength, that could have made a whole lot of difference. So
it would possibly, but that's football, isn't it? You don't know what's going to happen. We've got to look at the situation and the game, how it happened. But Tom, people are saying, Steve was saying there, we'd be pushed back even more and all this. It's because we got to play this stupid fucking 4-2-3-1, which I know Steve doesn't like. I can remember, and I'm an old git, so, bear with me, but I can remember, and you'll remember this as well, Wayne, but, it used to be, that a sweeper system was what was employed by all the teams. I mean, Germany won the World Cup a couple of times employing the sweeper system. And when you have got a defence that, you'd have a hamster go past Vestergaard running back, but if he's just in that position anyway, he's the best defender when it's 1-to-1. He can just stick his foot out and take the ball off. So, Tom, why can't we try that?
Well, because unfortunately the systems that we're playing doesn't suit the players we got. And I get it, we could try these things, Chris, but it doesn't seem to me, no matter what systems we offer up there, it's going to change the fact that we're number 23 in the league for sprints. We're number 21 for the running with the ball at our feet. I think until you sort out those principles, it's irrelevant if we go 3-5-2, 4-4-2, or 3-4-2-1, or 4-2-3-1. I think it's completely irrelevant, because until you get those principles down, we showed in the second half, especially in the first 10 minutes, with a bit more energy and a bit more running, we actually had 2 or 3 chances on their goal in pretty quick succession with 10 men. It looked like we didn't have 10 men. It actually looked like we had 11 men, which shows you, once again, application to me is the biggest bearer right now. And look, give Andy King another week. If the application gets better, we're all going to know the frustration we see certain players on the team sheet next week. But it's either that, or we start putting the guys in charge of the fax machine, or we put in the cleaner, because we haven't got any other football players at the football club particularly to go in there. So I think we still got to give this a little bit of time and build on this, and just hope that we can see a little bit more progress. Look, it's a lot to ask, Chris, but we're literally reaching from being like 2 or 3 positives from today, and that's maybe it. So we're reaching from a very small starting place.
I agree. I mean, is the fact that we are so low on sprints because we've got players that diarrhea runs quicker than some of our players?
I think a lot of
cattle prod.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is. I mean, we've been trying to shoehorn Vestergaard into it because Vestergaard has been technically probably our best defender this season. But the idea, if you're going to play a high line, and you've got Vestergaard in that team, is completely useless. I mean,
exactly. That's why I'm saying playing him at the back. You know,
well, then you have more situations like what happened today, where he'll be the last man rather than Okoli, and he'll be in a race.
But he's not got half a mile to run back. If he's sat on the penalty box line or just in front of that, he doesn't have to run back because he is there.
No, but it does create a lot of space. But it removes the narrowness so you can play with. And look how teams play. They play in clusters, right? I mean, you'll be creating a lot of space in front of one man in the defence to do that. If you're going to consider that, you might as well play Vestergaard as a DM.
We've got a lot of space in front of Jakub, who last time I checked was only one man.
Yeah, that's dangerous. You allow 2 or 3 players to ghost in those between those two lines and be quite devastating, don't you?
I think the biggest mistake today was. The biggest mistake today was not starting Aluko at right back, because I'll tell you what, in that counter-attacking situation where Okoli ends up hacking down, who's the bloke who would have been overlapped running him twice as quick to get the ball back? It would have been Okoli. It would have been Aluko, and Ricardo has not got that pace. I think this is why, for me, Aluko should be the first name in that defence right now, because he's got the pace, he's shown it, he's got the physicality. Yeah, he's raw, but I mean, if the player had got past Okoli and we let him go, I swear Aluko would have made it back. Vestergaard wouldn't have done it. You're back now, Chris.
I froze again, then, didn't I?
Yeah. I just gave my case, so I think that was the poor decision today. Aluko should have started over Ricardo,
and he's got the intelligence as well not to do.
Yeah.
But I just think that, and I'll go back to my point if you don't mind, because I want your thoughts on it. Like I say, if we're playing a high line, which is literally on the halfway line, any long ball over the top and a fast forward on the other side, it's going to be 1 against 1, and probably 75% of the time they're going to score, unless they're called Daka. What I'm saying is if you've got that extra one player behind you, right, as in Vestergaard there, he doesn't have to do a lot of running because he's already there. We don't need his passing ability from the halfway line. His strength is passing from back in our own half, if you like, up, and he'll still be able to do that.
And you've got a good point there, Chris, but how then do you intend on scoring a goal? Because the defensive side of your game is very strong, but that means that the total attacking unit will be sat back deeper than what they have been already this season and struggling to score opportunities. The reason Choudhury has covered more distance than anyone else is because he's bloody had to, because we've been sat so deep a lot of the time. I mean, I don't see how. I think the goals would dry up even worse, but I like your thinking, but I think it would just dry us up even more.
But you're not going to lose the game if you don't concede goals.
No, it's true, but you've got to take advantage of corners and stuff we need to do.
Oh, yes, you have. And no, he'll go up for corners, don't get me wrong. I'm not seeing it on a piece of string, and once he gets into the centre circle, it yanks him back. He goes up for corners. But, like I say, if you're not defending, if you're not, stopping... I mean, 24 games now, I think it is, no clean sheet. That is why we're where we are. We could be scoring 5 a game, but we're conceding 6. Okay, Wayne. I mean, the other argument, of course, Wayne, is if Aluko hadn't been sent off, would we have gone 2-0 down? Which probably we wouldn't have done. But talk me through the first goal, Wayne.
I'm trying to remember the first goal. Who scored the first goal?
Was that the one that wasn't given? Was that the one that wasn't given?
We'll ignore the one that wasn't given. The first goal that they actually scored. I asked you, Wayne, because I couldn't remember it.
I remember it.
I made notes, mate. 35 minutes goal, Care. We got the ball out wide, played it over, played it through. The player got in front of Ricardo. Ricardo was static. He jumped in front of Ricardo, great control, flicked the ball up, and then finished it. A great goal. I'd be well chuffed with that if I was a striker. But Ricardo, flat-footed. And it's another one that goes where Ricardo makes these mistakes week after week, and you start thinking, another one. And he was getting caught. Ricardo was getting caught out a lot. Today. In fact, there's one time where the ball was running out for a goal kick. Ricardo was trying to just stop the player getting in, so it ran out for a goal kick. The player got behind him and got the ball, passed it into the box, and he had a shot. And you're thinking, so real. They're mistakes that somebody who's just come into the team makes.
I tell you what,
do that again. Was it like this, Wayne?
Ricardo literally is playing football like now, like an old lady that's lost where the scampi is in the frozen section, looking around, just like, where was that scampi I saw last night?
Yeah.
Tom, the thing is that he didn't get a yellow card.
No, I should have taken your bet on. I'd have been up with drinks. Oh my god! By the way, guys, we got to film this when we do this for the channel.
He said, well, I offered in the bet that Ricardo would get a yellow card. He obviously wasn't even that good to get a yellow card. Jim, so at 36 minutes, we are 1-0 down. And I could hear my commentator for the channel going, well, we've only got a couple of minutes to wake it through to half-time, lads. Get in at 1-0 down and, we'll get this sorted. And, they scored again. And it was the guy...
I know who it was.
Couldn't get into the Birmingham first team when they were in League One. We are the gift that keeps on giving. We said this before the game. Talk to me about the second one, Jim, because that was the other win back, wasn't it? That
absolutely. Thomas was completely lost. He was completely out of position, and the guy just ran right by him. It was the poorest defending, of the whole game and recently. And no excuses. I mean, we always seem to give up goals to players that either played for Leicester or were connected to Leicester. It's just what we do. But no, that was all Thomas. All Thomas.
Well, look, he was the player watch today.
Yeah.
Is he as bad as Wayne? Let me finish my sentence, Wayne. Is he as bad as we all think he is?
I think this game really, and it's kind of unfair to a small bit because of the nature of the game, how it went, being a man down, etc. But what he continues to show us is he's probably not. And once again, he wouldn't have been on the pitch had Vestergaard been healthy, the way I look at it. But he started off, if you want my report, he started off pretty good. He had some nice long throws. He was supporting on a couple counters. He was pushing up, and he was active. That was 29 minutes in. And then he tackled a guy. He climbed on a player's back. And then, of course, the goal that he let walk in. From that point on, he just proved to me that he really is not ready for what we need in that position. Depth-wise, if we need fresh legs later, maybe. But, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat will say they never want to see him in a well, actually, somewhere I saw in the chat, which I think is silly, he's the worst player to ever wear a Leicester shirt. Now, that had to be a fan who was just so frustrated because you guys can go way back. There had to be worse players than Luke Thomas. Luke Thomas had his moments, but he shouldn't be playing.
If he ever plays again in this football team, for God's sake, play him as a left winger and never put him as a left wing back or a left back again. Because he's got no defensive side of his game. I'm going to lose it if I see him a left back again. We need to get a left back.
Could he have stopped the goal, Jim?
I think he could have contended against it. I mean, he was so far out of position, the guy just blew right by him, and that's his positioning. To Tom's point, he doesn't know where he needs to be when he needs to be there in that position. We said that with Wout Face before too. Hey, he should be playing in midfield. Tom may be spot on what he just said. If he had to come on the field, maybe in another position. He likes to come up. He's good at the long throws, but no, he should have stopped that goal in my mind.
Right, let me bring Kate in.
Oh, sorry I didn't do my video earlier. Goodness me, another really poor performance, a terrible start. Okoli getting sent off, no problem with the sending off. I don't know what he was doing. Just stay on your feet, stay with the man. And if you know you one-on-one like that, don't keep it tight, like just drop 5 yards back. I don't know what he was doing. It was kamikaze, really. So, yeah, it was a terrible start and we were up against it. And you knew as soon as we concede, because that's the Leicester way, we just completely capitulate at the moment and we can never see any way back. Even at 1-0, I don't think there was a way back Jordan Ayew got a lot of boos when he got subbed off. I mean, the penalty was a disgrace. Professional footballer not being able to do that is terrible, to be quite honest. Winks coming into the fold earlier than expected, I presume. I mean, he shows why he's a...
Guys.
What's happened there, guys, is Chris's internet has disconnected, which is why the video has gone at the same time. So we'll wait for him to come back. Chris has entered the studio. Let me see if I can add him back in. Chris, you seem to disconnect from us there, mate. It threw everything off, including the video.
I did. It threw me out. As I'm looking out here at the moment, it is cats and dogs. It is absolutely cats and dogs.
I thought you have Top outside your window cutting your internet connection. You shut him up. This is how we'll shut these people up moaning about the football club. That's why he left the stadium. He's come down to find you.
Oh, I'll say it's 48 hours. It'll be a hell of a lot warmer and drier than this. Let's get Kate back in.
Hello. Sorry I didn't do my video earlier. Goodness me. Another really poor performance. A terrible start. The Okoli getting sent off. No problem with the sending off. I don't know what he was doing. Just stay on your feet. Stay with the man. And if you know you're one-on-one like that, don't keep it tight. Like, just drop 5 yards back. I don't know what he was doing. It was kamikaze, really. So, yeah, it was a terrible start, and we were up against it. And you knew as soon as we concede, because that's the Leicester way, we just completely capitulate at the moment, and we can never see any way back. Even at 1-0, I don't think there was a way back. Jordan Ayew got a lot of boos when he got subbed off. I mean, the penalty was a disgrace. Professional footballer not being able to do that is terrible, to be quite honest. Winks coming into the fold earlier than expected, I presume. I mean, he shows why he's a class act. He knitted the midfield together and he kept things ticking along, and he's just looks at the forward pass, one-touch football, and he did really well. And I thought Aluko did really well. I thought Aluko at the back there was brilliant. He played so well, and it's a shame that some of these youngsters are being associated with performances like that, really. We got a bit more attacking in the second half, but nothing to show for it yet again, and it's a concerning time. We're in deep trouble. I hoped Andy King would change it up a bit, and he didn't. It's an opportunity to do that, and he didn't. He must have some of his own ideas, so to put the same kind of team out was really disappointing. So yeah, I mean, what can we do, eh?
I mean, just repeated everything I said. Very, very true. And talking about the penalty, just while I'm downloading something here, Tom, talk me through the penalty. Was it a penalty? Should it have been given? And so, how the hell did he miss it?
Well, it's one of those that you would argue that in other games it might not be given. But what happened was, obviously, Fatu came running into the box. He had an arm on his left arm, his arm on his left-hand side of his body. So that's how terrible it is, right? But yeah, he got grabbed, and you could see that arm got pulled back by a player. So it did slightly pull his body back. So I think for that, because it did have that effect, it was a penalty. You'd argue that, you know, these things can go either way, and you can be frustrated if they're given against you. As for the penalty itself, as soon as I saw him stand up there, and he took 3 steps back from the ball, I thought, oh no, he doesn't look particularly confident here. It looks to me like he's just going to try and ping it in one of the corners. We've got to hope the goalkeeper doesn't go the right way. Unfortunately for us, you know, it didn't matter about that because he put it straight against the post, didn't he? Plumb against the post. And it was, a penalty which sums up the level of frustration about Jordan Ayew as a player possibly at the moment. And he's obviously got frustrations coming out. The fans have turned against him. I think the problem is when you're in the Premier League, you can win a few more of these battles where you drop down and win free kicks and all the rest of it. They'll give you a lot more than that. The difference today is we've come into a championship team like Charlton, a League One team like Charlton, that is masters of the dark arts. Like Wayne said, they managed to rip Ayew's shirt. They've done a lot of things today. They got away with it. We've got no ability to get away with it. Otherwise, Okoli wouldn't have got a red card in the first place, would he, if we knew a dark art to get around it? Or maybe if we could tackle, that would help. But really frustrating one. And that was really a get out of jail free opportunity. And there's been a few sliding doors moments in this game in particular where you go, if that red card hadn't happened, if that Vestergaard thing pre-match hadn't happened, if that penalty miss hadn't happened, if that block. And that's the frustrating thing. I find it hard to really come to a conclusion today about the overall thing. All I know is nothing has changed from what I've seen the past few weeks and what my concerns are. We're only 8 points above the drop zone now. And it will be worse after 5 o'clock.
Yes, indeed. We'll maybe have a look at some of the scores in a second. I mean, I suppose in a way, Tom, you're talking that it's inches, isn't it? Because if that had gone in, we would have been saying, bloody hell, what a perfectly placed penalty just inside the post.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I think the energy of the day was suggesting. I don't know if someone's buried something under the King Power Stadium recently. We got a curse going on, but it was one of those days where nothing seemed to be going right for us. But it doesn't, cover up for the fact we still need to see a bit more effort here. And yeah, just really frustrating, mate. I mean, I just think Jordan Ayew sums up exactly what's going wrong with this football club right now. A lot of shouting, a lot of huffing, a lot of pointing at people around him, but a lot of him giving the ball away far too much. And like the crazy thing about this is for me tactically is when are we going to get the message we've not got Harry Kane as a striker? Because when we're playing 4-2-3-1, you need a Harry Kane as a forward, a Lewandowski as a forward, a Haaland as a forward. These players are complete forwards. They can come back deep, lay the ball off really well. They can get on the end of balls. They can win headers. They can do the whole package in themselves on the pitch, right? And that we still keep doing it. And Ayew's not that player. Daka's not that player. Jake Evans wouldn't have been that player. It is really frustrating to me how the lack of resources we've got to really try and play a system we can't play.
I'll take you back to 2010, Tom. The playoff semi-final second leg against Cardiff City.
Oh, that was a cracking game, wasn't it?
And, well, it was until Jan Kermorgant came up to take a penalty.
I remember being quite proud of Leicester that day before the penalties because we were behind in that game as well. And we fought back, didn't we? Andy King scored, didn't he? Yeah,
he did. And he tried to Panenka. Maybe Ayew should have done that today. Look, let's relive our agony, shall we? Here we go.
The early ball. Cody is in the way on the edge of the penalty area. Okoli, he had to tug his man back on the halfway line. Andrew Kicks is going to reach into his pocket, and it's a red card for Caleb Okoli. A disastrous start.
I don't know how you can even argue that.
Look at Luke Thomas strolling back. Can he go quicker there? Or is it just me?
Wide. Early ball into the penalty area. Carey finishes it off. Juggle it with his right. Rifles it past Alarchik with his left. Charlton lead. It's that long ball again up towards the centre forwards. And they managed to take it down. 7th goal of the season for Sonny Carey. He's almost matched his return for Blackpool last year.
Do you know what that reminded me of? Do you remember when who was it? Was playing for Arsenal. I think he was Dutch, and it was the 3-3 draw at Filbert Street, and he clicked the ball over the top of Fat Elliott's head, who was behind him, and went round him. Reminded me of that, Koeman, wasn't it? Was it Koeman? Bergkamp, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know I had you in here for a reason.
Here's Lieben, held up by Aluko, defending by the teenager. Chambers towards the back post. Salatic can't prevent it from reaching the back of the net.
All the faith in the world.
Lyndon Dyke's boot. Places his finish back across the face of goal.
You should never concede that goal. All of that is awful.
And Charlton lead by 2.
And then he puts his hand up for offside.
What a ball that is.
We also could have blocked it in the first cross as well.
From Chambers.
There was a lot going on there that was wrong.
Good teams on a Saturday and Sunday, they'd be having a go at their mates and moving them on at that post.
Yeah.
Completely did not know who was there.
Abdul Fatawu goes around the outside.
Oh, the penalty, I'd say.
Jordan Ayew.
There we go.
Standing, waiting patiently over this penalty. It's off the outside of the post.
Why didn't he just bury it? Why did he have to do the little one-step, two-step? Bury the damn thing.
Right.
I mean, he had sent the goalkeeper the wrong way.
I hate free
half the job's done, and so he's got this huge gap to go for, and he hits the post. I tell you what, you think it's bad. Shall we have a listen to what Mr. Andy King had to say after the game?
Yeah, good one, Chris. Get on it.
After all the preparation this week, the game plan's essentially torn up after 15 minutes with the red card to Caleb Okoli. How difficult was it to manage those tactical adjustments on the fly and going two goals down?
Yeah, of course, it's always difficult. Like you've just touched on there, I think
you do all this work to try and change a couple of small bits, and then it almost gets blown out of the water after 15 minutes, and then you're always going to be chasing. It's a long time to be defending with 10 ultimately. So disappointed because we'd prepped really well, and I felt like it was a game we could win. But yeah, after 15 minutes, it always gets difficult. I actually thought the lads, for the majority of the game, from that moment, I thought were very, very good. I think we're bringing on Badia Luka. I thought he was brilliant, but he's ultimately a right back learning the job at centre half next to another 21-year-old. We've already got Louis Page on the pitch, and then we lose a senior midfielder. But I thought I would say Winksy, I thought was outstanding. I thought he showed his class. So yeah, some positives, especially second half, but disappointed obviously with the result. There's no getting away from that.
Yeah, you got a reaction though from the players after the half-time break. How pleased were you in terms of the application and the effort shown in that second half?
Yeah, second half, I put it to them lads, is it can go one or two ways here, lads. We either want to go under and we sink and we get beat 3, 4, 5 and we all feel sorry for ourselves like maybe we have done previously, or we can actually come out and try and get back into the game, show a bit of fight, show a little what we were about, and I was really happy with the response to that, and I thought they did show that. And then again in that key moment with the penalty, it sort of went against us, and I felt like if that had gone the other way, we'd have really built some momentum and maybe gone on and got a second. But yeah, after that, I think it was difficult.
Yeah, obviously Hamza Choudhury limped off in the first half. What are the signs with him at the moment?
Yeah, not great, I don't think. But a couple of people say to me there, in terms of first games, it sort of had everything you didn't want in it. We had a red card after 15 minutes. You then have a senior midfielder get injured when you've already got midfielders injured, and then obviously you have the missed penalty as well. So he'll need a scan, miss his knee, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be a quick turnaround.
Obviously, you've got history with the under-18s and the young players at the club at the moment. How pleased were you with the likes of Louis Page and Jeremy Monga today?
Yeah, really pleased. Obviously, Badia Luka, I've already mentioned Louis, Jez, all of these sort of people. People forget that Ben Nelson's also 21. But they need help around them, okay? You can't just throw in... We finished the game 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. They need help, and we're short at the moment. I think there's no getting away from that. But really pleased with them. My sort of background in football and the way I believe football, I will always use young players if I think they're ready, which I think in the case of the people you saw today, I think they're ready. Yeah. Will they make mistakes? Potentially, but I also think they'll give you a lot as well. So I was pleased with their performance.
A big week ahead of that trip to St Andrews. How much are you looking forward to getting back on the training pitch with the lads?
Yeah, like I said, it was all what I was told last week was to prep for this game and then see how it goes. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff we can take from this game. There's still a lot of stuff we can improve, of course, but yeah, it'd be good to get back on the training pitch and put right some of the wrongs which have been going on before.
I don't think some of the chat are particularly impressed. What do we got here? Luke Thomas is not the problem. It is bigger than that.
I think Kingy mentioned that, really. He was saying the pros amongst these youngsters have got to do a bit more. You'd argue now Luke Thomas is one of the more experienced heads in the team despite his age, because he's played a lot of games.
Yeah, and we've got so many 21-year-olds. Oh my dear, my goodness!
If only we were on spring break, Chris, in Miami with Jim, we'd be having a great time.
Yeah, if only we could get sponsored by a cotton wool company that would be able to wrap the players in. It'd be so lovely. Oh no, I mean, did I see Gray earlier on say something about the no, I can't find it. Alan's not even messaged me yet with my man of the match and all that. So I'm going to say I don't think there's anything we've got left to talk about, is there?
Let's talk about what Kingy just said. I mean,
okay.
a lot of it was coach speak. You know, he didn't seem to make excuses. He didn't point fingers. He pretty much said the facts that we knew about a young team. He said what made the big difference in the game, which is what we talked about earlier. So, certainly the red card changed the complexion of the game. He spoke about his affinity for playing young players, maybe not as many and as quick as we fans want, but I think he said the right things based on what he was faced with, because I really do think once that red card came, it just changed everything. And even the most experienced manager, what can you do? So I think it's a learning experience for him. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a whole lot of time to learn. He's got to make the difference this week. And then faced with an injury, to another midfielder. Whew. So what did you guys think, Wayne?
Yeah, I get some people are saying typical PR bullshit and things like that. But I mean, the job he took on, he's had 3 days.
Don't start with that bloody 3 days again. He's been there for over 2 years.
Chris, you don't change the mindset of a team in 3 days. I'm sorry.
No, you change the formation and you bring other players in.
It's the mindset of the team that's been the most important.
I'm not allowing that again, Wayne.
It's the mindset. The big, look, formations. The mindset is more important than the formation.
Like I said with Ella Rabbitu's tennis,
especially with young players.
Yeah, and you won't build that. You build that with experience. You build tenacity, fighting spirit. And the one thing I do think, it's like some people have said in the chat, do these people need to do boxing? I think something like a martial art or boxing would absolutely do them the world of good, because it give them, you respect the people you stand up opposite, but you give everything, and you have massive reserves of self-belief to do boxing or anything like that.
I'm sorry,
we wouldn't allow it because the insurance would be.
No, they wouldn't indeed. But this 3 days bollocks, to be honest with you, I just don't buy it. He's been there long enough. He knows those players. He knows those players better than Marty knew the players. I'm sorry, like I said before, if a swimming coach comes in to teach you swimming, if he's been a coach for a few years, even maybe grade 1, grade 2, and he comes in as a grade 3, he's got the basic things to get on with it. And then you can't use the excuse, well, he only had 3 days. Rude only had 4 days. Yeah, he managed to get a win, so...
Yeah, but that's one person, Chris. A team dynamic is very different to build.
How bad were we when Rude came in? And he managed to get a result in that first game.
We weren't as bad when after Rude left. He made us a lot worse than Cooper did.
Well, he did. But I'm just saying, on that particular instance, to come back to Wayne's 3-day excuse, then I don't think it's a valid. Sorry, Wayne. I know it's your opinion, and I respect you for it. But
I agree with Wayne.
You're wrong. Well, you're wrong as well. Everybody's wrong. And you've got to remember, it's my channel, so I get 4 votes. You know what I mean? So 4-3 to me.
Would you bring that along for us to celebrate a win today, Wayne? That hasn't happened.
Well, I do, but I'm bringing a bit of positivity in the chat. Come on.
Yeah, if we had something to be positive about. Portsmouth
do.
West Brom 2-0. Birmingham are leading Oxford 1-0. Millwall and Sheffield United 1-1, and Middlesbrough 1-0 up at Norwich City as it goes. And I just wish, and of course this will never ever happen, why wasn't he asked the most obvious question? Why did you carry on with Marty's formation and tactics when it obviously wasn't working? That would have been the question to ask him. But of course, he's been interviewed by somebody from the club who said, "Oh, don't say anything controversial. We look, Top's interview. Look how well the first one went. That's what we want it like."
So why can't you put that question at the board then, Chris? Because if that's the case, they should have appointed a caretaker manager last week as soon as they sacked Marty. They should have had it organised.
Yes, I agree. I'm not arguing. I agree with that. But they didn't, and King is the one that's got the job. And if we appoint whoever it is, whether it's a short-term manager or a full-term manager, if he starts 4-3-2-1, I'm not going to fucking support this club anymore. Because
I get your frustration, but King has been told to keep it ticking over. What's he done there with that formation? Kept it ticking over.
I've got visions of Chris breaking into the press conference saying, "Give me the mic here, let me ask you."
Yeah, I wouldn't be allowed back in, would I? Let's be honest with you. Only the once. The only thing that stops me is the cost. How much it would cost me to buy a shirt for another club. Oh, I've got a Toronto shirt. I've got a Toronto shirt, and I'm going to watch Lanzarote, so at least I might see one team win. Although that's another L, isn't it? So that ain't going to fucking happen.
You start supporting Toronto sports teams, mate. You've got a lot more pain coming your way than just Leicester, trust me.
Okay, let's start with the ratings then. Alan's maybe phone might have gone. We're going to start with Donkey of the Match, Tom.
Caleb Okoli.
Wayne?
There could be a few. There could be a few.
Good indeed, yes.
I gave it to the first one. I gave it to the first one that walked up to the desk, Caleb Okoli.
Yeah, spot on, Tom. Yeah, I mean, Daka, when he comes on, he's just like a headless chicken. He literally is. Yeah, he was running. He was
coming on.
Doing these 30-metre sprints to nowhere near where the ball was, Chris. Yeah.
I actually have noticed since Tom's doing the commentary, I'm not concentrating as much. I don't see half of what's going on.
Really, come on. I love it.
No, sorry, that's another question. Why was Fatawu still on the pitch and Mavididi wasn't? To me, the wrong one went off. Anyway, you're going to Okoli as well, Wayne?
No, I'm going Ricky P.
Ricky P.
Yeah, it's his last season. You know, we need a big refresh, and he's one that needs to go.
He is. Jim?
I see where Tom's coming from with Okoli, or Wayne's coming from with Ricky P. He doesn't need to be our captain, doesn't need to be on the pitch. I mean, you could throw Luke Thomas in there from not covering, from letting him wide open. But in the chat, I told Wayne I have pulled back my membership card from the Jordan IU fan club. And I think he was the donkey of the day, not just missing the PK. He couldn't even elevate for a ball that was played that if he could have got off the ground, he could have got a head on it. He's fallen too much. So I would say Jordan IU.
Ooh. Now the pressure is on me now to come up with a different one because we've all gone different.
In good news, Chris, the performances today, I'm pretty sure you could pull one or two more out and no one's going to disagree with you.
I think Stolarczyk was, didn't really. It was a typical Stolarczyk game. You're going to hate me in a minute, more so than you do now. I can see with any of those, yeah. I mean, Okoli, yeah. I mean that was just stupid, wasn't it? AU, what is he doing? I'm sorry, but my donkey of them. You're going to hate this. You are really, really, really going to hate this. But my donkey of the day was Andy King.
Andy King, you can't do that. It's got to be a player. You told us that. Last year and this year.
Tom, tell him.
When? I don't think I have. Did I ever say that? No, I didn't. No. It's my channel.
I was going to say, some people in life, you're never going to change their mind. There's people I've worked with in the past who probably think I'm all right, see you next Tuesday, but still, I can't change their mind. I've just got to crack on with my life. Chris,
all right. If I've got to go for a player, still going to go Andy King as well, but I'm going to go for a player. I'm going to go. I'm going to agree with one of you, and it's got to be Jim. I mean, AU. He was again. I mean, we've got rid of Faye, so that oxygen has come back into the stadium. But AU's just breathing it and taking it off somebody else again. So yeah, AU Jim, 100% right. Performance, Tom.
It was worse than last week against Oxford, wasn't it? Or was it? No, it wasn't. It was better than Oxford last week, just about, actually. I was trying to... Honestly, Chris, it all merges into one sometimes, doesn't it? I'll give it... I can't give 0.5s, can I? Because you're funny. I'll go for a 2. I think that's also quite harsh because we were down to 10 men for the majority. I'll go for 2. I'll go double what I gave it last week, which was 1.
Wayne,
Tom, I'm voting for Tom for Father Christmas.
Why, do you want him to empty his sack for you?
No, I do, Chris. No, please.
Mind you, I must admit, I feel like Father Christmas because he's not the only one that only comes once a year.
I'll give it a. Do you know what? I'm in an optimistic mood. I'm going to give it a 4 because Charlton are a super fit. I think we could have had a penalty against Ayew when he tried to head the ball. They're very physical. We had the sending off. We lost Hamza Choudhury. And I don't think we didn't. I put a note on my notes. We did not fold. So we didn't fold in the second half, which we've done many times with many more experienced players. So I'm giving it a 4 for the future. Once again, it's highlighted players that we don't want next season. And we've seen some players that we definitely do want in the starting 11.
Can I ask, Wayne, what you're drinking? Will you send some of it down to me, please?
I was chatting with Brian. I've recalibrated my brain in a difficult season and thinking we're clearing out all the shit. It's not going to be nice. It's going to be a bit mess there, but we'll see who deserves to be here and who doesn't. And I think we're clearly seeing that now. We're clearly seeing where a future is. Hopefully, PSR will have beat off, and we can actually invest in the squad next season. So. It's messy, but sometimes in life you get messy times to get better.
Wouldn't it be nice to have him playing for us? Messy.
It would.
Jim.
First of all, Wayne, congratulations and welcome to the Optimistic Greeters Guild. Okay, that's what I've been a charter member of. I've been telling you guys, you defeatists all along. We will endure. So I appreciate the optimism. I was somewhere right around where Wayne was. Actually, I had a 5 written down because, and I'll tell you why, everything Wayne just said. Forget the red card.
You've gone a bit low, Jim.
No, I didn't.
You did. No, seriously. Your volume just went right down.
Can you hear me?
I can now, yeah.
All right,
yeah.
Sorry. So, optimistically, certainly the lineup was disappointing when what he put on the field, but I thought we had some energy early. I think with the red card, it just completely changed the game. I did see some fight afterwards. Disappointed a little bit in Andy King and not making changes, and the ones he made were like changes. But we can't count his performance. Team's performance, I thought they fought. Even that Wanker Winks came in there and had some decent moments. So I would say a 5.
I didn't know you knew that word. I've never heard you use that word before.
I get called it every time I come over, so I don't know why. They must like me. I don't. No, I do. I mean, Wayne was at a 4 or 5. I just gave him a 5 because of the deficit they were put in because of the red card. There was individual donkeys, which we named, but overall, I'm going to go optimistic, and we're going to see what they learn from this, and we can't give up on them.
When I look at the stats, it was a bit of a Brexit possession, 47.5 to 52.5. XG, ours was higher, 1.92 to 1.4. Then we had 28 touches in their box. They only had 23 in ours, but it's there or thereabouts. This is the way we let ourselves down. They had 9 shots and got 5 of those on target. We had 21 shots. Now, I would usually go mad under Rude because we weren't even having shots. 21 shots and only 1 on target. And to me, that needs to be sorted, but we do need to sort out the defence first. And it's because of that 21-1 that I am going to go with the score that I am going to go for. It's a full set, really, to be honest with you, because again, we're all different. They're going to get a 3 from me. I've gone for 3 because they, like you say, at 10 men, they didn't give up. But when you're having 21 shots and you can't, get it past the defenders blocking it and whatever. You can't simply do that. It's what they should be able to do as players. But they did at least not crumble when we went down to 10 men. So for that, they would have got a 4 possibly, but I've got to go down to a 3. So we do have a 2, 3, 4, 5 list there. Right, I'm going to go man of the match, and I'm going to go first on this one because I said what mine was, gave it away earlier in the match. You probably can't remember because you wouldn't have been listening to me. But once I am my man of the match, and I'm just looking here on the post, yeah. Some of these times they don't half make me laugh when I look at what people do. They must look at us and laugh as well. My man of the match is Aluko. I think he did all right. Every time I listened, actually did listen to Tom, no, all joking aside, whenever Tom would say it was Aluko this, Aluko that, Aluko's done this, Aluko's done that. Never heard him once mention Daka when he came on. I don't know if he even mentioned Winks, to be honest with you. He may have done once. And so for that, and I think he needs to be starting. He needs to be. There's no reason or excuse why he isn't starting. So for me, it's Aluko. Tom?
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you, Chris. The only thing that worries me about Aluko is he was taking accountability with the ball and running in towards their goal from centre-back, and give it a couple of weeks and that will soon be gone for him because he'll realise that he'll catch himself out because no one else will tag up and protect him around him. The team problem is such a big problem. But as an individual today, yeah, it was Aluko for me.
Michaela Vestergaard apparently got a knock. He probably gave it to himself so he didn't have to play. Wayne?
Yeah, honourable mention to Louis Page, who looks, the way he connects things and the way he gets into the half spaces, that's exciting. It's just a shame he's not got people to play around him. Yet Aluko, the way he runs forward does everything. So we've got Nelson, who's developed into a starting centre-back. We've got Aluko, who's got to be starting. He takes the ball. He's really aggressive. Because one thing I did think, at one stage, we had down to 10 men, and we had 4 players around their forward. And you don't want spare players behind their most forward player. You want players up the pitch. And thinking, what we're going to do? It's a bit negative. Aluko got the ball around 50 yards and got fouled. Just penetrating through the lines. So definitely Aluko, very exciting. And he's yet another one who's made the transition. He should be in the starting 11.
He's got to be playing now. Got to be playing every week.
Do you think that's because he's young and therefore he has no worries? It's there about youngsters. Throw them on and just let them loose. And yeah, I agree. He should. Well, I said it, didn't I? He should be playing. Jimmy.
Well, to sound a little bit like Simon Cowell, that's 4 Alucos for me. and he will be playing more. I think. There's times when you get him in there and it's necessity, Tom. He will be playing. And even Kingy, if he closed his eyes and pointed to the sheet, he's going to pick him. He's got
We're heading into a relegation battle. He's the closest thing we got for pace and physicality, things we're desperately lacking. Yes, he's a little bit ill-disciplined like he was against Southampton, but if we don't bed him in now and get him used to how to become a master of the dark arts of this division, who are we going to have who are going to be the fighters when we get in the mess in about a month's time here? He needs to be playing now, and he should have been playing a month ago.
Well, he's got that intelligence like Ben Nelson. He knows where to be at the time. Yeah.
If you are Simon Cowell, who's our Bruno, whatever he's called, Tottatleli or whatever he's called.
2 entirely different shows, Chris. I think that's Strictly Come Dancing versus the X Factor.
No.
Crossover.
No, Bruno is on the X Factor. Not X Factor. He's been on Britain's Got Talent.
Oh, okay.
I thought Simon Cowell, Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah, he was, but there's 4 judges. So Bruno is our rather... likes to wear pink. Should we just leave it at that?
Okay.
I watched, for a very, very good reason, I watched Britain's Got Talent, and that's Alicia Dixon. Right. True. The acts are awful half the time. Yeah, you see, Wayne's agreeing with me. Wayne is agreeing with me.
It's like watching Countdown for Rachel Riley, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't you?
She's a brilliant mathematician, Chris.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a head decision over a heart one. That one, isn't it, boys? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, what amazing figures she's got.
Hey.
Right, let's have a look. Just before we go to Jim, the player of the match. Tom, who did we get linked with that we didn't buy, that we've laughed at because they couldn't get in the Birmingham team?
Ironically, his name's outside the stadium. It'd be Mr. Dykes, wouldn't it?
It would. He's player of the match with 8.34.
Yeah.
So this is according to fans, so obviously it's a little bit biased. Their worst player was Gillespie, and he got 6.61. Now just think about that. Their worst player got 6.61. Our top player with 4.02, Aluko.
I mean, so they like Charlton fans vote for theirs and Leicester fans vote for ours. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. So you go on the BBC website at the after the match. There's a thing where you can put your votes in, and then they take an average from all of them. You can go from 1 to 10. So Aluko got 4.02. Winks was second with 3.99. Nelson was third with 3.53, then Louis Page, then Mavididi. Salarchik was above Fatawu Monga, Thomas, Ricardo, Dakova Reed. And the bottom fourth from bottom Choudhury, third from bottom Daka, second from bottom, Ayew, yeah, and bottom, of course, Okoli with 2.20. I can understand that. I am dreading, with the sort of show I've had, I am dreading with what Jim is going to come up with here, with the three things that he has learned today. I'm just going to go back through the chat and see if he said anything about me.
I don't know what I feel charitable lately because I've not really been laying on you pretty heavy. So I don't know if it was to change.
We've been agreeing a lot, haven't we?
Yeah, which is scary as well. But yeah. I think your change of putting Tom to do the play-by-play keeps you from putting yourself out there for comments that are just so noteworthy. I can keep a whole page full of them. So I'll get a little serious. First of all, today was a microcosm of where we are as a club. Simple as that. I mean, the lineup itself raised hell by all of the supporters, including us. The red card, the stupidity of Okoli and the red card changed what could have been an opportunity for us to have a positive day. And then when we started fighting back, another Leicester Cityism. Ayew misses a freaking penalty. I just misses it and looked horrible doing it. So those things just put us in such a down mode. And then, like true Leicester fashion, we saw fight in the team. We realized that they didn't give up. We realized that they didn't give up when they were faced being a man down for the majority of the match. So here we are as Leicester fans in this roller coaster bit. I will say that Andy King's got the opportunity. I think we all realize, even the deep, dark naysayers, that Andy King was handed this shit, and he's got this week to at least show us some more fight next week. So once again, it was desperation the way we started off. We showed some fight. We'll have to see what he can do this week. We've got to see changes, especially because of the injuries. Hopefully we get Vestergaard back, and he puts the players that he's left with in the right positions, including not having Ricky P on the pitch, not having Thomas on the pitch. So those are the things we learned. We also learned that Chris, while Tom was doing the match, Chris went to the local pharmacy to get his blood pressure medicine increased. I know that, Chris, because I saw behind you was your receipt. So He's got the blood pressure medicine increased. And Chris, the bottom last takeaway, one more day closer to Lanzarote.
Too true. And I'm looking out the window here, and it's just wet. It's just wet underfoot. So really looking forward. Coming up next Saturday, everybody, because there's no shows next week. Tom's going to be doing Football Manager, 9:00 on tomorrow. He will also, thankfully, standing in for me, because I thought I was being really helpful in not going away on the first choice of dates that we had, which was January, because we were in the middle of the transfer window. So I thought, you know what, I'll leave it. It's the January transfer window. I better not go away because we might have something to talk about. So I thought, you know what, I'll go away on the 2nd of February. Well, so they shut the fucking January transfer window on the 2nd of February. So Tom will be on at 6:30 till 7:30. So I'm sure we'll be asking people to come on and help him out. And he may be on during the day if we suddenly sign Lionel Messi or somebody like that. But and then I think there might be a prediction show, but then that's it. But next Saturday, hopefully you're both available. I won't be. Birmingham are going to be hosting Leicester City. And it's a 3:01 kickoff.
Have you seen their home record?
No, I don't want to. I really don't want to.
I'm just going to cry to myself to end the show.
But it kicks off at 3:01 because they're having this thing about men's well-being or something, I think, on the day. So fair play to them for that. Then when I land at Monday early afternoon, on the Tuesday, we've just got a little game against Southampton with a 7:45 kickoff. And then the following Saturday, it's the FA Cup against Southampton. And then after that, we've just got a case of Stoke and Middlesbrough. So let's not get too worried. Yeah, let's worry. Guys, thank you very much. I'm going to go down and dose myself down with a wet copy of the Daily Mail and see if I can feel better. But thank you, Jim, as always, Wayne and Tom. Great commentary. Really do appreciate it. Thank you all so very much. And thank you to everybody that's been in the chat and for all the mods for helping out as well. Do all it says down there. If you do nothing else today, just press me knobs for me. That's all I'm asking for you, please, because it really does help the channel. Thank you very much, everybody. Tom will see you tomorrow at 9. I need to find the right button to press because I'm struggling. Found it now. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.